Elias, a teenage boy, lived quietly with his grandmother in the mountain village of Purcell. After finding a dragon stone in Darkmouth Forest, his grandmother is killed, and Elias is forced to leave the only home he's ever known. The power-hungry emperor, Vosper, believes that Elias is the key to an ancient prophecy foretelling his death at the hands of a dragon and its rider. A bounty is placed on Elias' head, and hundreds of Empire soldiers are sent to seek him out. After a narrow escape from his village, Elias befriends Thorin Ulfarsson, a dwarf who also happens to be a friend of his grandmother's. Thorin offers to take Elias to Mount Velik, the dwarf caverns. Elias and Thorin travel through Darkmouth Forest, trying to avoid the Emperor's bounty hunters. Their destination is Mount Velik, the home of the dwarves, where Elias hopes to find refuge. Meanwhile, in the desert city of Parthos, the surviving dragon riders plot their next move. Dragons teeter on the brink of extinction, and Vosper has entered into an unholy alliance with the orcs. The leader of Parthos, King Mitka, is desperate to save his people. He beseeches the dragon riders to leave the safety of the desert and help him shore up his alliances with the dwarves, the hidden city of Miklagard, and the powerful island kingdom of Redmore. On a tip from an informant, one of the dragon riders, Talon, and his dragon, Duskeye, fly from Parthos to find a fallen dragon rider, Chua. They travel in secret. Cloaked by concealment spells, they go to the Elder Willow, an enormous, ancient tree in southern Durn. Chua and his dragon, Starclaw, are still alive, living within an underground chamber underneath the tree. When Talon and Duskeye enter the chamber, they are surprised to find the pair still alive. Both are horribly disfigured. They are disabled and blind, their eyes gouged out, after having been tortured by Vosper. Meanwhile, Elias and Thorin have made their way through Darkmouth Forest. When they reach the city of Jutland, Thorin seeks out his cousin, Floki Rivansson, for help. Floki is an accomplished horsebreeder, and Thorin's cousin, who offers them assistance to escape the city. At the city gates, they are shocked by the appearance of a female necromancer, who, surprisingly, lets them go, only to confront them later in secret. Elias and Thorin manage to escape the necromancer, and end up at Whit Rock, a natural landmark and trading outpost on the banks of the Yorvas River. They purchase passage up the river, but not before Elias is discovered by a sharp-eyed merchant who recognizes him from a reward poster pinned to the wall of the outpost. He is chased by the local militia, but they manage to escape aboard the Chipperwick. As they travel up the river, Thorin contemplates the fact that Elias' mother, Ionela, is the female necromancer that attacked them in Jutland and again in the forest. Part 1, Escape from the Yorvas. The Bounty Hunters. Elias stepped out on deck and took a deep breath. The night air was cold and damp. Thorin the dwarf came up and tapped Elias' shoulder. "Nice night, Elad?" "Yes, if you enjoy the rain," Elias said. The weather was miserably cold, and a steady drizzle dampened his already foul mood. Thorin and Elias had been traveling on the Yorvas for 2 days. The weather slowed their progress, and they took extra precautions in order to conceal Elias' presence. Elias noticed they were moving towards the shoreline. "Thorin, are we going ashore?" "Aye, we must dock briefly," said Thorin. "Our food has run out, and I must feed the horses. I told the captain to dock at Esther Downs. It's a minor trading station along the river. I think it's safe to stop." Captain Gremley maneuvered his vessel near the marina. Once the boat was parallel to the dock, Thorin and the captain jumped out and moored it with a sturdy rope. The sun had already set, but the fort was still bustling with activity. A dozen men mingled outside, and a dozen other boats sat moored to the dock. Elias could see inside the outpost, which was lit by dozens of oil lamps. There were a few men chatting at the door. Merchants sold different types of goods, and there was a man selling prepared food outside from a donkey cart. His stomach growled, and his hand flew to his midsection, embarrassed by the noise. His last hot meal had been at Whit Rock. Gremley turned to Thorin. "I'm going to get some provisions. Do either of you want to come inside?" "Nay, Elias and I are going to lead the horses to some grass," replied Thorin. "Here, take these coppers, pick us up something to eat, eh?" "All right," replied the captain, accepting Thorin's coins. Gremley walked towards the outpost. Thorin waited until the captain was out of earshot, and then turned and whispered, "Elias, we can't risk going inside. Someone might recognize ye. Vosper's soldiers have probably been distributing the reward posters here, as well as everywhere else. Let's ride down the road a ways, so the horses can graze. It's dark. Just keep your hood up. We'll find a quiet spot where ye can practice some spells." "Okay," said Elias, pulling his hood over his head. It obscured his face almost completely. "I'll bring my grandmother's spell book with me." Both of them mounted their horses and rode quietly away from the outpost. Elias' eyes adjusted to the darkness. The moonlight was bright enough to follow the road to a secluded area. He followed closely behind Thorin, whose dwarf vision was superior to his. A few cottages bordered the roadside, and Elias saw sheep grazing nearby. They dismounted in a grassy meadow and the horses began to graze. The drizzle continued unabated. Even though the weather is miserable, it feels great to get some fresh air. Being cooped up in the ship's hold gets tiring, said Elias, stretching his arms. I shouldn't complain though. The free time made it easier for me to study. I've memorized almost all the spells in my grandmother's journal. Elias pulled out the little grimoire and caressed the worn cover. That's good, lad. Those spells will come in handy. I pray you won't have to use them though. I'd like our trip to be as peaceful as possible. You and me both. When the Emperor's soldiers came to Purcell, I was shocked. I'd never seen an Empire soldier before. And then when they attacked us. Not the greeting ye expected, eh? Said Thorin. No. Not at all. When I was little, I used to dream about working for the Empire. I thought that one day I might visit Moorholt and become a soldier. Our town butcher was a former soldier, and he used to tell us fantastic stories about his travels. I imagined the streets of Moorholt lined with gold. I was a fool to think that way. Nay, not a fool. Ye were just a boy. Ye didn't know any better. Travelers' stories are always exaggerated. People describe the Empire City as a splendid place. In reality, most people have never set foot there. The reality is less tempting. Moorholt is full of thieves, and Vosper's soldiers are bullies. The city is terrible, dirty, and oppressive, because Vosper's a tyrant. Elias glanced over his shoulder. I'm uncomfortable when you talk about the Emperor like that, he said quietly. You never know who might be listening. Don't worry yourself, boy. We're all alone out here, and no one in Ester Downs has any love for the Empire. That's what happens when you rule with terror, rather than with common sense. All of the outposts along the Orvass have been squeezed to the breaking point by Vosper's tax collectors. The people are desperate. The Emperor made enemies among the common people, and that will be his downfall. Elias nodded. Thorin was right. The soldiers that came to Purcell were ruthless. They would have stomped his grandmother to death had she not been a mage. In the end, she died anyway, defending herself and her grandson. Let's walk for a while, said Thorin. No more unhappy thoughts. Sure, said Elias. They both walked a few minutes and settled down behind a grove of trees. Elias pulled out his grandmother's grimoire. We're secluded out here. Why don't ye show off some of the spells ye've been practicin'? Okay, said Elias. Most are for healing, but a few are for defense. Elias flipped through the book and stopped on a page at the end. He traced the runes with his index finger, mouthing the words silently. This one generates an illusion. It's designed to distract an attacker. Well, let's see it, said Thorin, who sat down on a stump and began stuffing his pipe with smokeleaf. Dramalita. Elias' breath caught in his throat. An image shimmered in the air and materialized. It was a dragon. Enormous and white with shining mother-of-pearl scales. An enormous diamond glittered at its throat. The phantom dragon roared, fire spewing from its lips. Thorin was so surprised that he fell backwards. Whoa! The apparition only lasted a few seconds. Ugh, sorry. That was loud and larger than I expected. Elias slumped to the ground, drained. The dragonstone fed me energy like power was pouring out of it. Elias reached into his tunic and pulled out a leather pouch. He loosened the string, and the green dragonstone rolled out onto his palm. It glowed, pulsing with energy. He could feel it. He wondered how that was possible, since the dragonstone wasn't his. Thorin popped back up, his pipe hanging precariously from his lower lip. Most impressive, lad, although I don't think we should do any more experimenting. I'm sure the people in the outpost heard that. The illusion took on a life of its own. I couldn't control it properly. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Elias stopped staring at the dragonstone and tucked it back under his tunic. Ah, ye live and learn, lad, said Thorin. He reached into his pocket for more smokeleaf and calmly repacked his pipe. As always, Thorin seemed unruffled. Ye know, that looked just like a proper white dragon. I've only ever seen a white dragon once in my life, long before the Orc Wars. Nightyred was his name. He was wild, but he fought alongside the riders during the Dragon Wars. Nightyred was killed during the war. I watched him fall from the sky with me own eyes. White dragons are the rarest and the most powerful. How did ye know what it would look like, to create the illusion? I don't know. An image just popped into my head, and that's what appeared. I don't think it means anything. A vision, eh? Now that's something. Thorin wagged an index finger at Elias. Listen, boy. I'm going to give you some valuable advice. Pay attention to your visions. They're important. You think it was a sign? Asked Elias. I'm sure of it. Yuri Mageborn. Ye haven't been properly trained, but that's no fault of yours. Ye may even have the gift of prophecy. It's a rare gift indeed. Elias' mind was spinning. It was too much to think about. He decided to change the subject. I think my phony dragon spooked the horses. I don't see them in the clearing anymore. My night vision is better than yours. I can see them at the far end of the meadow, said Thorin, pointing south. Elias squinted, looking in the distance, but he couldn't see anything beyond a few feet. So dwarves have better eyesight and hearing than humans? Aye. Thorin nodded. Better than most humans, anyway. How about elves? Asked Elias. Elves can see and hear better than all the other races of Dern. Their eyesight is perfect. They also have their shortcomings, but poor eyesight ain't one of them. Thorin, have you ever met an elf? Aye, a few. During the Orc Wars, a small number joined the battle. Those who came to our aid did so against their queen's advice. Bright Hollow doesn't involve itself in mortal wars. Elves always choose neutrality, at least officially. Only a handful of elves came to our aid during the Dragon Wars. They even fathered children with some of our women. Eventually they all returned to Bright Hollow. They always do. The intrigues of the mortal races become tiresome, and they return to their magical city. The elves are content to live their lives in isolation. Are elves immortal? Yes and no. Elves are immortal beings, but even they can be killed if they're injured badly enough. A decapitation will kill an elf, but sometimes grave injuries won't kill them if they receive immediate attention from a healer. A few died in battle during the Dragon Wars. They are valiant fighters. Are you friends with any of them? No, I can't say that I am. I've fought side by side with elves, but I've never called an elf a friend. Elves are aloof in a way that's difficult to describe. They're impulsive and bore easily. They're unpredictable. One minute they adore ye, and the next minute they scorn ye. Elves are neither good nor evil. They simply exist, driven by their desires. They do have long memories though. The main reason they got involved during the Orc Wars was because the elves still hold an ancient grudge against the orcs. It's an old bitterness that predates even dwarf records. Elves hate the orcs even more than dwarves do, and that's saying a lot. Suddenly, they heard shouts coming from the outpost. Blast! What now? Said Thorin. Elias' eyes widened. Do you think they saw my illusion? No. I don't think so. We're pretty well concealed. I can hear men arguing, but I can't decipher the details. We have to get closer. Elias, do you think he can cast a concealment spell around both of us and the horses? Maybe. But I can't hold it for very long. That's fine, lad. A few minutes should be plenty long enough to find out what's happening. Thorin placed his fingers in his mouth and whistled, 2 short bursts and then a long, high note. Duster and Buttercup trotted back obediently. That's a neat trick, said Elias. It's not magic. I just have a way with horses. Always have, said Thorin, winking. We dwarves have our gifts, too, lad. They mounted their horses and rode in the direction of the marina. As soon as they could see the outline of the fort, Thorin turned and said, Now, Elias, cast your concealment spell around us. Elias raised his hands in a circular motion and said the words in the ancient language, Hudlena. The air shimmered around them and then stabilized. Once the spell was cast, Elias felt the sensation of being inside an egg. The horses walked closer together, but otherwise seemed unbothered by the spell. Okay, it's complete. Phew. Elias exhaled. It's draining a lot of my energy. Just hold on, lad. We're nearly in front of the outpost. I can see a bunch of men yelling. The shouting got even louder. A minute later, they reached the outpost. There was a circle of men shouting at each other. Gremly, the captain of their vessel, was in the center of the fray. 2 armed men pointed frantically at the Chipperwick. They didn't look like Empire soldiers, they wore leather armor, patterned with blue dye. They each had blue tattoos, in the shape of a triangle, on their necks. Each man carried a broadsword and a few other visible weapons. They got close enough that Elias could hear the heated exchange. I don't have any passengers. I'm here alone, said Gremly. I was transporting goods. That's all. I think we should search his ship. I saw 2 people come off his boat as soon as he came into the marina, said one of the men. You're mistaken, said Gremly. And I'm not letting you search my ship, Outlander. He crossed his arms and lifted his chin defiantly. He's right. You don't have the right to search any of us, said another man in the crowd, siding with Gremly. You're not Empire soldiers, you can't force us to do anything. The man was tall. He stepped in between Gremly and the outsiders, planting his feet squarely in front of them. Get out of the way, you oaf! Yelled one of the armed men. This matter doesn't concern you. Who are those men? Whispered Elias. I don't recognize their uniforms. Bounty hunters, Thorin whispered. Ye can tell by the patterned armor and the blue tattoos. They work for Vosper but only informally. Vosper simply gives them a directive, and if they succeed in the capture, they get the bounty. They're ruthless. This is bad news indeed. The Emperor's reward has made you a prize target. Look, friends. Let's just calm down, said the other bounty hunter, trying to placate the crowd. We're not trying to cause trouble. We're looking for a boy, that's all. If you're not harboring anyone illegally, then there won't be any problems. The man smiled, but his hand drifted to his sword hilt. Gremly, why fight it? Just let him search your boat, said a sweaty little man. I can't afford any trouble here, especially with the Empire. That's the constable of the outpost, said Thorin quietly. Ye can tell by the symbol on his waistcoat. He's a jittery one. The constable paced back and forth, mopping his brow with a filthy handkerchief. Thorin, we should leave. I don't want to put Gremly in any danger, said Elias. Plus, I'm struggling to maintain the concealment spell. We need to go, and the sooner the better. Drops of perspiration trickled down his back. You're right. Let's go, agreed Thorin, spurring his pony. They turned the horses around and headed towards the road. Elias glanced back and saw the bounty hunters searching Gremly's ship. Even from a distance, he could tell that the atmosphere was tense. As soon as they were out of sight, Elias released the concealment spell. Phew! That was exhausting. Concealing the horses made it much more difficult. I've never tried to conceal something so large before. Ye did a good job, lad. It'll get easier with practice. Thorin, I'm glad we didn't get Gremly in trouble, but how are we going to make it to Mount Velik without a ship? Don't worry, lad. We're near Ravenwood Forest. I can get us through Ravenwood, I know it like the back of my hand. It's south of Mount Velik, and I've explored it 1,000 times. Our trip will take a lot longer on horseback, but it's the only option we have. Are the bounty hunters going to search for us? Probably. We'll just keep riding through the night. If we're lucky, we'll reach the border of Ravenwood tomorrow. Where do we go from there? Asked Elias. There's an ancient path that goes through the forest. It's a dwarf path, used centuries ago, when me people lived above ground as well as in the mountain. The path is marked with dwarf runes, but they're difficult to find. After that, Mount Velik isn't far. The bounty hunters will be looking for us, but I doubt they'll be able to find the path. We just have to cover our tracks as we go. Hopefully they won't start searching in earnest until tomorrow. The noise from the outpost grew fainter as they rode on. Soon, Esther Downs was out of sight and only the hillside was visible. Elias' eyes adjusted to the moonlight, and he was able to follow Thorin without difficulty. Duster and Buttercup kept up a steady pace. Elias heard only the sounds of the forest and his own breathing. They traveled in silence until dawn, and then Thorin paused. Here we are. We're at the edge of Ravenwood. You can tell by these trees, see the pink blossoms? This is a Rexel tree. Ravenwood is filled with them, and they only grow in this part of Durn. The blossom's perfume is intoxicating, literally. What do you mean? Asked Elias. Smelling the flowers of a Rexel tree will put a man in a drunken stupor. And the pollen can cause deafness. This is an ancient forest and full of dangers. But as long as ye respect the forest, it will respect ye. An entire forest of poisonous trees? Not all of them are poisonous, but most of them are, said Thorin. Just don't eat or touch anything without asking me first. Elias shook his head. This trip is getting more frightening every moment. It's going to be fine, laddie. Thorin smiled and started to whistle. He took everything in stride. They continued to ride for hours into Ravenwood, well past dawn and into the next day. Chua and Starclaw. Talon and Duskeye had traveled to the Elder Willow on instinct, not knowing what to expect. When they arrived, they found Shua, the fallen rider, and his emerald dragon, Starclaw. Talon stood outside their chamber, stunned. Starclaw and Shua sat on a bed of clean straw. Baskets of fresh roots, nuts, and berries sat within arm's reach. Shua stretched out to light the chamber, feeling along the chamber wall until he reached a crystal embedded in stone. He said a quick spell and the crystal began to glow brightly, light reflecting from dust floating in the air. "That's better, I'm sure," said Shua. "I apologize for the darkness. We rarely get visitors. As you can see, neither of us has need of any light." Talon swallowed hard. Their faces looked grotesque, the gaping holes where their eyes had been, the scars, the missing limbs. Shua's face and hands were covered with dozens of pale scars. Even for Talon, who had endured horrific torture at the hands of the Emperor, this was hard to digest. He looked away, resolving never to feel sorry for himself again after what these two had suffered. Starclaw spoke, her raspy voice ringing in the chamber. "Please, dragon friend and rider, step forward. Sit with us. Do not be afraid. Partake of our simple food. We have much to discuss." Talon walked cautiously towards them, unsure what to expect. Starclaw and Shua were disfigured beyond belief. It seemed impossible that they survived, much less escaped. What happened after their capture? How long had they been here? Talon was curious, but still he did not speak. Shua raised his hands in greeting and smiled. The effect was surreal, a grinning, toothless mouth underneath two eyeless sockets. "Forgive our appearance. I know we are frightful to look at, but we are not in any pain," said Shua quietly. Talon shivered involuntarily. He couldn't imagine what these two had endured in Vosper's dungeons. Come. What are your names, cousins?" His voice, a thin whisper, rose and echoed softly in the chamber. "My name is Talon. This is my companion, Duskeye. I am a dragon rider, one of the last. I came at the request of Mistress Sela, the leader of the remaining riders. I volunteered to seek you out. You may not remember me, but you were one of my teachers at Aeonic when I was a student." Talon: "Yes. I do remember you. The dwarf halfling. Quite proficient in illusions, as I recall." "Yes. One and the same." "Forgive me," interrupted Duskeye. "I noticed that Shua doesn't wear his dragon stone. We received news that a stone was found in Darkmouth Forest. Could it be yours?" "Yes. It is my dragon stone," said Shua. "But it was never lost. I placed it in the forest months ago, encumbered by certain enchantments. I knew it would eventually be found. My son, Elias, eventually stumbled upon it. It is in his possession now." "But why?" asked Talon. He could not imagine giving up his dragon stone voluntarily. "The charms I placed on the stone were designed to draw him to it. I gave it to my son in order to protect him. He is blood of my blood. Elias may draw power from it, just as I can. That was my intention all along. How can you bear to be apart from it? How do you communicate with your dragon?" Shua smiled. "Talon, look at us. Do you think that we need a dragon stone to communicate? We have sustained each other, here in the darkness, day after day, year after year. I no longer need the dragon stone." "You have put yourselves in incredible danger," said Talon. "What if the stone falls into the wrong hands? A necromancer can shatter the stone and kill both of you." Starclaw rose, unfurling her emerald wings. "Rider friend, look at us." Her left wing was magnificent, but her right wing was a tattered stump. "We lost our fear of death long ago. Ours is a life of waiting. A life without fear." Talon lowered his head, ashamed. What these two had suffered, their bodies broken, their sight stolen from them, it was unthinkable. And still, they endured. Of course they had no fear of death. They had no fear of anything. "Talon, understand this. Our powers go beyond the dragon stone," said Shua. "My body is frail, but I am a more powerful spellcaster now than I have ever been. During our long convalescence, I reflected on my training. I came to appreciate the greater mysteries of our sacred language. The years passed, and my magical abilities increased. I have known for months that you would come to visit us. I do not have eyes, but I can see. My visions are clear and accurate. It was I who alerted the tree sprites that you were coming. If I had not, they would have torn you to pieces. Yes, Duskeye and I had some difficulty at the entrance. The tree sprites did not attack, but they made a loud noise. It was deafening. I felt waves of nausea. Yes, the sprite's shriek is dreadful, but it was merely a warning. If you had remained outside, the sound would have eventually rendered you both unconscious, although the sprites would not have killed you, said Chua. In great numbers, tree sprites have almost unlimited power. They are the caretakers of this sacred grove, providing us with food and water. In return, our magic protects the tree. I also perform minor spells for them from time to time. Do you ever leave this place? Asked Talon. Only rarely. Sometimes, we leave the safety of the tree to feel the sun on our faces. And I traveled to Darkmouth Forest to leave my dragonstone where Elias could find it. You went alone? Asked Talon. How did you travel so far in your condition? I rode a mule, and a few tree sprites accompanied me. I just covered my eyes with a cloth and made my way slowly across the land. Starclaw waited for me here. I traveled unmolested. I am still a powerful spellcaster, Talon. I can defend myself if necessary. Please, if I may, how many of my dragonkin remain? Asked Starclaw. Few, sister, answered Duskeye. It was the first time he had addressed Starclaw, who was his elder. He bowed his head deeply, touching his belly with his snout. In Parthos, there are only 6 of us. Brinsop, Charlight, Stormshard, and myself are matured and rider-bound. Orshek and Karela are black fledglings, adolescents not yet linked with a rider. And in the desert? Do any survive free? Asked Starclaw. Are there any wild dragons left? Less than a dozen, perhaps, answered Talon. We search the Death Sands almost daily. I have not seen a wild dragon in months, and no nesting females for at least a year. It is possible that they could be in hiding, but it is unlikely. Starclaw lowered her massive emerald head, nuzzling Chua. She produced a sound of mourning, like a cry, but a long, trembling note. Chua stroked Starclaw's neck, crooning gently. It was obvious that these two had spent years comforting each other in isolation. They communicated without even speaking. That is unfortunate news, said Chua, finally. Unfortunate, indeed. They all sat in silence for a moment. Then Talon spoke. Duskeye and I were captured by Vosper during the Dragon Wars. We were imprisoned for a long time. We, too, were tortured. It was sheer luck that we escaped. Forgive me for asking, but how did you manage to escape Vosper's dungeons with such serious injuries? We did not escape, said Starclaw. We were set free. You were set free? Talon gasped. Then it's true. You are traitors. He jumped up, bristling with anger. Calm yourself, friend, said Chua. He raised his palms in his defense. The simple effort sent him into a coughing fit. We were not the ones who betrayed the riders. Then who did? Asked Talon. My wife, Ionala Fairhair. She was also a master at Aeonic Tower. Yes, I remember her. Ionala was one of the instructors. Yes. We were all captured together. Ionala was with child. She made a pact with Vosper to save our son and to save me. I opposed this. I knew that Vosper would betray us, but she was obstinate. Vosper swore a blood oath to allow all of us to live as long as Ionala agreed to become one of his necromancers. A few days after giving birth to our son, she took the oaths, forsook her soul, and became one of the undead, a necromancer. After the transformation was complete, Vosper turned on us. For days, Vosper tortured us in front of her. Ionala was powerless to stop it. Vosper had only promised not to execute us, he never promised not to torture us. In truth, it may not have bothered her. At that point, she had already given herself over to evil. What happened then? Vosper eventually grew tired of us and put us all on a boat. We were sent down the Orvas River to die. I held my infant son in my arms while I lost consciousness. Days later, I awoke, disfigured but alive. Karina Dorgamir, a healer and also my wife's mother, found us. She saved us all, including her grandson, Elias. With the help of other spellcasters, Karina found refuge for me here. And the boy? Asked Talon, still skeptical. Karina took Elias to Purcell and trained him as best she could. She raised him as her own. He doesn't know the truth about me or his mother. Elias believes that both his parents are dead. I know Karina Dorgamir. She fought alongside my people during the war. She was a talented healer but not a powerful mage. How did she find you after Vosper set you free? Even if you were alive when he released you, the Orvas River is vast. I took precautions. When we were first captured, Vosper didn't torture us. At the beginning, he was actually somewhat charming, and we even had some freedom to roam about the castle. My cell had a window, and I was able to call bird messengers. Even though we were being treated well, I knew that Vosper would eventually betray us. As a safety measure, I sent a bird courier to Karina right after my son was born. The message included a tiny locator pebble. When dropped in water, the stone reveals the location of a particular person. I designed the spell to reveal the whereabouts of my son. By the time Karina received the message, Elias was already trapped on the Orvas with me. Karina dropped the pebble in water, saw the vision of her grandson and his surroundings, and was able to figure out where we were. With the help of the shadow grid, she found us floating on a barge, covered with refuse, already halfway down the Orvas. A locator stone, huh? Said Talon, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. That's an incredibly complex spell. But it could work. A scrying crystal may have worked just as well. Vosper knew what he was doing when he made that unholy contract with my wife. He knew that Ionala would be the most powerful necromancer in the kingdom. My wife was a gifted mage, perhaps the most accomplished spellcaster at Aeonic Tower before Vosper raised it to the ground. She knew thousands of spells and communicated easily with animals. She even spoke dragon tongue, although she was not a writer. That takes years of training, said Talon. Yes, replied Chua. Ionala began her training when she was a little girl. A spellcaster's life is all she knew. Talon sighed. It was a lot to digest. Dusky stepped forward and bowed his head again. We know that you have endured great misfortune, dragonkin and writer friend. Will you return with us, to the safety of the desert? Dusky speaks truthfully, said Talon. King Mitka has offered you both sanctuary. I can conceal you and take you back to Parthos with us. I realize that Starclaw can't fly, and it will take some time to cross the land, but we've done it before. Thank you for the offer, but we must decline. We cannot leave the Elder Willow. This is our home. Our duty is to wait, said Starclaw. We only wish for our offspring to survive and flourish in this new age. Starclaw rose, stretching her hand above her head, and reached into a crevice shielded with roots. The dragon cooed, bringing out an egg. It was alabaster white with a pearl sheen. It was a diamond egg, a white hatchling, the rarest of them all. The shell was as hard and as beautiful as diamond. This is my egg, said Starclaw. You must take it to Parthos. Elias, son of Chua, is the chosen one. He will be the writer for my hatchling. Chua has prophesied this. Safeguard it well, for I shall never be able to produce another. No, said Talon, shaking his head. I cannot take this across Dern. The risk is too great. You must, answered Starclaw. Talon, you must. It has been foreseen. Elias will be bound to my hatchling, as dragon and rider. You are the deliverer. It is your destiny. No. Choose another, said Talon. You cannot ask this of me. Talon, I know you are troubled. I expected this. My visions revealed that you would be hesitant, said Chua. But do it you shall, as I have foretold. I am not a coward, but my caution has served us well. I will not put Dusky or myself in needless danger. Carrying that egg across the continent is a risk that I cannot abide. If we are stopped, or captured, it will surely be destroyed. What will happen, if we do not do this favor that you ask? Asked Dusky. All dragonkind will vanish, said Starclaw, her voice trembling, exterminated by Vosper and his filthy dragon hunters. That is not all, said Chua. Vosper will rise. His armies will conquer all of Dern. Parthos will fall first, then Mount Velik. The remaining free mages of Miklagard will be driven deeper into exile, left to freeze in the icy wastes of northern Dern. Even Balber, the island of death, will eventually crumble under Vosper's mighty armies. The dwarves will be driven to the brink of extinction, forced deep underground for generations. The orcs will flourish, helped by their alliance with Vosper. Worse, the orc horde will spread, burning crops, villages, entire cities. Only the elves will survive unscathed, isolated in Bright Hollow for centuries. This is unimaginable, exclaimed Talon, his hand gripping his chest. Even Vosper is not mad enough to join forces with orcs. No, I speak truth. Chua lifted himself up with his arms, propping his trunk against Starclaw's leg for balance. It has already occurred. King Mitka knows this. He just has not seen fit to tell you. Vosper will rule for 1,000 years, transforming the continent into a bleak landscape of death and destruction, said Starclaw. She reached out with her wing, cradling her disabled rider so that Chua could sit up. Chua tipped his head back and began to chant quietly. A nimbus of light grew, enveloping Chua and Starclaw. They burned with bluish-white fire, the mage's flame. His voice sounded as if it was coming from far away. I have seen two visions for this land. The ancient prophecy says that our world has two possible destinies, two possible futures. So says the human book of prophecy, as well as the great oracle of the dwarves. It was a spell that Talon did not recognize. The language was very old, even older than what Talon had studied at Aeonic. Could this be an elven spell? He braced himself, reaching out to Dusk Eye. Green smoke swirled in the center of the room, followed by a short burst of light, so bright and hot that Talon stumbled backwards. Shielding his eyes, Talon saw images materialize inside the smoke. It was Chua's horrific foretelling come to life within the smoke. First, Talon saw miles of burning villages, destroyed crops, and decimated forests. Chua inhaled deeply, and the vision changed. It was Mount Velik, surrounded by the bodies of thousands of dwarves, piled high outside the mountain, putrefying in the blistering sun. "Stop!" shouted Talon, gritting his teeth. "Stop this!" The vision continued. The Emperor Vosper appeared, transformed, with the pasty white skin and lifeless eyes of a necromancer. Smiling with sharpened red teeth, he gazed upon burning cities and laughed, the maniacal laughter of a deranged mind. The image blurred and changed again. The rebel city of Parthos burned, overrun by orcs and Balbarite mercenaries, the citizens taken hostage and used for food and Balbarite sacrifices. There, in the city square, hung Talon and Dusk Eye, impaled on 4 enormous wooden spikes. Puddles of blood formed underneath them, as hundreds of orcs ran wild inside the city gates, killing everyone in sight. The aqueduct that carried water through the city ran crimson with blood. "I have seen enough!" roared Talon. The vision ended abruptly, and the smoke dissipated. I am sorry, my friend," said Chua, wheezing. His chest heaved. This is the prophecy. It grieves me deeply that I must share it. These images shall forever haunt your dreams, as they have haunted mine." "This cannot come to pass," said Talon. "It cannot. You said there were 2 possible futures. What of the alternate future? What happens then?" "I am uncertain," said Chua, coughing. "This other pathway is fluctuating. As we get closer to the time of the prophecy, my visions become more difficult to decipher. Sometimes the vision changes, seemingly unimportant events alter the outcome of things." "In this alternate future, what do you see for us?" asked Dusk Eye. "Will my rider be killed?" "Talon is the egg bearer. He will take Starclaw's egg to Elias, and a diamond hatchling will emerge. Elias will become a powerful dragon rider. But it may already be too late to defeat Vosper. These actions may only prolong the inevitable. But what will become of us?" Dusk Eye asked, more insistently. "Truthfully," replied Chua quietly. "The future bodes poorly for both of you. You shall suffer greatly. I have not seen a future in which both of you survive. If Vosper succeeds in conquering Dern, you and Dusk Eye will be the last dragon riders to fall. You fight bravely to the end, only to be overwhelmed by orcs. I am sorry." Dusk Eye looked at Talon. Both of their faces were inscrutable. "It seems we have no choice then. If we are to die, then we shall die defending this land. I agree to do this task for you. We shall find Elias and deliver Starclaw's egg to him. You have my word. Is there anything else?" "Yes, you should also know this. There is a turncoat in your ranks. A traitor." "Of this, I am certain," said Chua. "This person will cast suspicion on you. Do not trust anyone, especially those whom you count as friends. That is all." Chua moaned at the end. Starclaw lovingly released him, and the broken rider sunk back down on his blanket, breathing heavily. The spell was over. Starclaw lumbered forward, her massive green bulk filling the chamber. She was larger than Dusk Eye by a third. She reached out, bowed her head, and offered her precious egg to Talon and Dusk Eye. For a moment, neither did anything. Starclaw waited patiently, her arms outstretched, holding the gleaming white orb. Then, Dusk Eye rose up on his hind legs, unfurled his wings, and roared. Fire poured from his lips, scorching the ceiling and filling the chamber with smoke. His roar reverberated so violently that bits of earth fell from the ceiling. Talon was speechless. He had never seen Dusk Eye do anything like this. Chua sat impassively, his face emotionless. "Sister, I shall guard your hatchling as if it were my own," growled Dusk Eye, reaching out to accept the egg. The surface gleamed, and the shell was diamond hard. "I shall die before I allow any harm to befall your brood. This I swear by the stone on my chest." As he said this, the dragon stone on Dusk Eye's throat began to glow. The air crackled, electrified by dragon magic. Talon was speechless. People understood little about dragon magic. Dragons are secretive about their magical abilities, even to their riders. Talon had seen examples of it once or twice while he was at Aeonic. Like the magic of fairies and sprites, the magic of dragons is unpredictable, raw and wild. Talon asked no questions, and Duskeye offered no explanation. Starclaw smiled and settled back on the straw. She preened herself absently. Chua took his familiar position, leaning against her side. They were impossibly calm. "Friends, you should go," said Chua. "You have a long journey ahead of you. Please accept some provisions for your journey. You may take anything from the baskets. When you exit the chamber, the tree sprites will not harm you, but it is best not to linger. They get agitated easily." "Once again, I ask," Talon said. "Will you return with us? The ruler of Parthos has offered you sanctuary." Talon already knew what their answer would be. "No. We remain here," answered Chua. "It is our duty. There are forces in motion that I cannot fully explain." "If I may ask one more favor of you, Talon. When you do find my son, do not disclose the truth of my existence. I feel that it would be too traumatic for him." Chua's voice broke at the end of the sentence, and he cleared his throat. It was the only time Chua was unable to control his emotions. "If the boy asks me, I shall not lie," responded Talon. "But I will not mention it unless he inquires." "That is acceptable." "Thank you," said Chua. "May the gods protect you on your journey." Talon and Duskeye turned and exited the chamber. The chamber door sprung open, seemingly on its own power. A moment later, they were outside the elder willow, and the opening slammed shut behind them once again. A few dozen tree sprites loitered on nearby branches, buzzing loudly, but otherwise keeping their distance. "Let's get out of here before these buggers chase after us again," said Talon. He mounted Duskeye and they took flight. The first fingers of dawn spread across the horizon. Talon's shoulders hunched. It was going to be a long trip back to Parthos. Ravenwood. Thorin and Elias had been traveling almost non-stop through Ravenwood Forest for 4 days. At night, they stopped to sleep only a few hours. After their scare at Esther Downs, Thorin decided it was best to put as much distance between themselves and the bounty hunters as possible. Thorin didn't appear tired, but Elias was exhausted. He had traveled farther in the last few weeks than he had in his entire life. "Thorin, can we stop and rest? Otherwise I'm going to fall off my horse." He had tried to sleep in the saddle, as Thorin suggested, but couldn't. "I know Yuri bushed, lad. But we shouldn't stop just yet. Those bounty hunters that we saw at Esther Downs were professional trackers. They'll catch us unless we stay one step ahead of them. We must keep moving. Elias saw no evidence that they were being followed, but he was too tired to argue. They hadn't seen a single person since they entered Ravenwood. There were no large animals either. No deer, no foxes, no wolves. He hadn't seen anything larger than a squirrel in 2 days. All he saw was endless groves of trees. Dense evergreens, redwoods, ashes, lindens, and elms. Ferns and moss hung everywhere. The forest canopy was stifling, barely any sunlight reached the forest floor. Ravenwood was like a tomb. "Thorin, this forest is so dark. And I haven't seen any animals for a long time. Ravenwood is unique. It's the oldest forest in Dern. Many of the trees are thousands of years old. Unusual creatures dwell in this place. Unlike other forests, most of the animals inhabit in Ravenwood are nocturnal. Some are even enchanted. To kill them would bring bad luck, or even death." "Truthfully?" asked Elias. "Then how do you know which animals are safe to hunt? My people do not hunt in Ravenwood. Many of our childhood fables describe the dangers of this forest. I spent my youth exploring these woods, and I'm not afraid. Ye need not be fearful, only respectful. If we can't hunt, what are we going to eat? We have no provisions. I can gather nuts and mushrooms, but that takes time. Don't worry, we'll go fishing. It's safe to fish in Ravenwood." "That's great," said Elias, breathing a sigh of relief. "Is there a river nearby? I know how to hand catch." Elias licked his lips, anticipating a meal of fresh fish. Elias loved fishing, he always caught something. His grandmother used to say that he could sing the fish into his hands. Now that his powers were becoming stronger, he wondered if there was some element of magic to his luck. The prospect of a hot meal made his stomach rumble again. "We'll pass a creek soon. At that point, we'll stop." They continued to travel northeast into the forest. Elias saw few edible plants. Thanks to his grandmother's training, Elias had a vast knowledge of medicinal flora, but there were hundreds of unfamiliar plants in this forest. Occasionally, he asked Thorin about a particular plant. "Thorin, I see little to eat here. How could someone survive in Ravenwood? Ravenwood seems inhospitable to those who don't know it well, but this forest is generous in its own way. When I was a boy, my father would bring me into the forest and teach me about edible tubers and berries. Sometimes you have to look beyond appearances." About an hour later, they reached a shallow creek, about 5 feet across and a foot deep. They dismounted. Duster and Buttercup drank at the creek and then trotted off to graze. The water was crystal clear. Elias could see the bottom, teeming with small fish, all about the size of his thumb. Elias frowned. These fish were tiny, and they didn't have any fishing nets. How were they going to catch them? Are there larger fish here, or just these little minnows? They aren't minnows, lad. They're killscups. They live in every lake and river in Ravenwood. During the Orc Wars, my people transplanted live killscups in the springs of Mount Velik. During the war, when me people were driven deep inside the mountain, we had to survive on what was available. We've always had vast mushroom fields, and some farming is possible near the caldera. However, getting meat was a different story. Cooked fish was often the only protein available. I've eaten thousands of these little fish. They're delicious. I'm going to teach ye how to catch 'em. Thorin walked into the forest. He returned a few minutes later with some oddly shaped flower petals. These are basket flowers. The petals ooze a sticky nectar that attracts bugs. The insects get trapped, and the flower digests them. Its leaves are stiff, with thousands of tiny holes. The holes allow water to pass through, so the leaves make basket fishing easy. Basket fishing? Asked Elias. Aye, basket fishin'. Just watch me. Thorin handed Elias a few of the basket petals. Don't remove the bugs from the petals. They're bait. Thorin pulled up his sleeves and stuck his arms into the river, holding a basket petal in each hand. He set one on the river bottom, and the killscups immediately swam to the petal, attracted to the dead insects trapped in the nectar. As the fish were eating, Thorin slowly brought the petals together, making a clamshell. When he pulled it out of the creek, all the water drained from the basket. Thorin grinned and lifted the top with a flourish, revealing a dozen squirming fish. There ye go. As easy as catching butterflies. Thorin dumped the fish onto the grass and put his arms back in the water to try again. That's great. I'll hop over to the other side and try my luck there. Elias leapt over the rocks. Within minutes, they had caught dozens. Elias, I'll continue to fish. Why don't ye go build us a fire? We'll be eatin' good in no time. Killscups cook quickly. Right. Elias jumped back to the other side, holding his precious catch. He found some firewood and used a quick spell to light the fire. Then he found some flat rocks for cooking, and put them into the fire to heat. Thorin brought over his catch, an overflowing basket of tiny fish. He laid the fish on the heated rocks. In less than a minute, the fish were sizzling. That's it, they're done. Thorin scraped them off the hot rocks with his knife, adding more fish to the fire with one hand while eating with the other. Elias was so hungry that he barely chewed, but after a while, he slowed down and enjoyed the meal. Thorin was right, the killscups were delicious. After they had eaten their fill, Thorin led Elias back to the creek. I told ye that Ravenwood has her gifts, didn't I? Elias nodded. He felt much better with his stomach full. Thorin motioned for Elias to follow him to the creek's edge. Elias, take a look here. Thorin kneeled near the water, pointing to a shaggy-looking plant. It looked like ragweed, except that the stalks were riddled with thorns. This is catkin's root. The berries are poisonous, and the leaves are covered with stingers. Don't touch this plant with your bare hands. If the oil enters your skin, it causes itchy welts. The rash lasts for days, and it's uncomfortable. Thorin grabbed a stick and pushed the leaves down, exposing the stalk. Then he withdrew his knife and cut the entire plant, flinging the oily leaves away with the stick. Thorin dug into the ground, and the roots popped up. Elias leaned down. The plant's roots were bright purple and rounded like potatoes. Can we eat these? Said Elias. Thorin nodded. Aye, just rinse them off in the water. Ye can eat them raw, like an apple. They're also delicious when cooked. Dwarf women use catkin's root in soups and other dishes. It's one of our staple foods. Elias pulled the rest of the purple tubers out of the ground, washed them in the creek, and tucked them into his horse's pack. They would make a nice meal later. Eating all that fish had made him even more tired, and he yawned. Thorin looked at Elias and said, "Sorry, lad, I know you're tired, but we can't dawdle. We have to leave. It ain't safe for us to stay here." Thorin went to the fire and carefully covered it with dirt. He threw the remaining basket flowers into the creek and scattered leaves over the area where they had cooked the fish. Once he was done, it looked like they had never been there. There. That's better. This camouflage won't fool a good tracker, but if we're being followed by amateurs, then we'll be fine. Do you really believe we're being followed, Thorin? I haven't seen anything. Well, said Thorin, the Emperor knows that Yuri's somewhere in this region, and we don't know how many resources he's using to search for ye. The soldiers, then the necromancer, and now bounty hunters, ye can't be too cautious. Thorin was right, of course. Elias sighed, rubbing his eyes. I just wish I knew why. I have my suspicions. You have a dragonstone in your possession. That's reason enough. Elias played absently with the dragonstone around his neck. I've wanted to just throw it in the river, but I promised my grandmother. Now I feel responsible for seeing this through. A few weeks ago, I was living in Purcell with her. I dreamed about going to the capital and traveling through the countryside. Now my grandmother is dead, and all I want to do is go home. I want to go back to the way things were before. Traveling across the countryside isn't all fun and adventure. The reality isn't as glamorous as ye believed, eh? Elias shook his head. No, it's not. He sat down on a tree stump, his shoulders hunched. He felt drained, not just tired from the travel, but also from the stress of being constantly anxious. Thorin smiled and patted Elias comfortingly on the back, as he had done so many times before. Let's get going, lad. Don't fret about the past. You can't change it, after all. The future is what's important. I'll get Duster and Buttercup, and we'll be on our way. Moments later, Thorin returned with their horses. He was already riding Duster. Here you go, lad, he said, handing Elias Buttercup's reins. The mare nuzzled Elias' face, and he smiled. You're such a good girl, he said, stroking her muscled neck. Owning such a magnificent horse made it difficult to stay unhappy. Elias inhaled deeply, grabbed the reins, and hopped into his saddle. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go. That's a willin' lad, said Thorin. We'll ride until nightfall. Then we'll stop and rest, if we find a sheltered spot. Elias spurred his horse into a trot, and they continued on. The day was warm, and Elias passed the time by studying new plants. As they rode through the forest, Elias asked Thorin about all the plants he did not recognize. Thorin would explain the plants' uses and dangers. Most were unsuitable for eating, but many had other useful properties. One could be dried and made into rope. Another could be soaked in alcohol and made into a cleansing tincture. Yet another could be harvested, pulped, and pressed into an inexpensive substitute for parchment. Elias made a mental note to himself every time they discussed a plant with medicinal properties. He remembered studying herb lore with his grandmother, who was a gifted healer and midwife. He always assumed that he would grow up and become a healer, just like her. Now he was unsure how his life would unfold. Everything was indefinite. Elias shook his head, trying to clear his mind. I should be more like Thorin, he thought, looking at his traveling companion, who was whistling softly. There was no sense in worrying. He decided to practice spells under his breath. It was a practical use of his time. Elias looked behind him again, peering back into the silent forest. He saw nothing and heard nothing. There's no one following us. I'm worrying for nothing. But Elias was wrong. A few leagues behind them, a cloaked figure tracked them silently. The tracker was on foot, jogging through the underbrush without making a sound. It was only a matter of time. Leaving Parthos. Inside the Cathedral of Parthos, King Mitka arrived for another meeting with the dragon riders. Hanko and Charlite arrived first, and Riona, the elf halfling, came next with her dragon Stormshard. The two onyx fledglings, Orshek and Karila, were also present. Brinsop crawled through the cathedral entrance and saw Orshek and Karila frolicking in the aisles. She growled, separating both of them. Behave, the two of you. She gave them a solid cuff on the ears to drive home her point. Awa! That stings! Cried Orshek, rubbing his head with a clawed paw. What did you do that for? Karila pouted, slumping down next to her brother. Stop playing around. The city is in danger, and this is a somber gathering, not a time for amusement. You're both acting like newly hatched chickens, said Brinsop. You were invited to this meeting because it's time for you to take on more responsibilities. I hope my trust in you isn't misplaced. Brinsop returned to the front of the cathedral, taking her place by Sila's side. The king cleared his throat and spoke. Thank you for coming, riders. I called this gathering today because we have received a message from Talon. Mitka pulled a tiny folded note from inside his tunic. So soon? Asked Hanko, raising his eyebrows. Have Talon and Duskai given up their search already? No, replied Mitka. It is not about Chua or Starclaw. The note bears a warning. Some of you do not know this, but Emperor Vosper has been searching for Chua's son for many years. The boy survived, and I have known about his existence for some time. Mitka unfolded Talon's note and passed it to Sila. Sila accepted the note, which appeared blank. She whispered a simple spell and the runes appeared, scorched into the parchment. She read it out loud. Warning, the Emperor knows about the boy. The countryside is crawling with bounty hunters and mercenaries. We are crossing into Darkmouth Forest in 3 days. We go to the Elder Willow. That's it. That's all it says. Sila passed the note around the group. By the time it circled back to her, the runes had faded. A few seconds later, the note appeared blank again. Your Highness, this is critical information, said Riona angrily. Why did you withhold it for so long? I had to think about the boy's privacy and his safety. The boy's grandmother was Karina Dorgamir, my informant. She fought valiantly during the Orc Wars and the Dragon Wars. She was the one who notified me that Chua's dragon stone had been found. Her grandson, Elias, discovered it in the forest. Somehow, Vosper found out about the boy. Empire soldiers visited them in Purcell, killing Karina. The boy has been driven into hiding. Even now, the Emperor's men are searching for him. Bounty notices are posted everywhere across the kingdom. Is the boy Glyphta Nei? Asked Riona, using the elf word for non-magical beings. No, answered Mitka. His father was Chua, the fallen dragon rider, and Elias carries the Mageborn trait. He is untrained but with considerable potential. He may be the most powerful mage in a generation. Unbelievable, said Hanko. How did the boy escape detection for so long? Just lucky, I guess. He was living in the mountains, so Vosper would have had a difficult time finding him. Mitka paused, clearing his throat. There is more. The boy's mother was Ionala Fairhair. There was a collective gasp. Ionala? Whispered Riona. Yes, nodded Sila. Ionala, the master spellcaster who betrayed the dragon riders and became Vosper's necromancer. Sila, you knew about this? Asked Riona, her almond-shaped eyes flashing with fury. How could you have kept this secret from us? On the contrary, Riona, replied Sila. The king only notified me of the boy's existence days ago. We have been meeting in private, discussing the situation across the continent. You had no right to keep this information from us. We deserve to know. Responded Riona, approaching Sila. The elves have left you humans to your own devices because of behavior like this. I left the safety of Bright Hollow, against my queen's advice, to help save this city. Stormsheart and I should return to my people and leave you pitiful humans to your thoughtless scheming. She shook with rage. Know your place, elfling, snarled Brinsop, maneuvering herself between the furious Riona and Sila. You will not silence me. Screamed Riona. How long have you known about the boy? This is the child of the prophesy, you fools. This is why my people have never wanted to entangle ourselves in your ridiculous wars. Even now, with so much at stake, you play these pathetic games of political intrigue. Do not presume to overstep your authority, Riona, replied Sila. I am still your leader, and you shall obey me. Riona was not deterred and stepped even closer, pointing at Sila with a shaking finger. This is a travesty. The riders have a right to know. Riona balled up her fists, and Brinsop's lip curled. Riona's dragon, Stormsheart, entered the argument by rearing up on his hind legs, a deep growl rumbling from his throat. As a male, he was larger than Brinsop, but he was a less experienced fighter. Brinsop unfurled her wings. Stand down, Stormsheart, she warned menacingly. Your bravado is ridiculous. I am no more afraid of you than I am of a common sand lizard. Stormsheart bellowed with anger, rearing up to attack. The windows in the cathedral shook, and Mitka's guards rushed inside, placing themselves in front of the king. Stop! Mitka shouted, raising his hands. This bickering is not helping our cause. Riona turned her anger on the king. Tell us then, what is our cause? We must find the boy, said Mitka. He is the key. From this point onward, this is your mission. There is nothing more important. And to find him, you will have to leave the safety of the Death Sands. All the riders must leave Parthos to search the lands of Dern. We don't have to do anything, said Riona. Why should we help you when you've been withholding vital information from us for months? Riona's right, said Hanko. We could leave and live hidden in the desert, like Talon and Duskeye did for years. Why put ourselves in danger when you see fit to keep such important information secret? Look, I understand that you are angry. And if you decide to leave, I cannot stop you, said Mitka. But know this. I have proof that Vosper is allied with King Inaur. It is only a matter of time before the orcs cross the Slida border and pass into the Death Sands. They are massing in the north. When the Greenskins decide to attack, Parthos will surely fall, and the riders will lose their final sanctuary. Orcs? Asked Hanko. Are you sure? Riona's mouth dropped open, but she did not speak. The king speaks the truth, said Sela quietly. I, too, was skeptical. Days ago, Brinsop and I flew out to the Slida border. Using a concealment spell, we soared directly above them. I saw them with my own eyes. The orc camps are vast. The land is scorched black with their greasy oil fires. They have chopped down thousands of trees. I saw endless piles of rotting entrails stacked as tall as a man. They're sacrificing dozens of oxen every day, getting ready for their march. How many? Asked Riona. 20,000 at least, said Sela. Plus thousands of drask. What's a drask? Asked Orshek, the first time either of the hatchlings had spoken. It's a giant sand lizard, answered Sela. The orcs ride them like horses. The orcs have been breeding drask for thousands of years, but they rarely bring them outside Mount Heldefol. Drask are obedient and deadly, said Riona, finally speaking. Their bite is weak but venomous. A healthy man bitten by a drask will die within hours if he doesn't receive medical attention. Drask are unnatural, a creation of black magic. The elves believe that the orcs paid the mage priests of Balber to cross a dragon egg with a Jotun lizard. Even though they're vicious, their jaws are too fragile to hunt effectively. The orcs must feed them flesh that is already chopped up. Everyone, we must discuss the problem at hand, said King Mitka, clearing his throat. All the riders turned to face him. I need a dragon rider station near the Slida border, one in Miklagard, and one at Redmoor. We need to solidify our relationships with our allies, and I also need someone to watch the desert. You're sending a dragon rider to Redmoor? Asked Hanko. Isn't that one of the Emperor's vassals? Not really, said Mitka. King Selwyn pledged his allegiance to Vosper in name only. Redmoor has remained essentially neutral, but I'm hoping that the appearance of a dragon rider will change Selwyn's position. He has a fleet of powerful ships, and an alliance would definitely benefit us. What about us? Asked Karela. Sela translated the dragon's speech for the king. Karela and Orshek, I need you both here, said Mitka. With all the other dragon riders gone, you need to watch the castle. The king is right, said Sela. And we don't mean playing on the ramparts. We need a real patrol on the Death Sands. The desert has been crawling with Balberite assassins lately, and we can't afford to let our guard down. Albaline, the palace mage, will assist you. She speaks some dragon tongue. Fledglings, it's time for you to help us, said Brinsop firmly. We can't do this without you. You have a responsibility to Parthos, as all of us do. You'll complete your training with Sela and me this week. After that, you'll be on your own. Orshek and Karela did not argue, but Karela stiffened with apprehension. Your Highness, I don't know when Talon and Duskeye will return, said Sela. I haven't heard from them in days. Therefore, Brinsop and I will fly to Redmoor. Riona, you're the strongest telepath, so you shall go to the Slida border. I want communications from you daily. Hanko will travel to Miklagard. When Talon and Duskeye return, they can take over the city's defenses. All of you have 5 days to prepare. Does anyone have any objections? Riona scowled, but said nothing. It is settled then, said Mitka. I will brief all of you individually in the coming days. Until then, Sela will keep you apprised of any new intelligence. I have dozens of scouts throughout the desert, so if I hear any news, I will notify you. Mitka looked directly at Riona when he spoke. It was obvious that he was trying to reassure her. Then he turned and left the cathedral, taking most of his honor guard with him. As always, 2 guards remained stationed outside. They would remain there until all the riders had left. Everyone was silent. Orshek and Karela huddled close together, saying nothing. Hanko sighed, running his fingers through his black hair. This is impossible. We must fight, or we shall all die, said Riona, her mouth set in a grim line. There's no alternative. We're forced to defend the entire desert, since that's where the last wild dragons remain. Our position is untenable. And yet, we must go. Stormsheart and I leave for the Slyda border tomorrow at dawn. She nodded at Sela before exiting the cathedral. Stormsheart gave a withering look at Brinsop, who snorted but did not respond. They all left the cathedral slowly, as if under a death sentence. Sela rubbed her temples, feeling the beginning of a terrible headache. This was going to be a very difficult year. Nagendra. Talon and Dusky left the Elder Willow, leaving behind the disabled Chua and Starclaw. Talon carried Starclaw's egg, wrapped carefully in leathers. They had been traveling almost non-stop when they reached the desert's southern border. It was dark, the sun having set hours ago. They were flying high, thousands of feet above the ground, when Dusky noticed bonfires, peppering the landscape like fireflies. The city of Rignis bustled with activity. Talon, do you see that? It looks as though troops have made camp here. Canvas tents and burning campfires dotted the city perimeter. Yes. Those are Empire soldiers. Let's circle back around and get a closer look. I want to get an estimate of how many there are. Dusky swept down towards the city while Talon strengthened his concealment spell. There were dozens of campfires. I don't see very many soldiers, said Talon. 900, perhaps 1,000. I wonder what Vosper is planning. He can't hope to march on Parthos with such a small contingent of soldiers. Perhaps they're stationed here to protect Rignis, or to make sure that the nomadic tribes don't attack the city. Or worse, if the orcs make it across the desert, who knows when the hordes will stop? Is it a protective measure? Could the orcs make it this far south? Anything's possible, said Talon with a shrug. I wish we could stay and see what's going on, but we must return to Parthos. We have to get this egg to a safe place. Talon, are you going to give the egg to Sela? No. I gave my word. I will keep possession of it until we find the boy. I shall not leave it in the city. I think that's the safest course of action until we can find Elias. Agreed, said Dusky, flapping his mighty wings. They rose back into the sky, flying silently into the desert. The night air was cold and dry. The clouds cleared as soon as they crossed into the Death Sands. It was a beautiful night, and Talon inhaled deeply, raising his arms into the sky. It feels good to be home, said Dusky. Yes, I'm glad to be back, replied Talon, smiling. I used to reflect on what life was like outside the desert, since it had been so long since we'd left the Death Sands. I had forgotten what the outside world was like. Now I appreciate the beauty of the desert even more. Parthos feels like home. Agreed, friend. Dusky also took a deep breath, his enormous ribcage expanding underneath Talon's legs. Then he stiffened slightly and paused, sniffing the air delicately. Dusky? What is it? Do you sense something? Yes, the fragrance is unmistakable, said Dusky, his forked tongue darting in and out of his mammoth jaw. There's a female dragon nearby. I can smell her pheromone, she's ready to nest. Talon smiled. This was a wonderful discovery, they hadn't seen a wild dragon in almost a year. Dusky shivered, a tingle going down his back. Now Dusky, don't get too enthusiastic. Let's be careful, just in case. This female is close to the southern border. That's odd. Usually they nest in the north. Dusky nodded, but Talon could tell that Dusky was ready to throw caution to the wind. Dusky was still a healthy male dragon, and the chance to mate with a female was irresistible. If the Emperor got his way, there might not be any dragons at all by the following spring. Talon knew that Dusky could not afford to pass up the chance to find a mate. Dusky paused for a moment, feeling guilty. Talon, we should go. You must return to Parthos. We're carrying the egg. It's all right, Dusky. I can protect the egg. We're still hours away from daybreak. Let's go find her, said Talon. But be discreet about it. Just follow your nose, old friend. Female dragons are notoriously picky about their mates, and paired dragons always engage in ritualized courtship. Usually, a male dragon announces his presence in the vicinity by roaring and putting on a show of force. This time, however, Dusky and Talon searched silently, trying not to attract attention. They searched the vicinity for about an hour, and Dusky finally landed on a rocky plateau. I know she's nearby, but she's hiding, said Dusky. Well, what do you want to do? Asked Talon. Nothing. I'll wait. If she's interested, she'll come to me. Dusky settled down, calmly waiting for the female to appear. "Women," said Talon, laughing. "Yours are as stubborn as ours." Talon lay down next to his partner and fell asleep a few minutes later. He knew that Dusky would stay wide awake, waiting for the female to appear. Talon was right. A few hours later, just before dawn, the female appeared. She was a little carnelian female, and her ruddy throat stone was smooth. She was young and wild, not more than a few years old. This was probably her first mating season. She already had a slew of injuries. Her left leg was covered with scabs, and her right hand was badly swollen. The female touched down on the plateau, keeping her distance from Talon and Dusky. None of them moved. They stood stock-still for a few minutes, and the female rose up on her hind legs, unfurling her wings in a show of pageantry. She was lovely. This was part of the dragon's mating ritual. Talon had seen it a few times before. It was the way the females displayed themselves to the males. But her wounded leg could not maintain the position, and she lurched to the ground, her injured hand taking the brunt of the impact. She roared in pain and humiliation, rolling away. Talon touched his dragon stone, and spoke in the guttural language of the wild dragons. "Little sister, I am a rider friend." He raised his hands above his head, outstretched, with the palms facing the female. "I am unarmed. Let me heal you." "Fa! What friend, fleshling?" The female snarled, whirling around to face them. "There are no flesh friends. The flesh people slaughtered my clutchmates, my mother, everyone in my cave. I am the last one left. The only reason I came near you is because I haven't seen another dragon in months." "What is your name, lovely one?" asked Dusky, interrupting her outburst to pay her a compliment. Dusky did not move, even though the heavy scent of her pheromone was driving him mad. He did not want to frighten her off. "I am Nagendra," replied the female, lifting herself up with difficulty. She did not attempt to hide her limp now. She hopped forward on her good leg, dragging her injured leg behind her. She tucked her broken hand into her side. She was also thin, her bones made sharp outlines against her brick-colored skin. Dusky noticed her condition as well, because he quickly said, "Beautiful one, I wish to bring you a gift. Will you grant me permission to bring you one of my kills?" Nagendra sniffed, raising her head into the air. She tried to appear uninterested, but Talon and Dusky both knew she was starving. "If you must," she finally replied. "Thank you, Nagendra. I shall return swiftly with a delicious meal for you," Dusky said, rising from his position cautiously. He did not approach the female but instead crawled backwards to the end of the plateau. "I leave you here in the care of my rider friend. You have nothing to fear from us. I swear upon my dragon stone that neither of us shall harm you." As Dusky spoke, the sapphire stone on his throat glowed. The female watched the glowing stone with wonder. She relaxed, settling down on the plateau. Dusky's statement seemed to reassure her, although she remained seated where she was. Dusky dropped backwards from the plateau, racing out across the desert to find something for Nagendra to eat. Talon sat down, cross-legged, with his palms facing up. He did not speak. At first, Nagendra scowled at him. Then she paced back and forth, kicking up dirt and growling, while still keeping her distance. Talon never moved. He just sat there, his palms facing upward. Eventually, she crept closer to him, sniffing cautiously. She noticed the carved dragonstone on Talon's chest and could not contain her curiosity. "Why do you have a dragonstone in your body?" she asked. "What are you?" "The stone is an implant. I am a dragon rider, a stone-bearer. Dusky and I are partnered together as one. He carries one half of the dragonstone, and I carry the other half, embedded in my chest. The magic of the stone binds us together." "How is it that you can speak to me?" "I am a rider. All riders can communicate with dragons, just like the elves." "I have never seen an elf," said Nagendra. "The elves live far from here, in an enchanted land in the north called Bright Hollow. Humans and dwarves cannot travel there." "Humans cannot go there? Can dragons go to Bright Hollow? Can we go there to escape the hunters?" asked Nagendra wistfully. She stared across the desert to the north, trying to imagine a land where dragons could live free, without constant fear. "That I do not know, little one." "Humph." Displeased by Talon's answer, she limped back to her end of the plateau. Talon began to get nervous. Dusky had not returned yet, and the sun was about to rise. They could not remain out in the open. It was too dangerous. Talon could cast a concealment spell, but he knew the female would spook. Seconds later, Dusky returned, bearing a camel calf in his jaws. He placed the dead calf at the feet of the female, and crawled backwards. Nagendra waited until Dusky moved back into his former position, and then she tore into the carcass with relish, ripping off huge chunks of meat and swallowing them in one gulp. "How did you find something so fast?" said Talon quietly. "You were only gone a short while." "I got lucky. There was a tribe of nomads camped a few miles from here. I took the calf without them noticing." Talon looked anxiously at the horizon. Rosy light filled the air. The sun was going to rise soon. "Dusky, we're in a vulnerable position, and the sun is already rising. I don't want you to lose your chance with this female, but you have to convince her to get out of sight." I know, I understand your concern," said Dusky. Nagendra finished most of the kill, licking her jaws. She waited for Dusky to begin his mating dance and was surprised when he did not. "Lovely one, may I take the remainder of your meal to a safe place?" offered Dusky. "I can carry it myself," retorted Nagendra, offended. "I am thinking only of your safety," said Dusky. "We should not remain out here in the open, lovely one." "I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself," sniffed the female. "Nagendra, look around you," interrupted Talon. "This desert is crawling with dragon hunters. We can't stay in this location any longer. One way or another, we're getting out of here. You can either come willingly, or I'll cast a spell upon you, and Dusky will carry you off this rock by force." Nagendra stepped back, shocked at the breach of etiquette. Dusky shot Talon a withering look. Talon said, "Forgive me, my friend, I know you fancy this female, but I'm not going to risk our lives. She'll thank me later when she's still breathing, rather than sitting as a trophy on Bosper's wall." Dusky snorted, but did not respond. Outraged by Talon's insult, Nagendra unfurled her wings again in a show of force. She stumbled backwards, tripping over the remains of the calf. This time, her injured leg buckled and she collapsed face-first in a cloud of dust. She moaned in pain and did not attempt to rise. Nagendra lay there, battered and humiliated. Her breath came in ragged gasps. Dusky did not approach. To touch her now would have been unpardonable. Dusky nudged Talon, and the dragon rider stepped forward. Without speaking, Talon approached Nagendra, stretching out a single glowing hand. Nagendra froze, but she did not back away. First, Talon touched her crushed hand and whispered quietly, "Curatio." The bones and skin knitted back together underneath Talon's glowing palm. Nagendra groaned in pain. A few minutes later, it was done. She rose from the ground, examining her clawed fingers in wonder. She flexed her hand, amazed. "Fleshling, thank you. I am in your debt," she said. "Nagendra, please call me Talon." Then he moved to her injured leg and healed it as well. The internal damage was worse than he had expected. She must have been in agonizing pain for weeks. When he was finished, Talon exhaled deeply. The sun rose on the horizon, painting the sky bright orange. It was already stifling hot. "Nagendra, we must leave," said Dusky gently. "I apologize for my friend's bluntness. Talon does not follow our conventions, but I can assure you that he cares deeply for all dragonkin." "I understand," replied Nagendra. She scuttled to the end of the plateau, spreading her ruddy wings. Just before flying away, she looked back over her shoulder and said, "Dusky, my cave is near the black rock where the crows make their nests. Come to me, and I shall receive you." Talon smiled. Dusky remained stoic, but Talon knew that he was delighted. They waited until Nagendra was out of sight, then Talon cast a concealment spell around them and they took flight. They flew in silence for a while, and then Dusky finally spoke. "She's a beautiful female." It was comforting to see another wild dragon. Other than her injuries, she looked relatively healthy. That means that there could be other survivors. Yes. It's a hopeful sign. Thank you for healing her injuries, rider friend. I am content. You're welcome, said Talon. Will you seek her out? Of course, snorted Dusky, as if it were the most ludicrous question in the world. I cannot ignore her invitation. That would be discourteous. But first, we return to Parthos with Starclaw's egg. Then I'll return to the desert for Nagendra. I would expect nothing less from you, my friend, said Talon. Dusky, I wish you luck. I hope you can convince Nagendra to return to Parthos with you. I doubt it, said Dusky. Still, it's worth a try. She would be safer in the city than in the desert. We shall see. Yes, I hope you can convince her, said Talon, smiling. After all, it would be nice to have some hatchlings in the castle. Perhaps, said Dusky, smugly. It had been a very good day. Abduction in Ravenwood. Elias and Thorin came to a secluded area. It was cold, and the ground was damp. Thick ferns grew downward around an enormous overhang, which partially hid them from view. "Elias, this is a good place to stop," said Thorin. "Why don't ye dismount and rest a while?" "Great," said Elias. He could barely keep his eyes open. He got down from his saddle and removed 2 rolled hides from their bags. "Are you going to sleep, too?" "Aye, perhaps." "Don't worry about me," said Thorin. "Why don't ye just get some rest? I'll gather us something to eat. It's going to be cold, I'm afraid. We can't risk lighting a fire. The cold doesn't really bother me." "Ravenwood isn't any colder than Purcell, and at least there isn't snow on the ground," said Elias. He was already crawling underneath the ivy, spreading out the leather hides on the ground. He pulled his cloak around himself, lay down on the hides, and yawned. He was snoring quietly within minutes. Thorin led their horses to a grassy area. Duster and Buttercup started grazing immediately, and Thorin returned to their campsite. Elias was fast asleep. Thorin decided to sit down and relax. He would have enjoyed some smoke leaf, but he decided that the smell wasn't worth the risk, and tucked his pipe back into his pocket. He determined that it would be best to sleep tonight and then continue their journey at dawn. Thorin grew sleepy, and he dozed off sitting up. The horses slept underneath nearby trees. An hour passed, then another. Thorin heard the hoot of an owl close by, and he awoke with a start. It was still hours before dawn, and it seemed unnaturally quiet. His eyes narrowed. His excellent vision could see nothing unusual, but still, something wasn't right. He shook Elias' shoulder gently and whispered, "Elias! Wake up!" Elias groaned. "Can't I have a few more hours?" "Shoo! Be quiet," said Thorin softly, putting his finger to his lips. "Something's amiss." Elias' heart started pounding. He shot up. "What is it?" "I'm not sure," whispered Thorin, even more quietly than before. "I've just got a strange feelin'. Someone's out there, although I can't see anything. Elias felt it, too. The hair on the back of his neck stood up, and gooseflesh rose on his arms. He withdrew his dagger, the enchanted blade that his grandmother had given him. He strained to listen, but heard nothing. The forest was silent. Then, Elias heard a rustle of fabric. A gloved hand reached into the ivy, grabbing Thorin's boot. "Look out!" Thorin yelled, disappearing from his hiding place, pulled out by the ankles. "Thorin!" shouted Elias, jumping out from behind the ivy. A cloaked figure pinned Thorin on the ground. The dwarf's hands were already tied behind his back. Thorin squirmed like an earthworm, but could not escape. Elias was stunned. "By Bagra, this person is fast," he thought. The attacker swiveled with lightning speed and hit Elias in the chest, knocking him to the ground. It knocked the wind out of him. It happened so quickly that he didn't have time to react. Elias gasped for air, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. The attacker dove again, and Elias rolled out of the way, barely missing a firmly placed kick. He decided to try a spell, and searched his mind frantically for one of the few defensive spells in his grandmother's spellbook. "Dramalita," he said, and the familiar illusion of a white dragon rose up in the air. The dragon roared, spewing white flame, which fanned out harmlessly on the ground. Taken by surprise, the attackers hood fell away, revealing a tall, red-haired woman. She hopped back, looked at the illusion, and chuckled. "Nice try, young one. But I'm not frightened by your little apparition." Elias remembered his dagger and slashed out with it. The assailant laughed, easily avoiding the blade. A gloved hand reached out to snatch the dagger, and a bolt of energy shot through it. "Ow!" yelped the cloaked figure. Elias looked at the blade and remembered the blade was enchanted. The charm prevented anyone who was not a blood relative from forcibly taking it from him. The woman clutched her wrist, cautiously removing her burnt glove. The palm of her right hand was covered with oozing blisters, and she shook it in pain. The woman made a clucking noise with her tongue. "Well played, young one. I underestimated you. I won't make the same mistake twice." "Who are you?" asked Elias. "Why are you attacking us?" "That's none of your concern," the red-haired woman snarled. "I'd planned to make this capture swift and painless, but since you've decided to give me this little injury, I won't feel guilty about doing this." She raised her hands and pointed her fingers at Elias, murmuring words in the old language. Elias strained to overhear the spell, but he could not. He heard only garbled speech. Her hands glowed faintly, and a splinter of white light erupted from the tip of her index finger. A cold spike entered his forehead. Elias screamed once, and then there was nothing but blackness. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Elias awoke hours later, his head pounding. His eyes felt as though they would fall out of their sockets, the pain was so intense. He groaned, trying to get up, but his hands and feet were bound. He was inside a wagon of some kind. He could tell that they were moving, but he couldn't tell which direction. Dim light entered through cracks in the wood planking. There were noises outside, he could hear people talking, and the sounds of horses. Thorin lay motionless a few feet away. The dwarf was unconscious, but at least he was still breathing. They were both tied up in a corner, and the rest of the wagon was filled with merchandise. There were bolts of fabric, cheap beads, braided rope, hand mirrors, and dozens of other goods stacked to the ceiling. Elias had been stripped to the waist, he was wearing only his thin trousers. His cloak was gone, along with everything in it. He looked around frantically for his grandmother's spell book and the dragonstone. Both were missing, but the dagger was still tucked into his trousers. Elias smiled. He hoped that the kidnappers had received more blisters trying to take it. Elias struggled to sit up. Thorin! Thorin, can you hear me? Elias inched his body towards Thorin like a caterpillar and tapped the dwarf's head with the tip of his foot. There was no response, so Elias tapped him again. Thorin grumbled and shook his head. Elias? Yes, it's me, Elias whispered. We're inside a wagon. I hear a lot of horses and other people passing by. I can't decipher what they're saying. Thorin looked around, and then he uttered a low whistle. Bullocks. This isn't good. Why? Do you know where we're going? Elias remembered that Thorin's natural eyesight was much better than his. Yes. I have an idea, at any rate. This is a flesh merchant's caravan. I recognize the writings on the walls. Flesh merchant? Asked Elias. You mean a slaver? Aye, replied Thorin. This is a slaver's convoy. That means we're most likely going to Moorholt. There are slavers in High Mill, too. The farther north we go, the worse the slavers are. Just pray we aren't going to High Mill, or we'll end up as orc fodder. Elias squirmed on the floor. I've tried to loosen the ropes. I tried a fire spell, but they won't burn. They're not ordinary ropes. That mage must have cast a spell on mine. Mine are the same, said Thorin. If I struggle against them, the ropes tighten even more. It's definitely a spell. Do you think we can cut them? Asked Elias. Probably not, Thorin said. But it's worth a try. I noticed that they left your little dagger. Not by choice, I'm sure. Remember, it's an enchanted blade, the enchantment might be able to counteract that mage's spell. With his hands tied behind his back, Elias grabbed the dagger and sliced downward. The dagger felt as though it was cutting, but the ropes wouldn't unravel. He tried for a few minutes, but nothing happened. The ropes actually felt tighter than before. It's not working. No, it's not, said Thorin. Our kidnappers know what they're doing. Did you recognize her? Our attacker? No. Not really. She looked familiar though. She might not even be working for the Emperor. She didn't look like an Empire mage. Vosper's spellcasters are usually fat and lazy. She wasn't a bounty hunter either. Bounty hunters are always men, and not mageborn. If she's not working for Vosper, then who ordered our capture? Thorin shrugged. I'm not sure, lad. Yuri a popular fellow these days. It could be anyone, Vosper, King Mitka, even King Selwyn of Redmore. Try as he might, Elias still couldn't fathom why this many people were interested in finding him. He felt no different than he did a few weeks ago when he was living a quiet life with his grandmother in the mountains. Then he found the dragonstone in the forest, and his life had been utter chaos ever since. Thorin, my grandmother's grimoire is missing. They took the dragonstone, too. I figured as much. The only reason why they didn't take the dagger is because they couldn't. Tuck it back into your trousers. It might come in handy later. Elias slipped the dagger back into his waistband. What do we do now? Asked Elias. We might be stuck in here for a while. As long as the wagon is moving, they probably won't bother us. Let's snoop around and see what we can find. The return to Parthos. Talon and Duskeye arrived in Parthos well after dark. It took 30 minutes for the servants to unbuckle the ornate saddle. Finally, the dragon's saddle slid off of Duskeye's back. Talon called to the palace servants to transfer the dragon's saddle downstairs. What a wait! It feels wonderful to be rid of that thing. I've forgotten how heavy dragon saddles are, said Duskeye, scratching his belly and his aching back. The dragon rolled around on the sandy cobblestones. Talon grasped the leather pack holding Starclaw's white dragon egg and draped it over his right shoulder. Duskeye stretched again, unfurling his wings. His right wing accidentally knocked down one of the workmen, who shrieked with fright. Duskeye chuckled and scooped the man up with his wing, placing the terrified man back on his feet. The servant stood wide-eyed and motionless. Duskeye rolled his eyes. Humans! They're as skittish as dune rabbits. The man hopped back. Talon sighed. He and Duskeye had been protecting Parthos for years, but the citizens were still frightened of him. There's no need to be afraid, manservant. Talon waved him off. You are dismissed. The man bowed, then spun, and ran in the other direction. The other servants had already left the roof with the dragon's saddle. He hurried to catch up with them. Talon turned his attention back to his dragon. Duskeye, are you leaving now? He already knew the answer. Yes. I'm going to look for Nagendra. I'll be gone for about 7 days. Perhaps longer. Communicate with me using the dragon stone. I will answer. Talon felt a tightness in his chest. It had been years since they had been apart for more than a day. The desert was full of dangers, including the Emperor's dragon hunters. But Talon could not object. How could he begrudge his friend this chance to mate? Talon cleared his throat, and said simply, "Good luck, my friend." "Thank you," replied Duskeye, who took off into the desert. He flew north, in the direction of Nagendra's cave. If he flew swiftly without stopping, he might reach the female by late the next day. Talon watched Duskeye disappear into the night sky. His sapphire scales twinkled in the moonlight. The dragon became a speck on the horizon, and he was gone. Talon turned to walk into the castle, but Orshek and Karela flew in and landed right in front of him. "Talon! You're back!" they said in unison. The two onyx dragons wore light armor, making an imposing pair. "How was your trip?" "Fine," said Talon, smiling. "Just look at you two. Impressive. Are you on watch?" "Yes. We've been on watch for many days, since the others left," said Orshek. "The others have left?" asked Talon. "What do you mean? Where are the other riders?" "Mitka has sent them all across Durin," said Karela. "Already?" asked Talon. It was too soon. Sela had not planned to do these missions for at least another few months. "Brinsop and Sela flew to Redmoor," said Karela. "Riona and Stormshard went to gather intelligence from the Slida border." "Why did Riona go to the border?" "It's a dangerous place for a rider," said Talon. "Mitka wants a rider to monitor the orc camps." "Orc camps? How many are stationed along the border?" asked Talon. "Thousands," said Orshek. "Sela said that she tried to contact you telepathically, but that your mind was too heavily guarded." "There have been many dangers, Talon. We found another Balbarite assassin traveling in the desert yesterday. It was sheer luck that we were able to kill him before he reached Parthos." "And what of Hanko and Charlite?" asked Talon. "Hanko and Charlite left for Miklagard yesterday," said Karela. "We stayed behind to guard the city." "It figures," said Talon under his breath. Hanko appeared cautious, but Talon suspected that he was cowardly. The trip to Miklagard was the least dangerous of all the missions. He wondered if Hanko had volunteered, or if Sela had assigned it to him. "We're relieved you're here," said Orshek. "Sela told us that you would take over the city's defenses as soon as you arrived." "I'm sorry, hatchlings. I can't. Duskeye has gone into the desert and he won't return for at least a few days." "Why would Duskeye go into the sands without you?" asked Orshek. They had never seen Talon and Duskeye apart. "We discovered another dragon while we were in the desert. A nesting female. She was wild. Duskeye left to court her." Karela flapped her wings with glee. "Another dragon? Really?" "Yes. It's excellent news, especially in light of everything else that's happening. I don't think that Duskeye will convince her to return to Parthos, but it's still a positive sign that wild dragons remain in the desert. Now, I need to go talk to King Mitka. Resume your watch. I'll be in Parthos for the next few days. I'm sure that Sela would want me to continue your training, so I expect to see both of you tomorrow morning at dawn. Be ready to practice your flight sparring." Karela and Orshek groaned. Talon was a difficult trainer, though a respected one. They knew that tomorrow would be grueling. But instead of protesting, they nodded and took off again, flying up to circle the perimeter of the city. Talon adjusted the precious egg inside his pack and left the ramparts, taking a winding staircase down into the castle. He passed through dozens of hallways and rooms, not saying a word to anyone. All of the palace staff either nodded or saluted. He reached Mitka's throne room. Talon noticed 2 young chambermaids following him. When he turned around, they giggled. One of the women winked at Talon, trying to encourage him to come and talk to them. Everyone knew he was a dragon rider, and the prestige of his rank attracted the interest of many women. Talon ignored the girls and approached the guards outside the throne room. They bowed slightly, acknowledging his status as a rider. These 2 were part of Mitka's highly trained honor guard, the 9. The guard was composed of 9 men, all direct descendants of Fivan, Mitka's original protector. Fivan had saved Mitka's life when he was a child, and had been like a second father to him. The guards' full-body tattoos were visible at their wrists and neckline. The tattoos bore magical inscriptions, which helped protect them against supernatural attacks. The guards extended their hands in expectation. Talon handed over his weapons, starting with his short sword, and then his dagger and throwing knives. It was merely a formality. The guards would not search him. Weapons were not allowed in Mitka's presence, but Talon was never searched. It was an honor that was only afforded to dragon riders. The guards parted a heavy curtain and announced Talon's arrival. The king's palace mage, Albaline, hurried up to Talon. She beckoned for him to enter. "Master Talon," she said, bowing. "I'm glad to see that you've returned from your travels unharmed." Her blue eyes flashed, and her breath caught at the end of the sentence. "Where is Mitka?" asked Talon. Albaline gave Talon a puzzled look. "King Mitka is sleeping in his private quarters. It's very late. Please wake him. It's urgent." Albaline wrung her hands. "Master Talon, are you sure this cannot wait until morning?" King Mitka asked not to be disturbed. "I'm sure," replied Talon curtly. Albaline frowned. She did not protest any further. She could not turn down a request from a dragon rider. She left the chamber, disappearing behind a row of curtains. A few minutes later, the king emerged, wearing a linen robe. 2 of Mitka's honor guards stood immediately behind him, as always. Mitka was protected at all times, day and night. Both guards wore a simple tunic and trousers, made from undyed cotton. Their tattoos were visible beneath the thin fabric. The men stood immobile, just feet away from the king. "Hello, Talon," said the king. "I am pleased to see you made it back to Parthos unscathed." "Yes. Orshak and Karila met me on the castle walls. They've improved dramatically in a short time." "Did they discover a Balbarite assassin on their own?" "Yes, it is true. They discovered him in the desert, and my honor guard was dispatched to kill him. The assassin was not captured alive, of course, but he never made it past the city gates. I was apprehensive about Orshak and Karila at first. I was not sure they were ready to patrol the city. But Sela and Brinsop did an excellent job with their training. They have impressed me more than once." "How have you been communicating with them?" asked Talon. "Albaline speaks some dragon tongue. She has had some difficulty translating. The situation is not ideal." Mitka yawned. "It was late. Talon, can this wait until morning?" "No, I don't think so." The guards tensed as Talon reached inside his leather pack. He pulled out the white dragon's egg and placed it in front of the king. In the dim light of the throne chamber, the egg's surface shone mother of pearl. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Mitka's eyebrows shot up. "Is this a diamond dragon egg?" "Yes. The rarest and most powerful of all. It is Starclaw's final egg." "So you found Chua and Starclaw?" "That's excellent news." "Yes," said Talon. "Your spy was correct. The dragon stone is not a forgery. Starclaw and Chua are still alive, living together within an underground chamber at the Elder Willow. They will not come to Parthos. They decided to stay in the east." "But why? Do they not know the danger?" "They aren't in any immediate danger. Vosper won't kill them." "What do you mean?" "Vosper has pledged to kill all the riders." "How can you be so certain?" "Your Highness, you must understand." Talon paused. "Their injuries are horrific. Vosper tore off Starclaw's right wing. She can't fly, and she can no longer mate. Chua is missing both legs. His legs have been amputated at the knee. And that's not the worst part of it. Vosper gouged out their eyes. They are completely blind. By Bagra." Mitka's mouth dropped open. How did they ever escape Morholt in their condition? They didn't. Vosper tortured them and then released them, along with the child. The Emperor expected them to die. Karina Dorgamir found them and nursed them back to health. They survived against all expectations. Karina raised the boy on her own and relocated Chua and Starclaw to the Elder Willow, where they'd been in hiding for decades. Mitka looked shocked. How did you know that you would find them at the Elder Willow? Just a feeling, I guess. Talon shrugged. I always knew that Karina was your informant. You've been receiving messages from the Albergian Mountains for years. I've seen the messenger pigeons with my own eyes. Mountain pigeons from the Albergian region have a distinctive white stripe on their tail feathers. I knew that Karina used pigeons as her message carriers. Pigeons are easier birds for mages to control, so the weaker mages use them more frequently as messengers than other birds. Mitka was amazed by Talon's perception. He could not underestimate him. How did you know Karina? I'm a dwarf halfling, remember? I grew up in Mount Velik. Karina fought side by side with the dwarves during the Dragon Wars. She was a healer, and I spoke with her more than once. She was one of the favorites of Hergung Lindisfarne, the dwarf king. He honored her more than once. She's considered a hero among my people. Many dwarves knew where she lived, and she sent messages to her friends at Mount Velik from time to time, using the same pigeons. After Karina settled in Purcell with her grandson, I just pieced things together. Did Chua say anything about the boy? Yes. Elias is definitely Chua's son. Did you know that Chua is a mystic? He has the gift of sight. Chua made it very clear that the boy was the key to our survival. I must find Elias and unite him with the Diamond Dragon Egg. It is his destiny. Mitka nodded. I knew about the prophecy. I just have to accept that the time has finally come. Elias is in possession of Chua's Dragonstone. Hundreds of Empire soldiers are searching the countryside for the boy. I saw the notices posted in several cities. Vosper's bounty price for Elias' recovery has increased to 500 gold crowns. Mitka whistled. That is an incredible sum. Impossible to resist. Yes. It's only a matter of time before Elias is captured. He may already be in custody. Mitka slumped down in his chair and rubbed his pounding temples. Anything else? He asked, not looking up. Yes. I saw a small contingent of Empire troops at the desert's southern border, near Rignis. The encampments aren't temporary, they look like they've been there for weeks. Dusky and I saw about 1,000 soldiers stationed there. We don't know why. It's not nearly enough men to march on Parthos, and they didn't have enough horses or provisions for any type of assault. But the fact remains that they're there. Thank you, replied Mitka. Where will you go now, and what will you do with the egg? As soon as Dusky returns from the desert, we shall leave Parthos. Do you want me to go to Mount Velik? It is possible that the boy is there, after all, his grandmother had close ties to my people. Perhaps. It would be good to rekindle our relationship with King Hergung. I need a rider there anyway. It might as well be you, you are the only dwarf rider in the kingdom. Dwarf halfling, your highness, corrected Talon. I'm not exactly welcome among the dwarves. The clans have their bigotries, after all. Our primary concern should be the boy. We must find Elias. Yes, of course. Where is Dusky? Did he not return with you? Dusky discovered a wild female dragon named Nagendra in the desert, and he's gone to persuade her to come to Parthos. That's good news, said Mitka happily. Do you think she will return with him? Honestly? No, answered Talon flatly. I think she'll die like the rest. She's obstinate, like all wild dragons. However, Dusky is confident he can convince her. I can't oppose him in good conscience. He must be given the opportunity to find a mate, even if it's dangerous. Mitka smiled. And how about you, Talon? When are you going to find a mate? According to palace gossip, all of the palace chambermaids are quite enamored of you. Talon frowned and ignored the question. Good night, your highness. He tucked the dragon's egg back into his pack and left. Mitka chuckled. Talon's dismissal and abrupt exit was a breach of royal etiquette, and Mitka would not have tolerated the offense from anyone else. Talon was different. He was an outsider, a dwarf halfling, a powerful mage, and a recluse. Talon was also someone that Mitka felt he could trust. For that, he excused Talon's rough exterior. Mitka stretched. He knew it would be impossible for him to get back to sleep after this news. He always knew about the prophecy, he had been waiting his whole life to see it happen. Now that the time was near, it felt bittersweet. The world was about to change drastically, in a short amount of time. What does the future hold for my people? Miklagard. Hanko and Charlight arrived at Everwood Forest at dawn. It would be hours before they reached the heart of the forest, where the crystal city of Miklagard was located. As they flew closer to Miklagard, Hanko could feel the sensation of the powerful magic radiating from the city. The last time Hanko visited Miklagard was many years ago, for his binding ceremony. They could not enter Miklagard without announcing their presence. The city was cloaked with a protection spell, shielded by wards so powerful that they would tear any intruder to pieces, including an experienced mage like Hanko. They flew as close as they could to the city, and when Hanko felt the magic of the defensive spells, he ordered Charlight to stop. They touched down in a small clearing. The ground was frozen solid, and icy sleet rained down on them. Hanko was glad that he brought his heaviest cloak. The inside was lined with sheep's wool, and it kept him warm even in this freezing weather. As soon as he dismounted, Hanko's feet sunk into the deep powder. The snow was several feet deep. Flogunfuljuta, said Hanko, and he rose up out of the snow, levitating just an inch from the ground. That's better. Now my toes won't freeze. What now? Asked Charlight. We raise a beacon. Tvekvelopt, Hanko said, and a ball of white light erupted from his hand, moving slowly into the night sky. It stayed in place a few minutes before dissipating into the night air. Now we wait, said Hanko. They'll come to us? Said Charlight. Yes. They'll send a scout out to greet us. You could probably enter without any resistance. Last time I was here, the protection spell didn't stop creatures from entering, so dragons could pass. But things may have changed. It's best to wait. They waited an hour, until a masked figure appeared in the distance. The figure was dressed entirely in white, blending in with the snow. Her clothing camouflaged her so well that Hanko did not recognize her until she was almost upon them. Hanko raised both hands, palms up, showing he was unarmed. Good day to you, Rider, said the mage, who unwound the scarf covering her nose and mouth. It was a woman, tall with red hair and green eyes. She did not smile. Hello, Cicerin, said Hanko, his voice hard. Fancy meeting you here. I didn't realize that Miklagard was consorting with the Shadow Grid. Cicerin's eyes narrowed. Don't be cheeky. You know very well that the Shadow Grid no longer exists. My position here, frankly, is none of your business. Charlight's nostrils flared, angered by the insult to her rider. Who is this insolent human? She snorted, a wisp of smoke escaping her nostrils. Cicerin used to be a leader of the Shadow Grid, said Hanko. They were a collective of mage-born thieves who disbanded after the Dragon War. Now she's just a humble mage. At least that's what she claims. Isn't that right, Cicerin? The Shadow Grid was more than a collection of thieves, we were part of the resistance, she spat. But enough small talk. What are you doing here, and what do you want? Hanko cleared his throat, and his voice took a formal tone. We have come as emissaries of His Royal Highness, King Mitka. We represent the free territory of the Death Sands and the Kingdom of Parthos. We seek an audience with the High Council of Miklagard. There are sensitive matters that we must discuss. He ended with a sarcastic flourish, bowing deeply. Cicerin was infuriated, but she could not refuse the request. He was still a dragon rider. Cicerin bit her lip so hard that a droplet of blood formed in the corner. Well? He asked. Are you going to escort us to the council or not? Cicerin nodded her head and snapped, Follow me. She turned and went in the opposite direction. Hanko and Charlight followed behind. They traveled in silence for an hour, passing endless rows of evergreen trees. Hanko did not see any animals in the forest, except for a lone wolf a few miles into their journey. Finally, they reached an area where the trees grew close together, like a solid wall of green. Cicerin raised her right hand and spoke an incantation under her breath. The air shimmered, and she exhaled deeply. You may enter. Walk straight ahead until you reach a giant stump. Don't use any magic when you approach the stump, or you may be knocked senseless. Another scout will escort you to the compound from there. You aren't following us? Aren't you curious about our news? Not in the least. And don't get your hopes up. I think you'll find your reception with the High Council rather chilly. Don't be certain about that, said Hanko. They might be more welcoming than you think. Miklagard hasn't had the presence of a rider in years. Oh yes, I know, she jeered. That's precisely why I couldn't care less what you have to say. Bah! You might be a writer, but you are also a fool. While the writers hide with their dragons in the Death Sands, the rest of us fight to survive. You forgot about us. We must protect our dragons, there are so few of them left, replied Hanko. That's just an excuse, screamed Ciceron. We're all Vosper's targets. All of us are at risk. Vosper has been killing free mages for years. Parents are forced to hide their mage-born children from their own neighbors, or have them snatched away and taken to Moorholt. Where were you when Vosper was murdering spellcasters? The Shadow Grid could have used your help. The writers could have saved us. Instead, you left us to die. I don't respect you, and I don't think you're a hero. I think you're a coward. Charlight growled, and Ciceron jumped. She had forgotten about the dragon, who watched her with steely black eyes. I've had just about enough of you, Charlight growled. Leave, human, before I bite you in half. Ciceron took 3 steps back. She turned and left, scowling over her shoulder. Do you think she understood me? Asked Charlight. It's possible. Hanko shrugged. I'm not sure if Ciceron speaks dragon tongue, but it wouldn't surprise me. She's a chameleon. When I first met her, she acted like a bit of a simpleton. She's attractive, and I thought she might be interested in me. I tried to impress her. It was all an act, she was trying to bleed me for information. I was young, and I told her many things that I should have kept to myself. She's a cunning thief and a powerful mage. She's also much older than she looks. I suspect that she has some elvish blood. I've underestimated her before, but I won't ever make the same mistake again. Charlight and Hanko walked through the trees and saw an enormous stump in the center of the grove. It was shattered in the middle. Moments later, a male approached them. Like Ciceron, he was dressed in white. The man bowed slightly. Good evening, writer and dragon friend. My name is Ulak. Good evening, Ulak. We have come to speak to the council. The man nodded. We have been expecting you. A bird messenger from Mistress Sela arrived today. Please follow me. The man spoke with a heavy accent. Hanko guessed that he was from the Eastern Islands. They began walking north. If you don't mind me asking, are you from Welii Island? Hanko asked. Yes, Ulak said proudly. I was sent here by my parents over a decade ago when my gifts were first discovered. Why did you come here? Asked Hanko. Aren't the mages on Welii Island protected? Yes and no, said Ulak. Our mages are protected, King Selwyn doesn't cooperate with Vosper to deliver mageborns to the palace. The people of the Eastern Islands are stubborn, and we don't much like the Emperor or his methods of persuasion. I came here to train. There aren't any master spellcasters in the Eastern Islands, at least that I know of. Interesting, said Hanko. Mistress Sela and her dragon, Brinsop, should be arriving in Redmore soon. Yes, nodded Ulak. The council is aware of Mistress Sela's visit to the eastern border. We have been in frequent contact with King Selwyn for years. Thus far, Selwyn has remained neutral. He would be a valued ally if he joined the resistance, but he is cunning and patient. They walked to the edge of the clearing towards a dense wall of foliage. Ulak said another incantation and the foliage parted, exposing a tunnel entrance. This is the entrance to Miklagard. You must travel underground to reach the compound. Do not stray from the path, or you may be injured. I don't remember this from the last time I was here. Miklagard has moved underground? Asked Hanko in disbelief. It is difficult to explain. Things have changed in the last decade, said Ulak. Just follow the path. It is an honor to have met you both. Ulak bowed deeply and walked off in the opposite direction. Thank you, Hanko said, turning to walk through the cave entrance. Charlight followed, squeezing herself into the narrow opening. After they stepped inside, the foliage crept back, sealing the opening. Hanko touched the plants, the roots were woven so tightly that he could barely insert a finger into the knotted leaves. It was a well-designed spell. The cave was dark, so Charlight produced a flame from her nostrils to light the way. They walked until they reached a narrow underground cavern. Pale stalactites hung from the ceiling, dripping icy water. I sense something is watching us, said the dragon. I feel it, too, said Hanko. Let's just keep walking. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. There was a musty odor in the air. The cave was insulated, and Hanko started to sweat under his clothing. He stripped off his cloak and slung it over Charlight's saddle. Running water gurgled in the distance. Eventually, they came to another opening that was covered by vines. The nearby rocks were dotted with light crystals, which gave off a rosy light. What now? Asked Charlite. I'm not sure. I guess we wait. Hanko sat down on a rocky outcropping, and Charlite stood behind him, alert. Charlite, do you remember any of this? No. Should I? I guess not. You were just 6 months old the last time we were here together. That was ages ago, for our binding ceremony. I remember our binding ceremony, but everything else is fuzzy. I wasn't paying much attention to anything during that time except you. I can't be expected to remember all these random humans. They all look the same to me. I remember your stomach. Hanko laughed. You wouldn't stop eating. Even during the ceremony, I heard your stomach growling. You kept trying to leave the compound so you could hunt. Charlite pouted. I was growing. They kept trying to feed me strange food. I remember. In the end, you ate 2 oxen owned by council member Delden. He was pretty upset about that. I wonder if he still holds a grudge. Well, it wasn't my fault, sniffed Charlite, jutting her chin in the air. I'm a dragon, not a swamp rat. They should have fed me properly. I can't just eat meal cakes. I know, my dear. I know, he said, patting her neck affectionately. They heard a stone roll back and the vines parted, revealing another opening. It was completely dark. I don't like the look of this, said Hanko. Let me shed some light, said Charlite, sending a stream of white flame into the opening. The fire dissipated into the darkness, revealing nothing. There was no sound and no light, just complete blackness. Hanko frowned. I guess we have no choice. We must move forward. Apprehensive, they walked together into the darkness. They continued for several minutes, and then stumbled against a wall. They waited, and the wall began to move. It was another stone, being rolled away. This time, the light was so bright that Hanko had to shield his eyes. He and Charlite walked into a crystal chamber. 13 mages, dressed in ivory robes, sat at a long marble table. There was a glass of water in front of each person. Otherwise, the table was bare. The mage at the center of the table wore a silver diadem set with a moonstone. He was clean-shaven, but his hair was long and white. He raised his right hand in greeting. Welcome, Dragon Rider. Join us. Hanko recognized him, even though it had been many years. It was the mage that had performed his binding ceremony to Charlite decades ago. Hanko bowed slightly. It is a pleasure to be back in Miklagard, Komu. I am here as an emissary of His Highness, King Mitka, leader of Parthos. A few of the mages snorted and shook their heads. We are pleased to receive you as our guests. We have rooms prepared for you. Feel free to come and go as you please, but notify us if you leave, so we can provide an escort. It may be difficult for you to get past the city's wards otherwise. Rayleigh will take you to your sleeping quarters. A blue-eyed young boy, dressed in a blue tunic and breeches, stepped forward. His hair was jet black, and his skin was very pale. He gave Hanko a crooked smile. There was something about the boy that was deeply familiar, but Hanko couldn't place it. The boy bowed deeply. Sir, my name is Rayleigh. May I escort you to your rooms? Hanko nodded. The council was deliberately dismissing him. I guess they aren't going to talk to me today, he thought. Hanko knew that he couldn't push the issue with such a powerful group. The council was going to decide when and where to talk, they would listen to him only on their terms and on their schedule. Well, that was just fine. Hanko would wait. Talon returns. That's enough training for today, said Talon. He stopped the practice drills and allowed Orshak and Karila to eat and rest. I'm going out into the desert. You may rest briefly, but then I want the 2 of you to resume your watch over the city. As you command, Master Talon, responded Orshak. He had taken to addressing Talon more formally. Talon was impressed by how much the 2 young dragons had improved. They had flourished with their newfound independence. They had learned how to control their fire breath and to focus their other powers. They practiced hundreds of drills, and neither dragon ever complained. The young dragons had grown and were now the size of carnelian dragons, the smallest of the species. Their growth was stunted. They would never develop to the size of normal onyx dragons. Still, their progress was remarkable. Soon the young siblings would be ready to accept a rider, if a good match could be found. It had been 8 days since Duskai left Parthos to find Nagendra. Talon grew restless inside the city walls. Talon always felt Duskai's presence at the very edge of his consciousness. Talon decided that he would not contact Duskai telepathically while he was trying to secure a mate. Talon met frequently with the king. They discussed strategy and the growing threat of invasion from the Slighta border. Talon also spent time training Orshak and Karela. Talon stopped to retrieve Starclaw's egg nearby. He placed it into his backpack along with his water skin. Today he would go back into the desert, even if he had to go on foot. Talon walked slowly to the city entrance. The city gates bustled with activity, with dozens of traders and merchants waiting to enter. There was an incessant flow of traffic in and out of the city. The soldiers at the gate stepped aside, stopping the line so he could pass. Talon nodded, acknowledging their courtesy. A group of nomads stood waiting outside the city gates. They were dressed in their traditional clothing, dyed brick red using natural plant dyes. The dark-skinned people had their heads shaved, and white oxide paint adorned their faces and arms. There were no female nomads, they waited outside in their tents. The nomads whispered excitedly when Talon passed by. Many of them bowed. They all recognized him as one of the dragon riders. Talon wrapped his face and neck in white fabric, protecting his skin from the desert sun. He inhaled deeply and swept his gaze across the desert. It was beautiful and deadly. The sun was still high in the sky, and the heat was stifling. In the distance, Talon could see the emerald foliage of Mitka's refuge. It was a small natural oasis where desert travelers could drink, rest, and feed their camels. An underground aquifer fed a spring, which had been drilled and reinforced by Mitka's engineers. The pool of water was only a few feet wide, but for many it meant the difference between life and death. Mitka maintained native fruit trees and some other comforts. Stone figs, dates, gayundi nuts, and cactus fruit grew in abundance, all available for anyone to eat. Maintaining this refuge was one of the many ways that Mitka spread goodwill among his people. Desert nomads rarely stayed inside the city, preferring to pitch their tents in the desert. The nomads respected Mitka because he tried to make Parthos welcoming for all the desert's peoples. About half a dozen tents were scattered around the oasis, evidence of nomadic traders who came here to exchange goods and improve their stock. A few camels stood around in the sand, resting under trees and eating desert grasses. Talon marched towards the oasis, the hot sun beating down on his back. After about 30 minutes of walking, he reached it and went to the spring to drink. The king had recently made improvements, adding a few more trees and lining the pool with stone, so that the water would remain clear. He sat down underneath one of the date trees, enjoying the shade. He unwound his head wrap and dipped the cloth into the spring. He shook his head and wiped his face with the wet cloth. One of the nomad women recognized Talon as a dragon rider. She ran back inside her tent, chattering excitedly to her family members. 4 other women and a boy came out to stare. Talon was used to this. Everywhere he went in Parthos, people stopped and stared, especially when Duskai was present. After spending years in the desert in isolation, the attention made him uncomfortable. It was part of the reason he preferred to spend most of his time in the Death Sands rather than inside the city. One of the women was holding a newborn. The infant nursed, and the mother's karthan had a square of fabric that fell away in order to give the baby access to her breast. The women peered out from their karthan, a butter-colored garment that covered them from head to toe. The enveloping clothing kept them cool in the desert heat and also served to cover the females from the eyes of males. Finally, the boldest woman stepped forward, holding the young boy by the arm. The boy's legs were wrapped in bandages. She approached Talon on her knees, bowing to the ground every few steps. After a few minutes of this, she positioned herself at Talon's feet, still holding the boy's arm. The child looked bewildered. Talon sighed and stood up. "Sister, you may rise." The woman stood but kept her eyes focused on the ground. The other women watched motionless, frozen like yellow statues in the sand. The boy looked at Talon, examining his fiery hair, pale skin, and scars. The boy's skin was dark, the color of boot leather. The woman brought the boy forward and unwrapped one of the leg bandages. The child's leg was mottled with purple sores. The wounds oozed clear liquid. Orandi fungus, thought Talon. It was common in the desert. The fungus entered the bloodstream from a cut in the skin and spread to the extremities. It usually wasn't fatal in adults, but in children it could be deadly. It always left horrible scars. The boy's infection was severe. Talon stepped forward, and the boy gasped, afraid. He began to cry. The woman, distressed by the boy's behavior, tried to cover his mouth, lest he offend the dragon rider. She struggled to find the right words. "Rider, forgive me. My boy is afraid." Talon nodded and stepped back, not wanting to alarm the child. He raised his right arm, plucking a handful of gayundi nuts from a nearby tree. The outer shell of the gayundi nut contained a fibrous substance that hardened when dried and made excellent rope. Talon smashed the shells with his hand and gathered the fibrous outer shells into a ball. "Nyr leaky. he said, and the Gayundi fibers began to spin inside his palm. The child stopped crying and watched with wonder. The fibers weaved around each other, knotting and entwining, until they formed a tiny brown ship. Talon handed the miniature to the boy, who laughed. Talon grasped the boy's hand, directing him under the shade. Then he removed the remaining bandages. The other leg was even worse. Orandi's sores were painful, especially when exposed to sunlight. Talon ordered the boy to sit, and then he kneeled down in front of the child. Talon waved his mother back, and she crawled backwards, joining the other women. Talon placed his glowing hands on the boy's legs. The boy whimpered. "Curatio," said Talon softly, and the sores faded. The bruising dissipated and the weeping lesions disappeared. Healthy brown skin replaced the open sores. The child screamed only once, while the last of the broken skin on his legs repaired itself. Moments later, it was over. The child looked upon his healed legs. Light scars would remain, but the horrible infection was gone. The boy jumped up and scurried back to his mother, who embraced him. The women prattled excitedly in their native dialect, fussing over the boy, who was still more interested in the toy ship in his palm. The women rushed back into their tents. They emerged with their hands full of food and other gifts. One handed Talon a ceramic cup filled with shubat, a delicious beverage made from fermented camel's milk. Another gave him a chunk of grilled meat wrapped in gauzy cheesecloth. Talon accepted the shubat, drinking it where he stood. He put the meat into his pack, waved at the women, and continued on his way. He wanted to put some distance between himself and the city. It was the first time he had the chance to enjoy any solitude in weeks. He kept walking, drinking from his waterskin frequently. He walked for hours, watching the sun move across the sky. Eventually, he reached a rocky outcropping. It was late afternoon and the heat was at its worst. Talon sat in the shade, relaxing for a few minutes before moving on again. He closed his eyes for a moment, enjoying the quiet stillness of the desert. He stretched, looking up into the sky. Overhead, a giant blackbird flew silently. Talon froze. The bird had a red tuft of hair on its head, a blood raven. There was no mistaking it, this was a Balbarite messenger. Talon sprang up, casting a concealment spell while sprinting away from his current position. Seconds later, a huge boulder came crashing down into the area where Talon had been sitting. Blast! What was I thinking? How could I have let my guard down like that? He looked up and saw the assassin, disguised in traditional nomadic clothing. His head wrap fell away, revealing the ornate black tattoos of a Balbarite killer. Talon dropped the concealment spell, and the assassin smiled. The man jumped from the top of the rocks, a jump that would have injured any ordinary man. He landed in the sand and rolled, popping back up immediately. The assassin drew a knife, a short glass blade that was filled with blue liquid. Kudu oil, thought Talon. If the blade hit, the kudu oil would kill him almost instantly. It made the knife an effective weapon, but only if the thrower's aim was true. Such a fortunate discovery, said the assassin. The dwarf that is a dragon rider. Dwarf halfling, corrected Talon. Ha! Like it makes a difference. You're still a filthy dirt dweller, rider, or not? You underestimate me, blood dog, said Talon, using the derogatory term for a Balbarite priest. Talon drew his falchion. You know why I'm here, dwarf. I'll slay your precious rebel king, but what a pleasure it will be to kill you, too. He threw the poisoned knife at Talon, aiming at his torso. Talon turned and deflected the knife easily, hitting only the knife's hilt. The lethal glass blade remained intact. It landed nearby in the sand, with the deadly blade sticking up. The assassin drew two short blades, one in each hand. He lunged at Talon, who blocked the attack with his sword. They parried blows for a few minutes, with neither making any headway. Then the assassin dropped one of his knives and grabbed Talon's arm, reciting a paralyzing spell. The assassin's tattooed hand glowed briefly before Talon kicked him in the knee, sending the attacker sprawling backwards into the sand. You're going to have to do better than that to defeat me, blood dog, said Talon, smiling slightly. The assassin howled with anger, jumping up to attack again. The air crackled, and a bolt of blue light shot from the assassin's torso. Talon anticipated the attack and deflected the force of the bolt onto a nearby rock. He spun around and addressed his attacker. You fight like a first-year mage. What do the Balbarite priests tell you about us? Do you really believe you can defeat us with your glass knives and simple spells? The assassin rose again and resumed the attack. He blocked all of his attacks easily. The assassin's spells were primitive. Talon was amazed that the assassin was so poorly trained. Talon peppered the assassin with questions, but the answers were always evasive. Eventually, the assassin stopped responding altogether, and Talon decided it was time to end it. The man lunged at him again, and Talon rolled backwards, planting his right foot on the assassin's torso as he did so. Talon flipped the man into the air, and he fell on his glass knife, which had been sitting nearby in the sand. Talon heard the delicate glass blade shatter as a portion of the blade entered the assassin's neck. The injury probably would not have been deadly, save for the existence of the kudu oil. The tattooed assassin started to convulse, white froth bubbling from his lips. Talon kept his distance, but he noticed that the assassin was smiling. Then he started laughing. The dying man spoke. "You are a fool. We have been waiting outside your city walls for weeks, watching for our opportunity. As soon as we saw you leave the city, we knew it was time." "You were stalling?" Talon gasped. "It was a trap." "Did you, really, think me so unproven, Rider? My companion is inside your city now, killing your precious rebel king. You will never reach the city in time to save him." The assassin laughed again, coughing blood. His body shook with one last vicious seizure. Then he was dead. Talon ran towards the city, but he was miles away. It would take hours for him to make it back on foot. Talon reached out with his mind, desperately trying to find Dusk Eye. He touched his dragon stone, searching telepathically for the mind of his dragon. "Dusk Eye, where are you?" "Talon, it is good to hear your voice," replied Dusk Eye. The dragon's thoughts reverberated loudly in Talon's mind. "No time to explain, are you anywhere near Parthos?" "I'm a few leagues away from the city, I am making my way back." "What's wrong, my friend?" "I got attacked by a Balbarite assassin, and there's another one inside the city right now." "I'm in the desert, use the link from our dragonstone to find me, and hurry." Dusk Eye flapped his wings, picking up speed. He rushed through the desert, searching for Talon, who was still running towards Parthos. Dusk Eye found Talon just as the sun was starting to set. Dusk Eye touched down, and Talon scrambled quickly onto his back. His face was pouring with sweat. "Let's get back to Parthos, we might already be too late." Dusk Eye took off into the sky again, speeding back towards the city. Dusk Eye's mighty wings beat against the stagnant desert air. On the horizon, against the setting desert sun, Talon saw black smoke rising from Parthos. It was coming from the palace. Kathir. Thorin and Elias had been locked up inside a flesh merchant's wagon for well over a week. At one point, Elias was certain they had been taken on board a ferry, but it happened in the middle of the night and he couldn't tell for how long. Every day, a man threw a few chunks of bread and a waterskin inside the wagon, but otherwise no one spoke to them. When they stopped, someone covered their heads with black cloth and led them outside, one by one, so they could relieve themselves. Their captors rarely untied their hands. Their captors spoke a dialect that neither Thorin nor Elias could understand, although Thorin was able to distinguish a few words every now and then. Thorin talked to Elias about dwarf history to pass the time. He also slept a great deal, snoring loudly. As always, Thorin was stoic about their current situation and had stopped worrying about their predicament long ago. Elias' arms and hands were sore from being tied in the same position for so long, but it was obvious that no one was going to release their bonds. "We're moving north," said Thorin. "I suspected it a few days ago, but now I'm sure. The temperature keeps getting colder, and I can hear snow crunching under the horses' hooves. Do you have any idea where we're going? At first I thought we might be following the coast. I'd been smelling seawater and hearing ocean birds. That means our captors went out of their way not to be discovered by the Emperor. The easiest way to do that would be to follow the coast. Vosper concentrates his soldiers along the desert border and the Orvas River. He simply doesn't have enough men to watch the coastline. That's why his relationship with King Selwyn is so contentious." "King Selwyn is the leader of Redmoor, right?" asked Elias. "Aye. Selwyn also rules Welly Island. Selwyn's navy is impressive, and he controls the entire eastern seaboard, all the way up to the Abundant Sea in the north. Vosper hoped that Selwyn would help monitor the eastern border, but Selwyn hates the Emperor. He only makes peace with him because he's forced to. So where do you think we're going?" said Elias. Thorin shrugged. "Not rightly sure. Maybe we're going to Sutbur. It's far north, near the frigid waste." "Sutbur is a labor camp." "Well, that's what the Emperor thinks. Sutbur is so cold and inhospitable that the Emperor rarely sends anyone up there. The constable does whatever he wants." Thorin's voice dropped to a whisper. "The constable of Sutbur is a greedy man, and he'll do anything for a price. If we go there, I expect that we'll be sold." "Sold?" said Elias. "To whom?" "To the highest bidder," said Thorin. They'll have to beat Vosper's bounty price, of course. There's only a few who can do that. King Mitka, King Selwyn, a few others. Do you know where we are now? Nay, it's difficult for me to estimate the distance because I've never been farther north than Wheatbridge. But I'll know for sure if we pass Stonehill Bog. It stinks, and there's no mystic in that smell. Thorin wrinkled his nose at the thought. I'll admit that I don't know this area very well. I thought you'd been almost everywhere. You haven't explored the Northern Territories? Thorin shook his head. Nay, it snows a lot up north. Dwarves don't like the cold. Later that evening, they were led outside to relieve themselves. Afterward, instead of being taken back inside the wagon, they were ordered to sit down. Forced to crouch in the snow, icy water permeated Elias' thin clothing. They heard an unfamiliar man's voice. He seemed to be negotiating a price for them. The man spoke haltingly, searching for the words in the unfamiliar dialect of the flesh merchants. Elias heard the sound of coins jingling in a bag. They were being sold. Elias and Thorin were lifted up, and the sackcloth on their heads was removed. Yes, this is the boy. Their buyer was a muscled man with deep scars on both cheeks, the scars of a flesh merchant. Their buyer had also once been a slave. It was after sundown, but even so, Elias squinted in the firelight, his eyes unused to the light after being locked indoors for so long. Look at those scars, said Thorin loudly. Tisk, tisk. A former slave is now buyin' and sellin' his fellow men? Silence, dwarf, said the stranger. You're not the one I'm here for. Be thankful that I paid for both of you, otherwise you both would have ended up at High Mill. What about my grandmother's spell book and my, emerald? Asked Elias. He figured he needed to speak up now, or the flesh traders would leave, keeping his belongings. The man with the scars approached the slavers again, speaking in their language. Voices were raised, and they argued for several more minutes. Finally, they reached an agreement. One of the slavers retrieved a cloth bag from inside the wagon. The slaver handed the scarred man the bag. Then the slavers turned their wagons around and left. The man with the scars waited until the slavers were out of earshot before he spoke. My name is Kathir. I'm not going to remove the ropes until we reach our destination, so don't even ask. Are either of you hungry? Elias shook his head. If I may ask, Thorin said, where will ye be taking us? Miklagard, replied Kathir. The High Council placed a bounty on the boy weeks ago. You're a popular fellow, Elias. Half the continent is looking for you. We were originally captured by a red-haired woman, said Thorin. She was a mage. Yes, said Kathir. That was Sisrin, one of the masters of Miklagard. An interesting woman. She's the one who hired me, in fact. I was directed to get both of you through the Northern Territories alive, and I'm the one who suggested the slavers as a method of passage. I followed behind the slavers the entire time. Any other way would have been too dangerous. Vosper has men and necromancers looking for you everywhere. Sisrin got lucky, said Elias. We almost escaped. No, you didn't, said Kathir, chuckling. Apparently, she tracked you through Ravenwood for days. She knew that it was only a matter of time before Empire soldiers caught up with you, so she captured both of you, and then paid the flesh merchants to transport you. The slavers carried you up the coast and across Esterford Lake. That's when we boarded the ferry, thought Elias. Humph. Miklagard has sunk low to be workin' with slavers, Thorin said. Don't be a fool, said Kathir. Sisrin had no choice. Vosper would have found both of you, believe me, said Kathir. The Empire rarely harasses slavers, and Sisrin said tracking you was like tracking a youngster. You left evidence of your movements everywhere. She killed 2 bounty hunters that were tracking you, too. If the bounty hunters had caught you, the dwarf would have ended up dead, and you, Elias, would have ended up in Vosper's dungeons. How do you know all this? Asked Elias. Experience, said Kathir, frowning. As you can see from my scars, I was once a slave myself, sold into slavery during the Dragon Wars. I know how slavers operate. They're ruthless but shrewd businessmen. They like money, as long as they're confident they won't be deceived. They don't like doing business in the capital because Vosper double-crosses everyone. I know that from personal experience. You used to work for Vosper? Asked Elias, his eyes bulging. Yes, said Kathir, tilting his head with amusement. I was once a dragon hunter. Thorin frowned and shook his head. Dragon killer! Screamed Elias, lunging at Kathir. Elias had his hands tied, and Kathir deflected the attack easily, kicking Elias' feet out from under him. Elias stumbled and fell face-first into the snow. Uff! Elias rolled over, his anger undiminished. "You are an animal worse than a drask," he spat. "Don't judge me, boy," said Kathir gravely. "You're a dragon killer." Elias spat. "You're one of Vosper's pawns, that's all I need to know." "Boy," Kathir's steely eyes narrowed with anger. "You are a young fool. Worse than a fool. You've lived your life in relative comfort, and it's only now that you're beginning to understand fear." Kathir kneeled down next to Elias, tracing imaginary lines on his cheek with his index finger. Goosebumps rose on Elias' skin. "See these scars? These were given to me when I was just a boy younger than you. My master believed I was too headstrong, so he branded me with the slaver's mark. They tied me to a fence post and cut my face open with a dull knife. Then they poured lemon juice into the wounds for 3 days so that the scars would deepen. My master beat me almost daily, and I frequently went without food or drink. Sometimes for days." Elias gulped. It sounded too horrible to be true. "How did you escape?" "I got lucky. One day, my master stopped in Fair Fort, close to the desert. I escaped by stealing a karthin, one of the coverings that the nomadic women wear. The karthin covered my face and body. My master searched for me, but even he wasn't foolish enough to peek under the karthin of a nomadic woman. Such an offense would have been instant death. I posed as a female for a week and escaped into the desert. I eventually ended up in Moorholt, working as a dragon hunter. Only Vosper would hire me. No one else would because of my scars. Sometimes Vosper would pay us, and sometimes not. I was starving, and I couldn't afford to be picky." Elias looked down. He felt ashamed. How could he complain about his life when others had suffered so much more? Thorin finally spoke. "So, what'll happen when we reach Miklagard?" "I don't know," said Kathir. "Frankly, it's none of my business. Ciceren will pay me when you arrive safely in Everwood Forest. After that, it's none of my concern." "Can I ask how much Miklagard offered for me?" asked Elias. "No. You may not," answered Kathir. That was the end of the conversation. Kathir had brought a cart, which was pulled by 2 sturdy black mares. He placed the bag holding Elias' spellbook and dragon stone into his saddlebags, and ordered Thorin and Elias into the cart, where they were forced to lie down. "We'll freeze to death back here," said Elias. "No, you won't," said Kathir. He covered each of them with a thick wool blanket. "The blanket will keep you warm. The ride will be uncomfortable, I'm afraid. The roads in this area are in disrepair, and we can't dawdle. We need to make it to the Lopt River within 3 days." "And from there?" asked Thorin. "From there, we'll travel by river to Everwood Forest, and the transfer will be made. We have at least another 7 days of hard travel ahead, so you may as well relax. Don't speak or make any noise, or I'll be forced to knock you unconscious." Kathir covered the entire cart with a stiff canvas tarp. He spurred the horses, and they took off at a brisk pace. "Here we are again, oaf," whispered Elias as they hit a nasty bump. He wasn't kidding about these roads. "They're rocky. No sense in worrying about it, lad. Be happy we're not going to High Mill or Sutbur. This is the best news I've heard all week." Thorin smiled. Elias sighed. "Thorin, don't you ever get upset about anything?" "Sure. I'd be mighty upset if I couldn't appreciate a little pipe smoke. How about reachin' into my front pocket and grabbin' some smoke leaf? Ye can use your magic flame to light it." Elias rolled his eyes and turned around to grab the pipe from Thorin's vest. He struggled to fill the pipe with smoke leaf with his hands tied, but eventually it was done and the pipe was resting in Thorin's mouth. "Thank ye, laddie," said Thorin, and Elias lit the smoke leaf with a simple fire spell. Thorin rolled on his back, propping himself up against the side of the cart. He puffed ecstatically, enjoying his familiar habit. "What if Kathir smells the burning smoke leaf?" asked Elias. "Ye know, he didn't strike me as a bad sort. I suspect he'll just ignore it. What's an old dwarf like me going to do, anyway? We can't go anywhere. We might as well enjoy the ride." Elias was incredulous, but Thorin was right. Kathir let the old dwarf enjoy his smoke. If he smelled anything, he didn't mention it. Read more. Sela paced impatiently in the antechamber, waiting for an audience with King Selwyn. She and Brinsop had arrived at Redmore weeks ago, under the cover of night. They flew just outside of Buttermead, where Selwyn's castle was located. They couldn't risk Brinsop being seen, so Sela traveled to Buttermead on foot after Brinsop left her a few hours outside the city. Brinsop explored the open ocean, trying to stay out of sight, while Sela discussed empire politics with the king. The negotiation progress was slow, and there were endless discussions of palace intrigue and political maneuvering. Selwyn was polite, but otherwise avoided conversation of a treaty. Sela found it incredibly tiresome, but she was stuck. Mitka had made it clear that he wanted an alliance with Selwyn, and she was forced to entertain the king and his underlings while she waited for another round of fruitless talks. The king's ruddy-faced chamberlain walked into the hallway. He smelled like sour wine and perspiration. Sela grimaced, turning her nose away and coughing. "Mistress Sela, I apologize, but King Selwyn cannot receive you today. He has granted an audience to Her Royal Highness Malastia, Princess of Sird. He may be able to see you in the evening, however. You have been invited to the banquet tonight in honor of the princess. Shall I say that you will be attending?" Sela rolled her eyes. "Yes, tell the king I shall be there." "Excellent. Now may I help you with something else?" "No. I shall be outside the city perimeter until tonight." Sela turned on her heel and left without waiting for the chamberlain to respond. She walked down to the first level of the castle, where she picked up some honeyed sweetcakes from the palace kitchens. They would make a nice lunch for her later. When she reached the castle gate, she searched for Brinsop with her mind. "Brinsop? Where are you?" she asked. "Hello, Sela. I'm passing over Welly Island. It's lovely, lush vegetation everywhere. I've never seen so much green. We can see it together, please come and retrieve me. Selwyn refuses to see me today. Malastia, the princess of Syrd, is here and the king is entertaining her for the day." Brinsop snorted. "Has Selwyn actually seen her? I saw her entourage arrive on the coast hours ago. From what I could see from a distance, the princess is extraordinarily obese." "Yes, I know. She lumbered into the castle with her entourage a short while ago. Malastia has a face like a dropped meat pie. But she's charismatic, that's why her father sends her on all of these thinly disguised ambassadorial missions. She pretends to be a bit of an airhead, but she's a shrewd negotiator." "Another shark in the waters?" "Exactly. Nothing is ever straightforward in Redmore. I have a splitting headache dealing with all of these politicians. I need to get out of here. Let's meet at the rendezvous point." "I'll see you there," replied Brinsop. Sela broke contact. The Dragonstone made communication with Brinsop so easy. She wished that all communication was as simple. She breathed deeply, enjoying the clean air. The city was busy, but spotless. King Selwyn was a stickler for unpolluted streets, and he had an army of custodians working to keep the city clean. The citizens were friendly, too. They waved at Sela when she arrived. At first she was afraid that someone had recognized her. But it was just the public being welcoming. Sela walked into the street, enjoying the bright sunlight and ocean air. The houses in Buttermead were all painted blue and constructed from volcanic rock and cement paste. They rose on the hillside, shining like sapphires against the morning sun. She continued walking away from the city, towards the meeting place with Brinsop. The roads were in superb condition, paved frequently with fresh gravel. It rained often in Redmore, so it was a testament to Selwyn's governance that the road system was in excellent shape. The houses became sparser as she continued to walk into the countryside. The island's natural beauty was breathtaking. Brightly colored birds chirped overhead. Sela could see the ocean in the distance. All three of the eastern islands were formed by an undersea volcano, which was now dormant. The largest of the islands was Redmore, followed by the smaller Welly Island and the tiny Knutsford. All the islands were inhabited, and even Knutsford produced some of the best sailors anywhere. Each island had its own regional government, with King Selwyn the main leader for all three. Redmore's volcanic ash was ideal for farming. The island's rich soil spawned thousands of tree and plant varieties. Agriculture was easy, and Redmore exported exotic agricultural foods, like the costly starfruit. That, coupled with a robust fishing and shipping industry, ensured that King Selwyn's treasury was always flush with cash. Sela noticed two boys playing barefoot along the roadside. They were young, neither could have been more than 12 years old. Their backs were turned, so they didn't notice Sela in the distance. One of the boys levitated a ball of mud in his palm, and he threw it at the other boy, who dodged the wet missile easily. The other spun in a circle, throwing sparks. They collapsed in a symphony of laughter. "These boys are Mageborn," thought Sela, and she jogged towards them. "Hey, you there, boys!" The children gasped, startled. They ran inside their house, which was little more than a shack hidden behind a group of trees. They slammed the wooden door behind them. Sela walked to the entrance and knocked. "Ho there, anyone home?" There was no answer. Sela knocked again, more insistent. I saw both of you rush inside. I'm not leaving until someone comes out to talk to me. Finally, the door opened a crack. It was a gray-haired old man, dressed in threadbare clothing. His eyes were filled with fear. What do you want? I want to speak to the boys. Are they your sons? Grandsons, said the old man. I'm sorry, but you can't speak to them. They are, sick. They didn't look sick a minute ago. In fact, I saw them performing spells by the roadside. The old man's eyes widened, and he slammed the door shut again. He started yelling frantically inside, but Sela couldn't distinguish what he was saying because he was using another language. Sela waited a few minutes, and then knocked again. You might as well let me in. Believe me, I can burn this door down in an instant. Don't force me to. The man opened the door again. Please, just leave us alone. We don't want any trouble. Sela tucked her foot into the door crack and pushed the door backwards, easily overpowering the old man, who gasped and then fell. She walked into the house and offered the man her hand. Sorry about that. Don't be afraid. I'm not one of Vosper's henchmen. I won't hurt you. The man took her hand, and Sela lifted him to his feet. Thank you, he said cautiously. My name is Vigrid, he added, dusting himself off. He was nothing but skin and bones. The boys looked robust and healthy, although their clothing had seen better days. The boys huddled in the corner of the kitchen, biting their nails. Both had pale blue eyes and hair so blonde that it was almost white. Constant play outside had bronzed their skin. Your grandsons are beautiful, are they twins? Aye, said the old man. Identical twins. The only difference between them is a birthmark. Half has a birthmark of a star on the back of his neck. Galti has no birthmark. The man called the boys to his side, and they walked to him, embracing their grandfather's legs tightly. Vigrid, your grandsons are Mageborn, are they not? Asked Sela. The man nodded. Yes, they are. The boys started to cry, burying their faces in Vigrid's tattered shirt. I suspected as much. Sela smiled. Don't worry, I don't work for the Empire. Your secret is safe with me. Then Sela remembered the honeyed sweet cakes in her rucksack. She took them out and offered one to each boy, who accepted them happily. Thank you, they said in unison. Boys, why don't you go outside so I can talk to your grandfather in private? No more spellcasting out in the open, okay? The boys nodded and rushed outside to devour their treats. As soon as they were out of earshot, Sela asked, Vigrid, when did you realize that your grandsons were Mageborn? He scratched his chin. I've always known, I guess. Strange things started happening around them almost immediately. Even as a tot, Galti would ask for something, and if his father refused, we would see the object in his hands moments later. And Half always knew when someone was upset, or lying, or trying to hide something from him. Remarkable, thought Sela. Galti is a telekinetic, and Half is a telepath. Vigrid continued, my daughter was their mother. She died in childbirth, the twins were too large, and there was no midwife. I delivered them myself. And what about their father? Where is he? Asked Sela. Vigrid paused and looked down. Their father was a mage, he was one of the mages at Aeonic. He escaped the initial destruction of Aeonic Tower, but somewhere along the way, he simply disappeared. I haven't heard from him in years. Vigrid's voice dropped to a whisper. I think he's dead. No, I'm sure he's dead. I'm the only family they have now and I'm old. I won't be around forever. We struggle to live, because I can't work. The boys are too young, they don't understand the danger. I scold them. I tell them not to use their powers because someone will suspect, but they're children and they forget. I live outside the city because I don't want anyone to discover my grandsons. I'm so afraid that the Emperor will find them and take them away to his dungeons. Vigrid slumped into a wooden chair and put his face into his hands, sobbing quietly. Sela comforted the old man. You are wise to be cautious. I think I can help you. I can take you where you and your family will no longer have to be afraid. You will be taken care of, fed, clothed, and treated well. The old man raised his head and looked at Sela as if seeing her for the first time. Who are you? Sela rose to her full height and slowly extended her arms above her head, in a circle. Her entire body started to glow with blue light, the mage's flame. Her eyes shone, and her hair lifted in a halo of electricity. I am Mistress Sela, leader of the Dragon Riders. I am a free mage, one of the last riders of Parthos. No king is my liege lord, and I speak for all the riders. Vigrid, I hereby offer your family sanctuary. You may travel under my protection to Parthos, where you will be granted a mage dowry for your grandsons. Your family will be cared for, and you will no longer have to fear the Emperor's bounty hunters and mage seekers. Your grandsons will be trained. You shall want for nothing. The old man was shocked. A writer? They still exist? He asked. Half and Galti appeared at the doorway, each holding a sweet cake. They saw Sela glowing, and their mouths dropped open. Vigrid jumped up, ushering his grandsons inside and closing the door. Tell no one, warns Sela. I will return to collect you. Gather your belongings, but do not take anything that you cannot carry comfortably on your person. How will we get to Parthos without being noticed? My dragon cannot carry all of you. We must travel by sea. You have a dragon? Asked Galti, incredulous. Of course, replied Sela, smiling. How else could I be a dragon rider? Then she turned back to Vigrid. You are right to be cautious. Southern Dern is crawling with Empire soldiers. It is too dangerous for you to travel overland. I will request a frigate from King Selwyn. We will sail around the Horn of Dern, through the Black Sea and the Straits of Tremedor. The Straits of Tremedor? Asked Vigrid. Isn't that near Balbor Island, the island of death? Is it dangerous? Yes, but I will be with you. The alternative is to stay here and wait for these boys to be taken into custody by Vosper's men. It is only a matter of time. Look at them, they are difficult to miss. Frankly, I am surprised that they have not been discovered already. Vigrid sighed and nodded. He knew that Sela was right. When will you be back? Tomorrow, after sunset. In the meantime, do not use your powers. Sela wagged her fingers at the boys. Understand? They nodded, shamefaced. Then Hall asked excitedly, do we get to see the dragon? Yes, of course. You will meet her. If you behave yourselves properly, she will even take you for a ride. Their mouths dropped open again. In unison, they squealed with delight, turning in circles until they were so dizzy that they fell. Vigrid finally cracked a smile. Boys, he said, rolling his eyes. I will take my leave. Remember, prepare your belongings. I will return tomorrow as soon as the sun sets. She opened the shack door and left, leaving the old man and the boys in wonder. A few moments later, Brinsop contacted her telepathically. Sela? Where are you? I'm already at the rendezvous point. I'll be there soon, Brinsop. Our return plans have changed. I found 2 powerful mage-born children. I see. What are we going to do with them? Transport them back to Parthos, of course. I thought they might be an ideal match for Orshek and Karila. The boys are identical twins. Twins? That might actually work. You never cease to amaze me. Sela laughed. I frequently amaze myself. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to ask Selwyn for a fast ship. We'll be taking the boys and their grandfather through the Straits of Tremedor. You can't carry us all, and there's no way we would make it through Southern Dern without being discovered. What about tonight? Tonight, I want to fly over the ocean. I deserve to enjoy myself. The king can have his stuffy banquets. I'm done playing politics with these people. That's my girl, said Brinsop happily. They were both glad to be going home. Skara Kina. Talon and Duskeye raced back to Parthos. All the while, the smoke pouring out of the city increased. Along the way, Talon explained his encounter with the Balborite assassin to Duskeye. By the time they arrived, the scene on the castle rooftop was absolute chaos. Blood was splattered on the cobblestones. In the corner, the bodies of 2 watchmen lay propped against the wall, their throats slashed. Pools of coagulated blood formed around them, already attracting flies. Orshek and Karila lay nearby, and Talon rushed over to them. He breathed a sigh of relief. They were unconscious, but alive. Everything flammable on the roof was on fire. Boxes, straw, cases of food, they all burned. Frantic servants dashed everywhere, trying to put out the fires with buckets of water. Talon and Duskeye dashed downstairs to the throne room, passing burning tapestries. The castle was filled with smoke. Along the way, Talon found Albaline, the palace mage, convulsing on the ground. White froth spewed from her mouth, and her eyes rolled back into her head. Seconds later, she stopped moving. The king's chambermaids lay dead nearby. Their mouths were flecked with bloody white spittle. One of the Balborite glass knives lay shattered nearby. Kudu oil, thought Talon. These people have all been poisoned. Directly outside the throne room, one of Mitka's personal guards lay dead, covered with purple burns. Talon burst into the royal chamber, with Duskeye right behind. In one corner stood a Balberite assassin, grasping two poison-filled knives. In the center of the room, 6 of Mitka's honor guards stood, their bodies forming a human shield to protect the king. Another guardsman stood directly above Mitka, a few feet behind. The king lay motionless on the ground. Mitka's right hand was missing, the bloody stump wrapped with a blood-soaked towel. More blood poured from deep cuts on his face and neck. He was barely alive. Talon made eye contact with the guardsman standing over the king. "Get him out of here." The guardsman nodded, pulling Mitka backwards out of the room by his legs. The assassin growled, stepping forward. Mitka's honor guard tightened position, holding their ground. The floor was littered with broken knives and deadly kudu oil. Each man held a weapon in his left hand. All were breathing heavily. Duskeye roared, rearing on his hind legs and filling the throne room with his sapphire bulk. The floor shook. The assassin didn't flinch. Duskeye opened his mouth, and a river of flame poured towards the assassin, who dodged it easily. The assassin's hood fell away, revealing a young female, her face covered with the black ritual tattoos of a Balberite assassin. Her head was shaved bald, and the tattoos continued down her scalp and neck. "So, halfling, did you enjoy yourself in the desert?" She sneered. "I'm surprised you're still alive." Talon couldn't hide his surprise. The tattoos on her face were jarring, it was the first time Talon had seen a female Balberite assassin. "I'm fine. Your tattooed friend sends his regards. I left him in the desert with a spike lodged in his chest. I'm sure the buzzards are enjoying his carcass right now." The woman snarled, throwing one of her glass knives at Talon and the other at Duskeye. Talon raised his fists, repelling both knives with a deflection spell. The knives ricocheted away, shattering on the ground, the deadly oil spreading across the floor. "You're going to have to do better than that, Bloodrat, if you wish to best me." Without taking his eyes off the female, Talon addressed Mitka's guards. "All of you tend to the king. Get him to safety, and leave this woman to me." The men nodded, inching backwards out of the throne room. Talon and Duskeye faced the assassin alone. "Your precious rebel king won't survive. He's filled with a goodly dose of kudu, believe me." The woman laughed, revealing sharpened front teeth and tattooed gums. "Bold words. A female assassin, eh?" Talon said. "Wonders never cease. Are all the men on Balber tired of suicide missions?" "I am no ordinary assassin, dwarf." She spat the last word as if it left a bad taste in her mouth. "My name is Skirakina, I am one of the Blood Masters. I have slain hundreds of you mainlanders. Each kill has its own rewards, but it will satisfy me greatly to finally kill a dragon rider." She danced back and forth on her toes, her hands glowing with blue light. "Look out, Talon," Duskeye said. "She's casting another spell." Talon could see her lips moving as she said the spell quietly. "I know," said Talon under his breath. Skirakina dipped down, her bald head swinging towards the ground. When she came back up, she exhaled, and a spray of white mist came out of her mouth. Talon felt the room spin. The air filled with poison gas. Duskeye seemed unaffected and moved his enormous body between Talon and the assassin. Talon vomited, dropping to the floor, his lungs felt like they were on fire. Skirakina stepped forward to attack, but Duskeye roared, and she retreated a few inches. Talon fought the spell, gagging while he struggled to speak. Most of his magical expertise was in defensive magic and illusions, he wasn't as proficient in offensive attacks. He hoped one of his permanent wards would protect him. He felt his chest tighten, and then release as the spell was blocked. Talon's wards worked, and he recovered, rising slowly from the floor. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind. His eyes burned. The air inside the room felt thick, soupy with caustic haze. The throne room was windowless for security reasons, but Talon felt as though it was time to change that. "Naiga Rof," he said, shattering the stone. The wall exploded and clean desert air swirled in from the outside, clearing the acrid gas. Skirakina and Duskeye exchanged blows. Duskeye fired short bursts of flame, she threw fireballs. Neither was doing any real damage except to the throne room, which was in complete disarray. Tapestries and furniture burned, and priceless china lay shattered on the ground. Talon called another burst of wind into the room. It increased the fire, but cleared the air. He turned his attention on the assassin. "Duskeye, step aside," he said. Duskeye moved aside reluctantly, and the woman threw 2 more balls of flame, which missed them by inches. Talon remembered that the Balberite assassins had a black runestone implanted in their chests. If there was a way he could access it, he might be able to defeat her. Skirakina positioned herself for the next attack, and Talon searched his mind for a spell that might activate the runestone. Mikjask Jarg, he said. Skirakina groaned and clutched her chest, wide-eyed. She shuddered as a spike of energy entered her heart. You know about the runestone? She gasped, falling to one knee. Of course, replied Talon, a slight smile on his lips. At first, I couldn't figure out why you Balberites could never be taken alive. Healthy men, even tied up, would arrive at the palace with their chests blown out. We discovered the runestone implant pretty quickly. We mainlanders aren't as feeble-minded as you think, woman. Talon clenched his right fist, tightening his telekinetic hold on her heart. Skirakina screamed and dropped to the ground, her tattooed face dripping sweat. Stop or I will kill you both, she said, snarling. You're bluffing. You underestimated me, assassin. That was your mistake. Perhaps I'll get lucky and deactivate the runestone without killing you. I would enjoy questioning you at my leisure. Talon concentrated, trying to build a magical barrier around the runestone implanted in the assassin's chest. Duskeye paced in the background, observing the assassin warily. This could be a trick, he warned. She could be feigning weakness. I know, Talon said in dragon tongue. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. His hair grew moist with sweat. The minutes ticked by, and Skirakina wheezed on all fours, her skin turning white under the tattoos. Just when Talon thought she might go unconscious, she burst up from the floor and threw herself out the hole in the wall that Talon had made. Blast! Said Talon. Let's go after her. The hole was too small for Duskeye to exit through, so they had to run outside to the roof. Talon and Duskeye took off into the sky, looking for the assassin. She was nowhere to be found. Do you think she survived? Asked Duskeye. Yes, answered Talon grimly. Of course she did. And she'll be back, stronger than before. They continued to search for about 15 more minutes, but it was useless. Hundreds of shrouded nomads walked through the city. She could be anywhere. Curse that woman. She'll leave the city tonight to report back to the priests. I'm sure we'll see her again. That woman was a beast. Come on, let's go check on Mitka. I'll be surprised if he's still alive. Duskeye spun around, and they flew back to the castle rooftop. Orshek and Karila were awake, shaking their heads groggily. Duskeye? Talon? What happened? Asked Orshek. I got dizzy. Karila and I passed out. You were attacked. Be thankful you're not dead. Alboline didn't make it, and neither did one of Mitka's personal guards. The king was attacked by a Balberite assassin. Another one? Asked Karila. Yes, replied Talon. Duskeye, stay up here and make sure these two are okay. I'm going downstairs to check on the king. Duskeye nodded and described the details of the attack to Orshek and Karila. Talon ran downstairs, checking inside the rooms as he went. The inside of the castle was like a war zone. Many servants had died. Palace staff sobbed as they gathered up the bodies. Many of the fires still burned, and there was water and charred fabric everywhere. In some places, the water mixed with the blood of the dead, making crimson pools on the sandstone floors. Talon warned the staff not to touch the kudu oil with their bare hands. Where is Mitka? Asked Talon, and two of the servants pointed towards the king's library. At least 15 soldiers stood outside. Talon walked into the library unopposed. The king was lying on a leather sofa, his tunic drenched with blood. His wounded arm was wrapped in a clean towel. Droplets of blood seeped through the fabric where his hand had been. 3 palace healers stood together, murmuring quietly. As Talon approached, one of them shook his head. Mitka's surviving honor guard surrounded him, parting silently when Talon approached. Amazingly, Mitka was conscious. Your Highness, said Talon, nodding. Talon. You must send word to Sela and the others. The assassin's kudu knife entered my hand. I cut off my own hand to keep the oil from entering my bloodstream, but I am afraid I did not act fast enough. Already I can feel the poison's effects. At the margins of the bandages, Talon could see the blue streaks from the kudu poison drifting up Mitka's arm. Soon the arm would blacken, and the dead flesh would spread. Just enough kudu oil had entered his bloodstream. It was not enough to kill him quickly, but it would eventually do so. It would be a slow, painful death. If Sela were here, Mitka might have a chance. Otherwise, it was doubtful he would survive. This is beyond my capabilities, Your Highness, said Talon quietly. I cannot heal you. Neither can the palace physicians. I know, replied Mitka. The king's guards stiffened, but none of them said a word. Sire, your only option is to go to Miklagard. The masters might be able to save you there. I can place you in a coma and transport you. Duskeye can carry us both. It is your only chance for survival. What about the other riders? Asked Mitka. I'll contact Sela. But if she's still in Redmore, she'll never arrive in time to save you. Riona is not a healer, and neither is Hanko. Neither one would be useful in this case. Mitka nodded slowly. All right. When do we leave? Now. As soon as possible. Talon turned around to address the guards. Prepare him for transport. I need him to be ready in 30 minutes. The guards bowed. Talon went to the window and looked towards the sky. His eyes lost focus, and he struggled to find Riona's mind over the vast territory of Dern. Eventually, he found her circling in the sky above the Slida border. Her mind was guarded, as all of the riders' minds were. Riona was half-elf, and her mind felt foreign to him, almost like a wild animal's. Riona, said Talon. The contact was abrupt. I can't hold this contact for very long. Mitka has been attacked. Kudu oil entered his bloodstream and he's near death. I'm transporting him to Miklagard. I'm not strong enough to contact the others. Sela must return to the city, there's no one to rule while Mitka is gone. I will notify Sela, said Riona. I may not be able to reach Hanko, he's at Miklagard already. If he's within the compound, the city's wards will prevent me from contacting him. If you cannot contact him telepathically, then send a bird messenger. Use a falcon, it will arrive at Miklagard before us. Have you seen any movement from the orcs? Not yet, but they continue to increase their numbers. Talon felt himself weakening. The strain was considerable. Riona, I must break contact. Don't worry. I'll get the messages to Sela and Hanko one way or another. Talon broke communication, not having enough energy to respond. He had forgotten how exhausting it was to connect at such vast distances. He could not rest. They would be traveling all night. He went back up to the roof to prepare Duskeye for the long journey to Miklagard. At the desert's northern border, Riona and Stormshard flew to a secluded spot and touched down on the ground. They were inside the dead forest, a boggy area surrounded by hundreds of dead and dying trees. Moss hung from the branches, and swamp grass grew as high as a man. This looks like a safe spot, said Stormshard. It's satisfactory. But this whole region makes me uneasy. It's crawling with orcs. Let's get this over with so we can get back into the air. First, Riona contacted Sela. Sela? It's Riona. I have a message from Talon. Riona felt Sela's mind open up. Riona knew that Sela struggled to communicate telepathically even at short distances. She would not be able to hold the contact for more than a few seconds. Be quick, replied Sela, already trembling with strain. Mitka was attacked and may die. Talon is taking the king to Miklagard for medical care. You must return to Parthos as soon as possible. The city is without a leader. Riona felt Sela's shock, and their link wavered for a moment. I am already on the way, traveling by sea. I cannot explain, but I will be there soon, Sela said, and she abruptly broke contact. It was the very limit of her capabilities. Riona waited a few minutes, and then attempted to contact Hanko. To her surprise, she found him easily. Hanko, I'm pleased I was able to reach you. I have news. We are outside of Miklagard, replied Hanko. I got tired of arguing with the council. Stormshard and I are exploring Everwood Forest. Talon and King Mitka are flying to Miklagard, said Riona. The king has been attacked by an assassin, and he is gravely ill. Please tell the High Council to expect them. Talon and Mitka are coming here? How fortuitous. What do you mean by that? Asked Riona, but she didn't get a chance to finish. The blow took her completely by surprise, knocking her to the ground. Stormshard also fell to the ground, writhing with convulsions. From the shadows, 3 necromancers appeared, 2 bleach-skinned males and 1 female. Their icy breath hissed past red teeth. The female glided over to Riona, kneeling down beside her. Riona groaned, blood pouring from a savage blow to the head. The necromancer grabbed Riona by the chin and jerked it towards her so she could see Riona's face. Look at her ears. This is the elf rider. The halfling. Not the leader. It is still a victory for us, Ionala, hissed one of the males. Vosper will not be displeased. Perhaps, shrugged Ionela. It is, satisfactory. What is your bidding, mistresses? Asked the other male necromancer. Sesh is still alive. Finish her. Make certain Sesh is dead. Let the Drask slay the dragon. It is good practice for the lizards. The necromancer waved her arm in a high arc, and the air shimmered, revealing dozens of orcs cloaked in the forest, under a concealment spell. Their green skins, greased with rancid animal fat, shone in the evening light. A dozen or so rode upon Drask, the lizards the orcs use for transport. The Drask, always restless, bobbed their heads and made clicking noises with their mouths. The orcs grunted, anxious for blood. Stormshard roared, and a few of the orcs jumped back. The necromancers looked on without emotion. Ionela sniffed and addressed the orc horde. As soon as she raised her arm, the chattering stopped. Greenskins! She shrieked, her shrill voice rising above the chatter. Listen and obey. You may have the dragon. The rider belongs to us. A boom went up from the orc horde, and they descended on Stormshard, who was still weak from the first attack. The orcs pummeled Stormshard with rocks, clubs, and sticks. He fought, breathing fire and slashing out with his tail and feet, but he was overcome by sheer numbers. Drask clawed at his eyes. Orcs slashed his soft belly with their crude weapons. As Stormshard drew his last breath, the dragon stone on his throat flickered, then darkened to gray. The light had gone out. The orcs, covered with dragon blood, raised their voices in a collective shout. It was an unholy triumph. The necromancers observed mutely from the sidelines. Riona, gravely injured, lay at their feet. Her right eye clouded by blood, Riona saw that her dragon was dead. The pain was indescribable, and her eyes flowed with tears. As she watched the carnage, she struggled to reach out, to tell someone, but she never got the chance. One of the necromancers put his black boot on Riona's neck and pushed. Riona gurgled. The last thing she saw was the undead eyes of the necromancers staring down at her. There was a snap, and Riona was gone. Her dragon stone flickered. Her body shuddered, and the stone turned gray. Ionela reached down and yanked the dragonstone from around the dead dragon rider's neck. It is done, she said. Sesson word to the Emperor. The time has come to march on Pardhas. After the ambush. Duskeye waited for Talon on the roof of the castle. Servants rushed about everywhere, mopping up water and cleaning debris. Orshek and Karela waited quietly nearby. In preparation for their long journey, Talon had ordered a proper dragon saddle for Duskeye. For servants had carried it up moments ago, and Duskeye kneeled so they could place the heavy saddle on his back. One of the servants pulled too tightly on a buckle, and Duskeye growled, swatting at the servant, who yelped. The woman rose, frightened but unharmed. Duskeye looked over at Orshek and Karela. They were despondent. After the attack on the king, the Onyx Dragon siblings had lost a great deal of their confidence. Under Sela and Brinsop's tutelage, they had blossomed. Now it seemed they had reverted paralyzed again with fear and doubt. What's wrong with the two of you? Asked Duskeye. I feel terrible, said Karela. We got overconfident. Now the king might die. You were ambushed, and you did the best you could. Be thankful you're still alive. Balberite assassins aren't just capable fighters, they're powerful spellcasters as well, said Duskeye. None of us can anticipate what Vosper or the Balberites will do next. Tonight, Talon and I must leave. We'll transport Mitka to Miklagard, where the elders will try to save his life. We'll be gone for at least 5 days. Until the other riders return, you'll be on your own. My head still aches, said Orshek. All I want to do is eat a few chickens and sleep. Stop complaining, ordered Duskeye firmly. None of us is happy with today's outcome. Nothing can be done about it now, and one of you must be on watch. You should alternate every few hours. That way one of you can rest. When will the others be back? Asked Karela. Sela and Brinsop should be back soon, answered Talon, who was just coming up to the roof. Behind Talon, Mitka's honor guard followed, carrying the injured king on a litter. Mitka's wounded arm had been bandaged carefully, and he had been bathed and changed into clean clothes. The guard set him down, waiting for instructions. Mitka, can you hear me? Asked Talon, gently slapping the king's face to rouse him. Under normal circumstances, this type of physical contact with the king would have been unthinkable. Mitka's guard stiffened in response, but said nothing. They knew that Talon had extraordinary latitude. Mitka smacked his lips and opened his eyes a crack. Yes. I can hear you, he whispered. Mitka's pupils were dilated. Talon frowned. The palace physicians had sedated him, even though Talon advised against it. Now Talon would be unable to magically induce a coma, which would have been safer. He frowned, there was nothing he could do about it now. Sire, I'm going to strap you to the dragon saddle. You've been drugged, so unfortunately, I'll have to strap you down on your stomach. You won't be comfortable, and we won't be able to stop. We simply won't have enough time. Do you understand? Yes. I understand, replied Mitka, closing his eyes. Talon nodded at the guards who wrapped the king in a wool blanket and tied him to the dragon saddle. Dusky waited patiently as the guards finished tying the ropes. Talon had a bulging leather sack slung over his shoulder. Once he had mounted Dusky, Talon removed the sack and tied it firmly to the saddle horn. It was Starclaw's egg. For better or worse, Starclaw's precious offspring would be coming with them to Miklagard. Listen, both of you, said Dusky, turning towards Orshek and Karela. Stop blaming yourselves for this attack. I know you're distressed, but get over it. There simply aren't enough of us. Karela, I want to see you in the sky within the next 5 minutes. We all need you to do your part. Orshek, I expect you to do the same. You may wallow in self-pity after this war is over. The siblings were shocked. Dusky had never spoken to them so brashly. Dusky's prodding worked, Karela spread her black wings and flew into the sky. Orshek made himself busy cleaning up the charred debris. Talon spoke with Mitka's remaining honor guard. The 8 survivors gathered on the rooftop to watch them depart. Mitka was already strapped face down to the saddle, snoring quietly from the sedative. We go to Miklagard. I cannot guarantee we'll arrive in time. It is probable Mitka will die. You must prepare yourselves for this. The guards nodded, but they did not answer. As Talon mounted the saddle, Mitka's guards pounded their chests. Dusky grunted under the strain of the extra burden. Spirits, what a weight! He said. The king coughed and then vomited, the foul liquid dripping onto the saddle and down Dusky's side. Servants rushed over to clean it up, but Talon waved them away. Don't bother, there's no time for that. Fa! What a stench, said Dusky, grimacing at the odor. Talon frowned, swearing under his breath. He cursed the palace physicians for giving Mitka the sedatives right before their flight. They thought it would make the king more comfortable, but it made it more dangerous. Sorry, friend. It'll happen again. He slung over the saddle like a sack of potatoes. We have a difficult flight ahead of us. With that, they took off into the evening sky. The moon rose on the horizon. If they were lucky, they would reach the outskirts of Everwood Forest in 3 days and Miklagard in 4. After they had flown for a while, Dusky spoke. Talon, do you think the king will make it to Miklagard alive? Talon looked down. The king's breaths were shallow. His bluish, clammy skin became paler by the hour. I can help stabilize Mitka somewhat, but I'm not really trained as a healer. My knowledge of healing spells is rudimentary, and kudu poisoning is the gravest of injuries. My friend, this is a long, dangerous trip. Are we risking our lives to save a dead king? Perhaps, Talon said quietly. In all honesty, I'm not hopeful that Mitka will live. But Mitka offered sanctuary to the riders. The few dragons that are left would not have survived without his help. We owe him at least this much. If he dies, what then? Who will rule Parthos? I do not know, old friend. It's impossible to say, Talon said. Either way, Parthos is in trouble. Even if Mitka survives, his injuries are severe. He may not recover for weeks. In the meantime, orcs gather at the border, waiting to enter the Death Sands. Vosper has us trapped like fish in a well. Dusky grew silent. Mitka coughed again, vomiting a thin red fluid. Talon touched the vomit with his fingers and smelled it. Blood. A very bad sign. This time, neither said anything. Talon clenched his jaw and trained his eyes ahead. Keep going, Dusky. Stopping won't help him now. They flew through the night. The next morning, Dusky stopped at a small creek near the desert's northern border. Talon relieved himself in the high desert grasses, and Dusky drank water. Talon tried to rouse Mitka so that he could drink. The king mumbled a few incoherent words and drank a few mouthfuls. The sedative wore off, and Mitka struggled against the ropes that bound him. He screamed at imaginary enemies. Delirium, thought Talon. Another bad sign. Hofkijupper, said Talon quietly, casting his spell to calm the agitated king. Mitka slumped back over the dragon's saddle, wheezing softly. I've put him into a deep sleep. His breaths are getting shallower and his skin is cold. We're still 3 days from Everwood Forest. There's not much more I can do. Talon opened the leather pack containing the dragon's egg. The pale light of dawn glinted off its surface, throwing prisms of light into the air. It's beautiful, said Dusk Eye. I've never seen the egg of a diamond dragon up close, and I've only known one other white dragon in my lifetime. Nideard? Asked Talon. Yes. It was Nideard. He wasn't bound to a rider, but he fought during the Dragon Wars just the same. He was enormous, twice as large as any of the others. The carnelian dragons looked like hatchlings next to him. During the war, Nideard killed hundreds of Vosper's men, as well as a few of his spellcasters. Eventually, a necromancer brought him down from the sky with a powerful spell. It killed him, but Nideard didn't go without a fight. As he fell from the heavens, white fire poured from his mouth, and he set the Emperor's entire camp aflame. Nideard also tore the necromancer in two when he hit the ground. What a fierce creature he was! Is it possible that Nideard sired this egg? Were Starclaw and Nideard mated during the war? We'll never know for certain, but my guess is yes. Female dragons never reveal their mates. The magic that produces a diamond egg must come from another diamond dragon, and I knew of no other diamond dragon that was alive before or after the war. I wonder how she preserved the egg for so long. Dragon females have special reproductive powers. A dragon egg can remain inside a female for many years. The female decides when she will lay the egg. It's likely that Starclaw kept this egg inside her body for years, waiting for the right time. After that, the incubation period varies. It can be a few months or over a year. If the egg is kept warm, it hatches sooner. Dragon eggs that are left out in the cold hatch much later or sometimes not at all. Dragons are remarkable, said Talon, touching the egg with wonder. When I was still studying at Aeonic, I read all the scrolls in the library that I could find about dragons. Most of the information was just speculation. No one really understood how dragons originated or survived. The information that we did have was all from the writers, and even then, it was incomplete. Dragons enjoy keeping secrets, especially our females. They don't share their mysteries with anyone. But aren't your females the same? Yes. Talon smiled. I guess they are. Just then, Mitka coughed again, leaving foamy red spittle on the saddle. We've dawdled long enough. I don't think I'm going to get Mitka to eat anything. Let's get going, said Talon. If we move quickly, we should arrive at White Bay by this evening. With that, they took off again, continuing their journey north. Talon cast a concealment spell around them so they could travel during the day. The sun rose in the east as they traveled out of the Death Sands and into northern Durn. They flew high in the sky, avoiding the Slighta border and Mount Heldiafol altogether. They passed over Lake Ren. Even from a distance, the lake looked filthy. Runoff from Mount Heldiafol polluted the eastern fork of the river, while mining runoff polluted the western fork. Thousands of dead fish contaminated the shoreline. Scavenger birds circled overhead, gorging themselves on the decaying carcasses. Near High Mill, Talon looked down and saw the Emperor's vast copper mines. Slaves from all over Durn toiled in the frigid pits. Most slaves didn't last more than a few years. Vosper sent political prisoners to Sutbur for a charade trial. Then the governor of Sutbur turned around and sent the prisoners to work camps, which were usually the copper mines. Vosper turned a blind eye to it because he simply didn't care. As long as the mines continued to be profitable, the slave trade would carry on. They continued to travel, stopping only briefly. Mitka continued to babble incoherently, refusing any food or drink. On the third day, Mitka lapsed into a coma, and the babbling stopped. On the fourth day, Dusk Eye and Talon reached the outskirts of Everwood Forest. Mitka was ghostly pale, and his skin had taken a greenish hue. His breath came in sporadic gasps. Kvakvalopt, said Talon, conjuring a beacon. Talon sent up a blue flare, and then another, while continuing to fly towards the city. There. The flares will notify the High Council that we're coming. Hopefully they'll send someone out to meet us quickly. We won't be able to enter the city without an escort. Talon stifled a yawn. He was exhausted and having difficulty keeping his eyes open. Dusk Eye was also weary. Talon could sense his fatigue through the Dragonstone. Feeling drained? Said Talon, as he patted Dusk Eye's side. This is just like old times, my friend. Dusk Eye laughed. Yes. This reminds me of our time during the war, although I must admit that this is less harrowing. At least for us. Your unfortunate king, however, isn't faring very well. No, agreed Talon, frowning. He isn't. He weakens by the minute. And there are still a few hours before we arrive at Miklagard. I'm hoping that I'll be able to contact a mage before we reach the city. I'm searching now. Talon reached out with his mind, but the wards surrounding Miklagard were incredibly strong. Every time he reached out to contact someone near the city, his mind was blocked by powerful spells. It was like getting hit in the head with a hot spike. An hour passed, then another as they flew towards Miklagard. Then Talon saw Charlight and Hanko approaching in the sky, coming to meet them. They touched down in a clearing. Hanko noticed Mitka immediately. I thought I might find you here, said Hanko. Riona told me you'd be coming. You brought Mitka. Yes. Parthos was attacked. The assassin stabbed his hand with a poison knife. Mitka amputated his own hand, but it wasn't enough. He's near death, and we're about knackered. We've been flying direct for almost 4 days without any rest. Charlight is fresh, so you should carry Mitka the rest of the way into Miklagard. He has a better chance that way. Good idea, said Hanko, who helped Talon untie Mitka from Duskai's saddle. They moved the king to Charlight's saddle, and within minutes Hanko and Charlight took off into the sky, flying deeper into Everwood and towards the shielded city of Miklagard. Talon leaned up against Duskai, exhaling deeply. The air was very cold, and there was snow on the ground. Talon pulled his heavy wool cloak out of the saddlebags and put it on. Let's rest for a while, and then we'll continue on to the city. It's safe to hunt in Miklagard. Do you want me to find something for you? Asked Talon. I can hunt my own prey, Talon. In fact, these days, it's one of my few pleasures. All this talk of war has left me dispirited, said Duskai, looking up wistfully at the sky. A small flock of pigeons flew overhead, and Duskai let out a thin stream of fire from one nostril. He hit all the pigeons, which fell from the sky directly into his waiting jaws. Duskai crunched the pigeons happily, and then leapt back into the sky to hunt for something more substantial. Talon found a secluded spot underneath an old pine tree. He covered himself with boughs and lay down. He intended to doze only for a few minutes, but by the time Duskai returned, it had been over an hour. Duskai held a fat doe in his jaws, and he lay down to enjoy his kill on the snowy ground. Duskai ate quickly, leaving nothing for the scavengers except a bloody stain upon the snow. It was a long time since he'd had the pleasure of eating deer. Living in the desert had gotten him used to the drier meat of the camel. This meal will sustain me. We can continue on to the city. Talon stretched and mounted the saddle, and they took off into the sky again, arriving outside Miklagard at dawn the next day. Sisran met them outside the shield, just as she had done for Hanko. Hello, Sisran. May the light of Bagra always light your path, said Talon, greeting her formally. He touched his first 2 fingers to the base of his throat, above his dragonstone. It was a gesture of respect. Nice to see you again, Talon, said Sisran, smiling widely. You don't have to greet me that way anymore. I'm no longer the leader of the Shadow Grid. The grid disbanded years ago. Vosper got most of us, and the ones he didn't get have all gone into hiding. Talon raised one eyebrow, but said nothing. During the war, Sisran fought valiantly, sometimes right by his side. She was a highly skilled mage and the best tracker in all of Dern. She looked tired, but otherwise the same. Where have you been since the war? He asked. I could ask you the same thing. The rumors are that you've only been in Parthos for a few cycles. I thought you'd died during the war. In fact, I could have sworn that Vosper took you prisoner. It's nice to see I was wrong. No. You were right, said Talon. Vosper did take us prisoner. We escaped. Sisran's eyes opened wide. But how? She opened her mouth to ask, but then she noticed Duskai's pronounced limp and badly scarred wings. She looked at Talon and noticed the deep scar that ran down his face and neck, disappearing under his cloak. She decided not to ask any questions about their captivity. How is King Mitka? Asked Talon, changing the subject. I'm not sure, said Sisran evasively. Hanko left him in the care of the healers. I'm going to escort you into Miklagard, so you can ask the council when we get there. Sisran led them to the shattered stump where Alak stood. He gave them a sharp salute. Sisran continued, leading them through the underground tunnel to the protected city. When they reached the stone entrance, Sisran raised her hands and said, Durvarar Herfkva. And the enormous stone rolled away. After you, esteemed guests, said Sisran, and they walked into the crystal chamber. Members of the High Council stood in the center of the room, speaking with a few other men and women who were dressed in pale blue. Talon recognized them as the healers. Their faces were grim. Komu, the leader of the council, turned to Talon and motioned for him to approach. Welcome, writer friend and dragon friend, said Komu. His wrinkled face was grave. I am sorry. Mitka is dead. Part 2, The Siege. The Crystal City. Elias and Thorin had been with Cuthir for days, hidden inside his horse-drawn cart. Cuthir didn't speak much, but otherwise treated them well and fed them at regular intervals. Thorin spent most of the time sleeping and telling stories. Elias used the time to study his grandmother's spellbook and explore the power of the Dragonstone. Whenever he touched it, he felt stronger. It boosted his abilities but also drained his energy. He didn't tell Thorin. Eventually, they stopped. Cuthir removed the tarp and ordered them out of the cart. A thick fog hung in the air. Even so, Elias squinted. They had been covered by the tarp for so long that even muted light seemed bright. "This is the Lopped River," said Thorin. "I haven't been here in ages. The river is muddier than I remember." "That's right." "It is," said Cuthir. "The runoff from the trot plains ends up here, and manure from the plainsmen's livestock clouds the water. It's not safe to drink unless it's boiled. Even then, it tastes pretty terrible. The people at this settlement have a distiller, so I can purchase clean water from them. We're taking the rest of this trip by water, so I need to get us a boat. Stay by the horses, and don't even think about escaping. If I have to chase you down, I'll knock you unconscious for the rest of the journey." "What makes you think you can?" said Elias, jutting out his chin. He thought he might be able to stun Cuthir with a spell, even with his hands tied. Cuthir didn't know about the Dragonstone granting him additional power. Cuthir chuckled. "I know about your powers, youngling. You wouldn't be the first mage that I bested, or even the 20th. Just sit down and wait quietly, or you'll regret it. Trust me." With that, Cuthir turned around and walked towards a tiny store by the river's edge. A few minutes later, an old man tottered out, and Cuthir started to bargain with him. They haggled back and forth for a while. Then they stopped and shook hands. Cuthir walked back to where Thorin and Elias stood. "It's done, let's go. Leave the horses." "I traded the horses and the cart for a sailboat." Elias looked down towards the river and saw a tiny blue sailboat with a patched sail sitting at the edge of a rickety dock. "That piece of junk? It looks like it's ready to sink any moment." "It's fine. Now get moving," ordered Cuthir. The old man from the store came down to the river's edge and gleefully patted one of the horses' heads. It was obvious who had gotten a better deal in the bargain. The man was so thrilled that he tipped his hat and bowed as they got into the fishing boat. There was barely enough room for the three of them. Cuthir unfurled the tiny sail, which was covered with a patchwork of repairs, and they were off. Cuthir manned the boat in silence. Finally, Elias spoke. "Where are we going now?" "West, all the way to White Bay. Someone from Miklagard will be waiting for us to arrive. From there, you'll be taken to the city. My duty is to guard you until you're in the custody of the High Council. After that, my work is over." "What will happen when we reach Miklagard?" asked Elias. "I don't know," said Cuthir. "I'm not paid to ask those kinds of questions." The river was running quickly and they made good time, even though they had to scoop water from the boat at frequent intervals. There was a persistent leak in the bottom, and Elias accidentally dipped his right foot in the dirty water. It soaked through the leather and into his sock. Sitting in the thick fog with one wet foot was exceedingly uncomfortable. Elias fidgeted in his seat, straining against the ropes that tied his hands. His skin chafed, and the ropes left red welts on his wrists. Thorin sat quietly, his pipe hanging from his lip. Elias wondered how he had managed to get the pipe into his mouth. "Mind giving me a light, lad?" Elias nodded and said, "Incendio," lighting Thorin's smoke leaf. Thorin inhaled deeply and smiled. Then he sat back, blowing smoke rings. "Ye know, lad, maybe it's for the best that you're going to Miklagard. They're your people, after all. Those wizards aren't going to kill ye. Maybe they'll even train ye how to use your powers." "Listen to your dwarf friend, boy," said Cuthir. "He speaks truly. You should be thankful that you're going to Miklagard. At least there you'll be safe." "Safer than in Mount Velik?" said Elias. "I doubt it. I may be just a boy from the mountains, but I'm not an idiot. My grandmother told me that the dwarves would keep me safe, and I'll believe her before I'd ever believe you." "It isn't that simple," said Cuthir. "You have no idea how much danger you're in, boy." "Danger?" Elias snorted. "My grandmother was murdered by Empire soldiers right in front of me. Thorin and I were attacked by a necromancer and then by that awful woman, Ciceren. The one you call a friend. So far, the only real friends I've had are Thorin and my grandmother. Mount Velik would be a safe haven for me. The dwarves will shelter me. I don't trust you, and I don't trust the mages at Miklagard. They're only doing this to keep you safe, said Kathir. Sorry, but they aren't going to gain my trust by keeping me tied up like an animal. Thorin and I were kidnapped by force. It doesn't matter what your motivations are. I'm not volunteering to be a pawn in anyone's game against the Emperor. The master spellcasters at Miklagard are good people, said Kathir. They have your best interests at heart. What makes you so certain that the dwarves won't try to manipulate you, too? Thorin has never forced me to do anything. He didn't tie me up and force me to travel in a slaver's wagon. Elias raised his hands and shook them, revealing the ropes around his bruised wrists. And what about this? Kathir frowned. Sorry about that. I can't remove the ropes. Only a mage can. So just settle down and deal with it. The more you struggle, the worse it will be. We'll be arriving at our destination soon. Elias gritted his teeth, seething with anger. He turned around, as far as he could. The boat was small, so it was an uncomfortable position, but Elias didn't want to look at Kathir's face anymore. Thorin leaned over, giving Elias a sympathetic look. Just hang in there, lad. We'll be there soon, he whispered. The tiny sailboat raced down the river, which was shrouded in fog for the entire journey. Elias said nothing. Kathir ordered Thorin and Elias to put on their hoods and look down when other boats were near, but the fog was so thick that it wouldn't have mattered. Elias considered screaming for help, but decided against it when he looked at Kathir's face. Elias dozed off, his head resting on Thorin's shoulder. Eventually, Thorin tapped Elias on the shoulder, and he awoke with a start. How long have I been asleep? Elias asked. Hours. We've arrived at our destination, said Kathir. This is the end of the road for me. From here, you'll be escorted to Miklagard. They disembarked, and Kathir walked over to the lamp. Incredibly, the fog seemed even thicker. Elias couldn't see farther than a few feet in front of him. Now what? Thought Elias. The air shimmered, and 3 people stepped forward out of the shadows, 2 men and 1 red-haired woman. It was Sisran. Now you come to Miklagard, with us, she said. Elias saw 2 huge silhouettes come into view behind the men. They were dragons. Meet Talon and Hanko. They're dragon riders. They'll be coming with us. Elias stepped back so quickly that he lost his balance. He raised his arms to steady himself, forgetting that they were bound, and his heel caught in the mud. Kathir grabbed him before he fell, pulling him back up. Elias jerked his arm away. Get your hands off me. I don't need your help. My, you're a feisty one, said Sisran sarcastically. I still have welts on my hand from that wicked little dagger of yours. Did you enjoy your voyage? No, I didn't, said Elias. And if you hadn't attacked us in the first place, you wouldn't have received any burns on your hand. He held up his bound wrists. Now that we're going to be in the custody of 3 mages, will you remove the ropes? Talon saw the deep bruises on Elias' wrists and frowned. Sisran, were the ropes really necessary? He's just a boy. Howled a loss. The ropes fell away. Elias rubbed his sore wrists and muttered, thanks. The council was uncertain enough of the boy's magical abilities, said Sisran. The bindings were merely a precaution, necessary to ensure his safety. We had to disguise him as a slave. I'm not a criminal or a slave, said Elias, and I don't appreciate being treated like one. Miklagard is supposed to be fighting the Emperor. Instead, you all seem to be acting a lot like him. Be quiet, boy, said Sisran coldly. You have no idea what is happening across Dern. Consider yourself lucky that the High Council took an interest in you at all, otherwise, you might be spending this night as one of Vosper's guests chained over a fire pit and roasted alive. Don't make excuses for what you did and don't patronize me, said Elias. I'm old enough to understand right from wrong. I don't care what your motivations are. There's no real difference between being a prisoner of yours and being a prisoner of Vosper's. Why, you little ungrateful? Sisran reached out to grasp Elias by the collar, but Talon blocked her, stopping her arm midair. Sisran, there's no need for violence, said Talon. Leave him be. Sisran backed away, frowning. She clenched her teeth, but said nothing. Here, said Thorin. Let's finish this business so we all can have a hot meal and a good night's rest. We've been traveling in freezing weather for weeks and I'd certainly like to sleep in a proper bed. I assume that we're all going to Miklagard tonight? Why don't we just concentrate on that and deal with these other little details later? Thorin smiled. He enjoyed his role as ambassador. Fine, said Sisran. Kathir, here is your payment. Sisran pulled a bulging sack of coins from her waistband. Instead of throwing it in the air, she threw the bag onto the ground near his feet, forcing him to pick it up out of the mud. Kathir bent down and picked up the sodden bag without saying a word. Sisran eyed Kathir with a look of disgust. Elias noticed the exchange, and his previous anger towards Kathir melted away. Was this how Kathir was treated all the time? Elias felt a twinge of pity. None of the mages spoke. They were waiting for Kathir to leave. Elias looked at Talon, who also had a deep scar on his face. For a brief moment, Talon and Kathir locked eyes. Then Talon touched his first two fingers to his chest, a gesture of respect. Kathir bowed slightly, acknowledging Talon's compassionate gesture. Sisran looked surprised by the exchange but said nothing. Then Kathir boarded the little sailboat and left the shoreline, leaving in the same direction from which he came. The boy will ride with Hanko and Charlite, said Sisran. Talon and Duskeye can carry me and the dwarf. No, said Elias, pointing at Talon. I'm only riding with him. This isn't negotiable, said Sisran angrily. You will obey, or else. Or else what? Said Elias. Do you think that it's a good idea for me to arrive at Miklagard full of bruises and unconscious? You might be a powerful mage, but my grandmother taught me a few tricks, too. Elias raised his hands in the air again, displaying his discolored wrists. The skin was rubbed raw and had darkened to a deep shade of purple. Talon's eyebrows shot up. Sisran, it is pointless to argue, said Talon. Duskeye is strong enough to carry the three of us a short distance. Sisran, you can ride with Hanko and Charlite. Hanko nodded nervously, but said nothing. Sisran seethed. She didn't want to get into a conflict with Talon. Minutes later, Elias and Thorin climbed into Duskeye's saddle in front of Talon. Elias' heart pounded, he couldn't believe that he was going to ride a dragon. An agitated Sisran mounted Charlite, sitting in front of Hanko. They were off, Hanko and Charlite leading the way, while Duskeye and Talon followed behind. Once in the sky, Duskeye said, Talon, that woman is a pit viper. She has a dark aura. Watch yourself around her. She's as cunning as she is ruthless. Elias understood Duskeye's speech and responded, maybe she's simply forgotten what side she's on. The dragon turned his head, scrutinizing Elias with his good eye. Well. Look who's full of surprises, said Duskeye. Talon's eyes widened. You speak dragon tongue? Is that what it is? I just heard Duskeye speaking to me, and I understood. Thorin, can't you understand the dragon? Elias asked, tapping on the dwarf's shoulder. Thorin's eyes were squeezed shut, and his knuckles were white. What? Dwarves aren't meant to ride dragons. He yelled. Talon laughed. Well, then, I guess that means that I shouldn't be a rider. Thorin cracked one eye and looked back at Talon. Yes, now I remember. Yuri Talon, the dwarf halfling. Well, this dwarf wasn't meant to ride dragons. Thorin said, jerking his thumb at his chest. And no, I don't understand dragon tongue. Maybe it's that funny dragon stone of yours. Then he turned back around, squeezing his eyes shut again. You have the dragon stone in your possession? Asked Talon. It's a green one, right? Yes, said Elias. It's the reason that I'm involved in all this mess. I found it weeks ago in Darkmouth Forest, and I've been running from the Emperor ever since. Well, then, said Talon. We must talk. I have a message for you. What is it? Asked Elias. What's the message? Talon paused and looked at Hanko and Sisran flying a short distance in front of them. It's not safe to discuss now. Later. We'll talk in private. You may ask me any questions you wish, and I'll answer you truthfully. When we arrive at the city, be on guard. Miklagard is full of duplicity and treachery. Do not be fooled. To pledge your allegiance to the High Council will be like trading one evil for another. Elias nodded. Somehow he knew that he could trust Talon. They flew on for a few more minutes, the moonlight shining off the dragon's scales. Then Talon and Hanko raised their arms and released flares into the sky. The air shimmered for a moment, and they were allowed to pass through the city's wards. Elias looked down and saw a huge crystal dome, dotted with lights. Inside, hundreds of white homes bordered a vast crystal basilica. Snow surrounded the crystal dome, and refracted moonlight filled the air. This is it. We have arrived. It's beautiful, said Elias. The city was the most breathtaking thing he had ever seen. There doesn't seem to be an entrance. There isn't. At least not above ground. From here, we must walk. The only way to enter Miklagard is through an underground tunnel. There's a vast network under the city. The tunnels offer protection, as well as various escape routes, if necessary. Has Vosper ever attacked Miklagard? Asked Elias. Not with an army or direct violence, said Talon. But he's tried to infiltrate the council numerous times. Even now, I'm uncertain whether all of them can be trusted. One must be vigilant, and trust no one. Not even you? Asked Elias. Talon shrugged. You're old enough to make your own judgments. What does your heart tell you? Elias, disconcerted by his response, said nothing. Talon paused, and then continued. Elias, I am free. No man is my master. Slavery is an evil thing, and it takes many forms, even subtle ones. Consider that before you agree to anything with the High Council. Elias nodded. They touched down about a mile from the city, near an enormous shattered tree stump. From here, we walk, said Talon. They began moving into the forest, Ciceron leading the way. Elias felt his chest tighten. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. Leaving Redmore. Sela and Brinsop left Redmore as soon as Sela received the alarming message from Riona about the assassin's attack. She had been unable to contact anyone since then. She felt a deep sense of foreboding, and wanted to hurry back to Parthos. When Sela asked King Selwyn for the use of a ship, he offered one of his fastest clippers, the Clampherdown. Sela gratefully accepted. Although she wished that her trip to Redmore had been more fruitful politically, she was thrilled to have discovered Vigrid and his twin Mage-born grandsons. Before they left Redmore, Sela made sure that Vigrid and the boys were safely aboard. Then she followed from a safe distance until they were out in deep water. She eventually soared down and followed right above the boat. When the dragon rider first appeared over the Clampherdown, the boys jumped with delight, pointing and shouting. The boat had a small crew. The men all came on deck to stare at Sela and Brinsop. She waved, and after a few minutes of staring, the ship's crew went back to work. Eventually the men got used to her presence. The next day, they passed through the Straits of Tremodor. Sela knew the captain was apprehensive. No one really liked to travel past Balber Island, but as long as they stayed close to the shores of Dern, they would be safe. Sela, I need to eat, said Brinsop. We're close to the shore, so it's a good opportunity to hunt. You should stay with the ship. Shall I leave you on the ship's deck? Yes, of course, Brinsop. I'm sorry I've been so distracted, but I can't stop thinking about King Mitka. I have a very bad feeling. The sooner we all get back to Parthos, the better. The dragon flew down just above the ship's deck, and Sela hopped off the saddle. Brinsop took off towards the shore. I'll be back soon, said Brinsop. Keep your mind unguarded. I want to be able to communicate with you immediately, just in case. Sela trained her eyes ahead and tried to stop worrying. Half and Galti approached her shyly. Miss Sela, can you teach us a magic trick? They asked, almost in unison. Half and Galti had been playing on the ship's deck, throwing light balls and small objects through the air. Their antics drove the crewmen crazy, but the captain was a patient man and mostly turned a blind eye to the twins' shenanigans. Certainly, young ones, she responded, smiling. Sela dug into her pocket and pulled out a small clear crystal. She always carried a few crystals with her in case she wanted to make a simple light. Lu half. She whispered, and the crystal glowed with warm white light. The twins clapped their hands, delighted. I've never done any crystal magic. Can I try? Asked Galti. Sure, said Sela. This is an easy spell, but you still need to be careful. Let Eliahath, she said, and the light went out. She kneeled down and handed Galti the crystal. Galti concentrated, furrowing his brow. Eliahath, he whispered, haltingly. Nothing happened. Galti looked at Sela. Concentrate. Try again, Galti, she said encouragingly. Luhath, he said again, louder. Still, nothing. The stone remained cold. Galti frowned, frustrated. Then he gritted his teeth and threw the stone down onto the ship's deck. Luhath. He screamed, clenching his fists, and the stone began to glow and tremble. Sela looked down, perplexed. Galti, look, it's working, said Half. The crystal glowed brighter and hotter, and Sela arose, alarmed. Get back, the both of you. Go stand over there next to your grandfather. The boys ran to the other side of the deck, and Sela started to recite a counterspell when the crystal exploded in a cascade of hot shards. Rondrisa. She yelled, and a shield went up just in time to contain the explosion of crystal. The pieces of the crystal were blackened and sharp, like tiny knife blades. And that wasn't all, the explosion left a hole the size of an apple on the ship's deck. The ship's captain rushed over and saw the hole. "What the blazes is this?" he yelled. "Sorry about that, Captain," said Sela. "That was unexpected." She took a few gold coins out of her money pouch and placed them in the captain's palm. "This should take care of the damage." The captain accepted the money and nodded. "Let's just keep the explosions to a minimum. I'd rather we all arrive in one piece. We're going to have enough trouble getting past Balber." Then he turned and went back to talking with some of the crew members. Sela walked over to Vigrid, who was watching the ocean. Hulf and Galti stood nearby, worried expressions on their faces. "Mistress Sela, I'm sorry I blew up your stone." "It was an accident," said Galti. "I know, Galti. It's fine. You weren't ready. I want you both to take a break from using your powers for a while. The ship's captain isn't going to be pleased about another incident like that one. Why don't you go below deck and explore the ship a little bit? I'm going to talk to your grandfather." The boys scurried down the stairs to explore the ship's hold. Sela turned to Vigrid. "Has anything like this ever happened with the boys before explosions?" "Yes," said Vigrid. "Many times. The boys need proper training. I'll admit that when you first came to the door, I was frightened. But as soon as you told me that you were a dragon rider, I felt relieved. I never wanted to send them to Morholt because I was afraid of what Vosper would do to them. Maybe he would turn them into necromancers. Or worse. Your grandsons have incredible potential. You were right to worry about their well-being in Morholt. I can't imagine what Vosper would have done. They're powerful, young, and vulnerable, a deadly combination for any mage who's unlucky enough to end up at Vosper's palace." "Will you train them in Parthos?" asked Vigrid. "Yes. I'll train them, with the help of the other riders. And it will be a pleasure. They have a lot to learn, but they're still young and their potential is great." Sela didn't mention Orshek and Karila, or the fact that she planned to introduce the boys to the Onyx dragons to see if they were a suitable match. Sela went to the ship's bow and looked off onto the sea. Her mind kept drifting back to King Mitka. She felt uneasy. Although it would take enormous reserves of energy, she decided to scry an image of the king. She excused herself and asked the captain if she could use his private quarters for a while. The captain's quarters were small but comfortable. A thick cot sat in one corner, and a braided hammock hung in the other. There was a small bowl filled with hard green apples and walnuts, foods that would last a long time at sea. An ornate copper wash basin sat bolted to a simple dressing table. Sela filled the basin with clean water. She looked into the water and saw her own reflection. Sela took a deep breath and closed her eyes, clearing her mind of any errant thoughts. In silence, she leaned over the basin and concentrated on King Mitka. With her finger, she stirred the water 3 times in a clockwise direction. Then she opened her eyes, staring into the water, as if in a trance. "Ovis Sina Mitka," said Sela, directing the water to reveal its secrets. As the ripples moved outward, the reflection of her face disappeared, and another image formed on the water's surface. She felt the spell draining her energy, but she held fast, gripping the sides of the table. She concentrated harder. "Ovis Sina Mitka," she said again, and the image sharpened. Sela breathed heavily, trying to stay focused as the spell sapped more of her strength. Her eyes narrowed, the image was still fuzzy. It wasn't Mitka. It was a boy, sitting with his back turned to her. The landscape in the background was forested and the ground was covered with snow. She frowned. The boy was lighting 5 white candles in a circle. In the center of the circle, there was a single black candle. The boy cut his palm and let the blood flow onto the snow. A mourning ritual. Someone close to the boy had died. Sela tried to distinguish where he was from the background. It looked like Everwood Forest, which explained why it was so difficult for her to scry anything. The wards placed around Miklagard prevent any scrying or telepathic communication directly into the city. The boy turned around. His face was blurry. Sela concentrated harder, trying to clarify the image. The boy looked so familiar, something about his eyes. The image wavered like a heat haze, and the boy's face came into focus. His eyes were bloodshot from crying, and his cheeks were stained with tears. Her breath caught, and she gulped. Sela recognized this boy. "It's Rayleigh," she thought, "and he's doing the death ceremony." It could mean only one thing. Mitka was dead. She rushed back on deck and searched frantically for the captain. She found him behind a stack of crates, helping his men repair the hole that Galti's errant spell had created. "Captain, I need your help. Our travel plans have changed. I need you to take me to Everwood. Everwood? Asked the captain. But that's hundreds of leagues farther north. Even at our fastest speed, it's another week of travel, maybe more. And none of us are prepared for the freezing weather. The ice floes up there could destroy the boat. I'm sorry, but I need you to follow my orders, she said firmly. It can't be helped. I need to get north as quickly as possible. I'm going to Miklagard. Miklagard! Exclaimed the captain. I can't bloody well take you there. I know that King Selwyn is sympathetic to the dragon riders, but even he can't risk that. If we get caught, it's high treason. Vosper will execute us. Fine. Just take me as far as you can, and I'll ride Brinsop the rest of the way. All right, the captain replied. I'll go as far as White Bay, but no further. Then he pointed to Vigrid, still sitting quietly on the other end of the deck. What about the old man and the boys? I'm not sure yet. I'll figure something out as we go along. The captain removed his stained cap and scratched his head. Well, this seems mighty peculiar, Mistress Sela. If you don't mind me asking, what made you change your plans so suddenly? Sela paused for a moment, considering whether to tell the captain the truth. King Mitka has died. The captain stepped back, shocked. Are you sure? He said. The crewmen nearby stopped working. One of them dropped the hammer he was holding. The tool hit the deck with a loud bang. No one said anything. King Mitka is dead. Of this I am certain. I must go to Miklagard. A successor will be named, and I will be involved in the selection process. The captain nodded and went back to work, still stunned. Sela grabbed her dragonstone and reached out with her mind. She touched Brinsop's mind easily. Brinsop, are you nearby? I was already on my way back. I can see your ship sails a few leagues away, replied the dragon. I captured a wild hog. The meal has satisfied my hunger. Good. There's been a change of plans. Sela quickly relayed her scrying experience and the conversation with the ship's captain. Mitka's death is unfortunate. But perhaps this trip is a blessing in disguise, said Brinsop. How can you say that? This is horrible news, said Sela evasively. They both knew that Sela was avoiding the main issue. Sela, I'm not talking about Mitka's death. I'm saddened by that, as I'm sure you are, too. I'm talking about the boy. Rayleigh. You've sheltered him long enough, Sela. You and Mitka both. Now Mitka is gone, and you must do your duty as a mother. It's time for you to go to Miklagard and take your hatchling back to Parthos. He must claim what is rightfully his. It's time. Sela walked back into the captain's quarters and shut the door firmly behind her. Then she sat on the cot, put her face in her hands, and cried. She had been dreading this for years. And now it had finally happened. It had been ages since she felt hot tears on her cheeks, the last time being when she handed her infant son over to the High Council almost 15 years ago. Mitka and Sela were past lovers who had concealed their relationship. Later, they also concealed Sela's pregnancy. Their son Rayleigh was born in secret, outside the Death Sands. Sela took her son to Miklagard under cover of darkness, and the council members agreed to shelter him and raise him inside the Crystal City. Sela splashed cold water on her face and composed herself. She took a deep breath and walked back out on deck. Brinsop was right. She couldn't hide her child any longer. Rayleigh was Sela and Mitka's son, and the rightful heir to the throne of Parthos. Komu. Elias arrived at Miklagard exhausted and starving. He was led to his room, which was clean and sparsely furnished. There was a cot in one corner, and a clean set of clothing sat folded on top. There was a vase with a single iris on the windowsill. The window was tiny, large enough to let in light and fresh air, but too small to escape from. The room was warm, with a burning fireplace in the corner. There was a big bowl of porridge on the table. Sisrin had confiscated Elias' spellbook and the dragonstone, but she didn't attempt to take the dagger again. You can't leave, but you can make yourself comfortable, said Sisrin. A guard will be stationed outside your door, so if you need anything, just ask. Then the door was locked, and Elias was left alone. The porridge was simple but delicious, and Elias ate it all, scraping the bottom of the bowl with his spoon. He washed his face and hands in the basin, trying to remove some of the grime from his travels. He would take a proper bath tomorrow. A few minutes later, he stripped off his muddy clothing and put on the simple cotton tunic that had been provided. He started yawning even before he lay down. He slept soundly, without dreaming. The next morning, the sun rose on the crystal city of Miklagard. The air was bright and crisp. Snow had fallen the night before, and white powder dusted the landscape. Elias awoke to a knock on his door. He sat up, and Thorin came in. "Good morning, Thorin," said Elias sleepily. Elias rubbed his eyes and stretched. "I'm surprised that Ciceren allowed you to come and see me. I can move about freely, lad. They didn't lock me up like they did ye. I guess they don't much care if I stay or go. There's a lot of commotion this morning. The mood is real somber-like. Looks like everyone's preparing for a funeral. I asked a few of the guards, but they wouldn't give me any details." Elias hopped off the cot and walked to the window. People were running around everywhere, most of them wearing gray, the official shade of mourning. Thorin was right. People were preparing for a funeral. "I see them, Thorin. They really wouldn't give you any information?" "No, but I've kept my ears and eyes open. I'll figure out who died eventually. People love to gossip. This is true everywhere, especially with humans." "Has the council asked you to stay in Miklagard?" said Elias. "No, they didn't. But Ciceren approached me yesterday after they locked ye in your room. She asked me 100 questions, drilling me for information. She's a real crafty one. What did she want to know?" "Everything about ye, especially. I told her that I didn't know much about ye, but that I was good friends with your grandmother, Karina. She seemed satisfied by that. I'm sure the council will be interested in your story as well." "Story? There's no story. My life was ordinary until a few weeks ago. Now lots of people want to talk to me, but most of them just want to use me for something. It's all very confusing. It's just politics, lad, and Yuri tangled up in the middle of all of it." "I know," said Elias. "I just don't have much experience figuring out what people's real motivations are. You might not know how to read people, but it's a skill you learn as ye get older. Trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is. It gets easier with practice. No one has come to speak to me yet. I wonder what they're waiting for." "Elias, shhh." Thorin put his finger to his lips, pausing for a moment. He walked to the door and put his ear against the wood. "It's Ciceren, she's outside talking to someone." "I don't think she knows I'm in here," he whispered. Elias couldn't hear anything, but Thorin, being a dwarf, had superior hearing. Elias held his breath, and Thorin raised his finger for quiet. "The boy, he cannot know, the council. It isn't just. Mitka has died, we must notify the allies. The council must train, he has responsibility, must fight, training should begin immediately." Thorin stepped back from the door. "They're comin' inside." A few seconds later, the lock clicked, and the heavy door swung open. It was Ciceren. An older man in ivory robes accompanied her. Ciceren frowned when she saw Thorin sitting next to Elias. Her eyes narrowed. "Paying an early morning visit to our guest, dwarf?" "Aye, just catching up with the lad," said Thorin, smiling. Then he walked off near the window, whistling softly. "Guest?" interrupted Elias. "I'm not your guest. I'm a prisoner here. You kidnapped us and dragged us halfway across the continent by force. Don't expect me to cooperate with you." Ciceren frowned, ignoring Elias' protests. "Elias, let me introduce you to Komu. He is one of our elders, and the leader of the High Council. He has come here personally to greet you. It is a great honor." Ciceren finished the sentence with a slight bow towards Komu. The old wizard had long white hair and was very thin. He smiled and reached out his hand in greeting. Elias raised his right hand, but instead of offering it to Komu, he pulled up his sleeve, displaying a seriously bruised wrist. The skin was deep purple and covered in a ring of thick scabs. "I don't care who you are. Look at this. Why should I shake hands with you? If you expect me to cooperate with whatever elaborate plans you have, then I suggest you start with an apology." Ciceren gasped. "How dare you," she hissed. "This is our leader. Your conduct is deplorable." She stepped forward, her fists clenched. Elias didn't flinch. "You don't scare me, Ciceren. What are you going to do to us now? We already spent weeks tied up and freezing inside a slaver's wagon, and another week traveling the potholed streets in the back of a donkey cart. Neither of us has had a bath or a proper meal in a long time." Ciceren scoffed. "You're just a boy. Those were precautions. It was necessary to ensure your safety. The High Council was trying to protect you. You don't understand what Vosper is capable of. I'm not a child. I don't need protection, especially from someone like you. I already know the Empire is evil. I may seem young, but my grandmother taught me many spells, and I can defend myself if necessary. Sisrin inched closer to Elias, clenching her fists. Elias jutted out his chin and stood his ground. He crossed his arms over his chest. The tension in the room grew. Como interceded and raised his hand, silently ordering Sisrin to step back. She nodded, moving slowly, positioning herself behind the old man. Elias, I apologize for how you were treated, said Como. We were only thinking of your safety. What you did was wrong. Miklegard is supposed to be fighting against Vosper. Instead, you're acting a great deal like him. You can't claim moral superiority. Vosper would have caught up with you eventually, said Como. Who can protect you but us? My grandmother said that the dwarves would offer me sanctuary. Thorin and I were going to Mount Velek when we were captured by Sisrin. I would have been safe there. The boy speaks truly, said Thorin. My clan would shelter him. Elias' grandmother Karina was considered a hero among my people. During the Dragon Wars, she saved the life of the dwarf king, Hergun Lindisfarne. King Hergun offered the boy asylum. We can protect him. Yes, said Como cautiously. I agree that the dwarves are a noble people. But who would train him? There are dozens of master spellcasters here and hundreds of apprentice mages. Elias, we can teach you how to use your powers to the fullest. You must trust me, it is better this way. Why should I trust you? Asked Elias. You've treated me like a hostage. Even now, I'm locked in my room like a prisoner. Como sighed. I appreciate your concerns. I promise that you will be able to move freely within the compound. I encourage you to explore Miklegard. Unfortunately, we're preparing for a funeral, so the atmosphere is rather grim. King Mitka, the leader of Parthos, has died. The wake will be tonight, and the funeral will be held tomorrow. You're both welcome to attend and pay your respects. Thank you, said Elias. We'll attend the funeral and pay our respects. Then I'll explore the city with Thorin. Excellent, said Como, looking back. Sisrin, please find Rayleigh. I want him to be their guide around the city. As you command, your grace, said Sisrin. Rayleigh is about your age, Elias. He is one of our stewards. He'll give you both a tour of our beautiful little city. I trust you'll enjoy his company. Great, said Elias, finally relaxing. I'd appreciate a bath first. Of course, said Como. I'll have hot water sent to your room. Now, I must excuse myself. I have dallied long enough, and I must attend to preparations for the funeral. Sisrin and Como left, leaving the door slightly open. Elias looked back at Thorin and smiled. That went better than I expected. Good job, lad. Thorin laughed. I'm proud of ye. Ye didn't back down. Thanks. I had a hard time keeping my composure when he said that King Mitka had died. I wonder how it happened. I'm wonderin' that myself, said Thorin, scratching his chin. King Mitka's death is a tragic event for the people of Parthos and the Dragon Riders. He was a fine leader, and one of the few who had the strength and manpower to stand up to Vosper. I'll bet my hammer it was Vosper's treachery that caused this. My grandmother talked to me about Mitka and the Dragon Riders before she died. She said he was the last true king of Durn, that Vosper had all the rest murdered, even his own brothers. Your grandmother was right. Vosper was born power-hungry. He poisoned his own father in order to take the throne, and murdered his brothers within months of being crowned emperor. Doesn't Vosper worry about who will succeed him? No, said Thorin. He's never been worried about succession. Vosper is insane. He wants to rule forever. His goal is to become immortal. He's trying to find magic that will allow him to do so. Vosper is crazy then, said Elias. There's no magic that can make someone immortal. That's true, said Thorin. The only real immortals are the elves. If Vosper was a dragon rider, his life would be extended. The magic of the binding ceremony does that. Dragons live for hundreds of years, and their riders live alongside them. But no dragon would consent to be bound to Vosper. Dwarves have longer lives than humans, but we're not immortal. So what is Vosper going to do when he gets too old to rule? He's already in advanced age as it is. He's planned for that, said Thorin. There's no spell that can make a human immortal. But there's a way that Vosper can rule forever, if he agrees to forsake his humanity. Elias looked confused, and then the answer dawned on him. The possibility was too horrible to even imagine. You mean if he agrees to become a necromancer? Thorin nodded slowly. Vosper is using charms to prolong his life now. Eventually, those spells will stop working, and he'll age at an alarming rate. Elias shivered. Would Vosper willingly become a soulless creature? Who would volunteer to become a walking corpse? Ye'd be surprised, lad, said Thorin. Some men will do anything for power. A few seconds later, a servant girl knocked on the door. She stepped in with a large bucket of hot water and a shallow bathing tub. Thorin excused himself, and Elias prepared for his bath. The servant left, and Elias stripped down. He grabbed a clean washcloth and a sliver of white soap. Elias poured the bucket of steaming water into the tub and stepped in. It was only a few inches of hot water, but it felt wonderful. He scrubbed his hair, face, and neck first, amazed at how much grime and dirt ended up on the washcloth. By the time he was finished, the water was a muddy brown. He dried himself with a fresh towel and dressed in clean clothing. He felt refreshed. The serving woman returned a few minutes later. She gave him a bowl of soup and a small pot pie that was surprisingly good, stuffed with vegetables and bits of chipped beef. Thorin popped his head in the door, holding a pot pie in his right hand. He took a bite and chewed. The food's not bad, he said. Did our guide show up yet? Not yet, said Elias. It feels great to eat a real meal and be clean. A teenage boy came to the door and knocked lightly. Hello? Yes, we're here. Come in, said Elias. Hi, I'm Rayleigh, said the boy, extending his left hand in greeting. His right hand was wrapped with gauze. The boy had shoulder-length black hair and blue eyes. He was taller than Elias by at least 5 inches, and thinner. His eyes looked tired, and he didn't smile. Pleased to meet you. I'm Elias, he said, returning the handshake. This is my friend, Thorin. Thorin raised his hand in greeting, continuing to eat his pot pie. Sorry I'm late, I had some things I had to take care of. To be honest, I didn't think that I was going to have to work today. I was preparing to attend the funeral. It's fine, said Elias. Thorin and I were finishing our lunch. The food is good. Have you eaten? I'm not hungry, said Rayleigh. But thank you for asking. Shall we get going? He raised his hands and said, Niga. And the door swung open. Elias stared. He wasn't accustomed to people using magic for simple tasks. I guess no one has to hide their magic here. No, said Rayleigh. Quite the contrary, apprentice mages are encouraged to use their powers as often as possible. Practice makes us stronger. I'm only a second-degree mage, so the more training I get, the better. What do you mean by second-degree mage? Is that the number of years you've been training? No. New mageborns are tested by the High Council. Our powers are rated on a scale of 1 to 9. The weakest mages are at the lower end of the spectrum, and only the strongest mages are rated above 7. There aren't many low-grade mages training in Miklagard, but I was lucky my parents paid a hefty dowry, which allowed me to study. I wonder what my rating is? Asked Elias out loud. Well, if you listen to the palace gossip, you're the most powerful new mageborn on the continent, said Rayleigh. Really? Said Elias, genuinely surprised. How do all these people know who I am? Rayleigh shrugged. I don't know. They just do. One day, I heard that Vosper was searching the countryside for you, and the next day, you're here. I'm just an apprentice, so they don't tell me much. Now, would you two like to see the Crystal City? Lead the way, said Thorin. Rayleigh, Thorin, and Elias toured the streets of Miklagard. Mages were everywhere, performing magic openly in the streets. Mageborn sentinels, dressed in yellow leather armor, patrolled the perimeter of the Crystal Dome. There weren't any merchants in the streets, no one sold anything. There were a lot of young mages sparring, and Thorin's beard was grazed by a fireball. Yoch! He said, patting out the fire. Sorry, said one of the boys, waving. Then he went back to sparring with another apprentice, a young girl. The city itself was small but meticulously planned. It was built partially underground, with tall spires reaching towards the crystal dome that covered the city. It was cold, although there wasn't any snow on the ground. I've never seen anything like this, said Elias. What is the dome made of? It's a magical construct. The dome is as solid as diamond, but it still lets in air and light. The elves gave us the spell in exchange for an artifact. I'm not sure what it was, the elders don't talk about it. The power for the dome is drawn from all of us. If we're attacked, the spell that sustains the dome draws more energy from all the mages. Isn't that dangerous? Asked Elias. Yes. The The dome protects us, but it's not without its risks. If the city is attacked and Vosper is ever able to shatter the dome, there's a possibility that all of us would die. The crystal is like a dragonstone. Shattering it would kill the operators of the spell. What if Vosper conceived a spell that shattered the dome? Asked Elias. Then everyone inside would die? It's possible. The High Council has decided that it's a risk they're willing to take. The dome has worked so far. No one has ever been able to penetrate the barrier, although Vosper has tried numerous times. They walked closer to the cathedral, walking through a maze of narrow streets. The cobblestones were white. I've never seen white stone like this, said Elias. Is it painted? No, answered Thorin. This stone is natural. It's mined in Snowmarsh, near the frigid waste. Your dwarf friend is correct, said Rayleigh. This stone is unique, there's no other stone like it in all of Dern. The mine is located in a secret location. There's snow on the ground all year round, and it's so cold that the stone can only be mined during the summer months. It's then cut by magical tools and infused with charms. All the streets of Miklagard are enchanted. The students practice their spells on them, and the streets give feedback. They talk, sing, and have their own personalities, just like people. As they walked, Elias could hear the streets whispering. It was uncanny. I can hear the streets talking. Yes, they talk all the time. When the funeral procession approaches with King Mitka, they will begin to sing songs of mourning as he passes. It's quite beautiful. Rayleigh's voice broke at the end, and he looked away, his eyes shining with tears. Excuse me for a moment. Rayleigh walked behind a wall and collected himself. Elias wondered why Rayleigh was so upset over Mitka's passing. Thorin shuffled his feet back and forth, his hands clasped in front of him. Just as the street started singing a sorrowful melody, Rayleigh returned, his composure restored. Sorry about that. Let's go inside the cathedral. They walked on, and after about 20 minutes, they reached a vast cathedral, made of rose-colored stone and crystal. It was easily the tallest building, and the center of the city. The cathedral bustled with activity, and mages flowed in and out as they approached. On the steps, dozens of apprentices practiced juggling fruit without using their hands. We can enter here, said Rayleigh, walking up the steps. He ducked as an apple flew towards his head. You have to keep your eyes open, otherwise, you're apt to have an accident. Watch out for the newest apprentices, they're always dressed in orange tunics. It's a caution for everyone to look out. They followed Rayleigh through the cathedral doors and into a giant antechamber. The building seemed even larger inside than it appeared from the outside. The cathedral was filled with people, dressed in gray and whispering quietly. In the center of the sanctuary, a marble altar held the body of the deceased king. Mitka was wrapped in white linen. His skin looked greenish, and his arms were covered by a white cloth. A spray of ivory roses lay on his chest. Lit candles surrounded the king, and 3 sentinels, dressed in yellow armor, stood silently behind the body. Rayleigh, if you don't mind, what killed him? Whispered Thorin. Kudu poisoning. Parthos was breached by a blood master, the highest-ranking Balbarite assassin. According to the dragon rider who brought him, it was a woman. She succeeded in killing 20 people, including one of Mitka's highly trained honor guards, before even reaching the king's chamber. Balbarite priests rarely let women train, so that means this woman must be dreadfully powerful. Did they capture her? Asked Elias. No, said Rayleigh, shaking his head. She escaped. Elias saw Komu nearby, talking with 2 other elders. Ciceren stood behind Komu and shot Elias an angry look when he entered the chamber. The 2 dragon riders sat further off, talking. Talon was short, with curling red hair and deep scars on his neck and face. His dragon was sapphire blue and also had numerous scars. Elias wondered again what had happened to cause so many injuries. Hanko was taller, with black hair, and his dragon was carnelian red. The red dragon was substantially smaller than the blue one. Talon looked over at Elias, catching his gaze. Elias looked away. Those are 3 of our elders, said Rayleigh. You've already met Komu. The others are Rizier and Bulwith. They're going to perform the ceremony. Would you like to pay your respects? Aye, said Thorin. It is a noble thing to honor the dead. That's fine. Both of you stand in the back. After the service, the body will be carried through the singing streets. A final spell will be cast, and his body will be encased in crystal, preserved forever in the Catacomb of Kings under the city. Once the service is over, you may tour the catacombs, if you wish. They're lovely in their own way. We'll end up there at the termination of the procession. Rayleigh sighed. He looked sad and exhausted. "Don't worry, lad," said Thorin. "We can take care of ourselves. Why don't you just pay your respects? We'll stay back here and watch from a distance." "Thanks," said Rayleigh, visibly relieved. The young man moved to the front of the congregation, taking his place in the first row. Thorin tried to peek over someone's shoulder, but gave up trying to see what was happening in the front. "Elias, did you notice how upset Rayleigh was about King Mitka's death?" "Yes. I noticed right away. Rayleigh looks tired, his eyes are bloodshot, and his skin is pale. It's as if he's spent the last few days crying." "Aye," said Thorin. "I think there's more to this boy than meets the eye." After about 30 minutes, the ceremony started. Komu began singing, his hands raised in the air. It was an ancient song of mourning. The ages of kings, those were the golden ages. They passed on to Darthnell, the holy afterlife. Enjoying the spoils of kingship. Forever in Bagra's arms. The rest of the congregation raised their hands and joined in the second chorus. May his spirit gain entry to that holy place. The golden fields of Darthnell. Where the streets flow with mead and honey. And kings are forever kings. Bright light filled the chamber. The mages were casting spells. The hair on the back of Elias' neck stood up. The air was charged with magic. Mitka's body rose slowly, levitating over the crowd. They were going to carry him through the singing streets using enchantments. The song continued, but Elias was too distracted to listen. He had never seen so many people performing magic at once, and out in the open. Rayleigh passed Elias and Thorin, walking right behind the body. His face was streaked with tears. Thorin's hunch was right. There was a link between Mitka and Rayleigh. Perhaps he would ask him later, but not today. The grey-garbed mourners filed past, exiting the building. Thorin and Elias followed behind, watching the glowing procession from a short distance. As they stepped onto the white stones, the streets began to sing a song of bereavement. It started as a whisper, and then it grew. It seemed the whole city was alive with magic. The shrouded king rose higher and higher into the air, and the mourners all reached their hands up higher. Light and music filled the air. Elias felt himself getting teary-eyed, even though he didn't know the king. Elias glanced at Thorin and heard him sniff loudly. The ceremony was affecting both of them equally. The song lasted for several minutes, and they continued to walk through the city, while the citizens of Miklagard bowed and showed their respects. People threw rose petals before the mourners. Hundreds of white roses circled in the air, levitating along with the king. Eventually, the mourners circled back to the cathedral, opening a heavy wooden door near the east wall. They walked slowly down dozens of flights of stairs to the catacombs below. The catacombs of kings held rows of crystal-encased bodies, all perfectly preserved. There were dozens of crystal caskets. At the end of the row, an empty crystal chamber waited for King Mitka's body. The mages stopped singing, and the body was lowered into the empty chamber. A chant rose up from the crowd, and Elias saw a powerful burst of light. The chamber was sealed. Mitka's body would remain here forever. It was over. Many cried, and others began singing songs of mourning again. Elias looked at Rayleigh, who was standing directly in front of Mitka's burial chamber. He reached out and touched the crystal, and Elias noticed how similar they looked in appearance. "Thorin! Look at Rayleigh and Mitka. There's no denying the resemblance." He whispered, "Rayleigh must be Mitka's son." Thorin squinted, and then nodded. "I believe you're right, lad." Galti and Half. Sela was thankful that the captain of the Clampherdown was so skilled. They passed through the Straits of Tremidor without incident and continued up the western coast at lightning speed. When they got closer to Parthos, Sela directed Brinsop to travel inland by herself. "Brinsop, fly to Parthos. Find Orshek and Karela and accompany them to White Bay. We shall rendezvous there." "Are you finally going to tell everyone about Rayleigh?" "Yes. It's time. He's still a boy, but this war has taken a dark turn, and Parthos cannot survive without a leader. I'll help my son until he's old enough to make decisions on his own. He'll be forced to grow up very fast. If you need to contact me, keep it brief." "I should reach Parthos by late tonight," said Brinsop. "From Parthos it will take us at least 4 days to reach White Bay. Orshek and Karela aren't experienced at traveling long distances, and even pushing them that may be the best we can do." "Understood. May Bagra light your way, my dear friend." Sela patted Brinsop's neck, and she was off, flying swiftly in the direction of the city. Sela watched Brinsop until she disappeared on the horizon. She felt horrible. The riders were backed up against a cliff. King Mitka was dead, and the orcs were poised for attack. Even her ambassadorial trip to Redmore was an admitted failure. She hadn't heard from any of the other riders in days. She sighed, rubbing her aching neck. Sela relayed her plans to the captain. "All right, then," said the captain. "I'll transport you all as far as White Bay, and then you can travel by yourselves from there. I'm sorry to say it, but I'll need you to take the old man back with you. It's too dangerous for him to travel to Miklagard with us." "What about the boys?" asked the captain. "They'll be coming with me. They're powerful mages in their own right, and they need to train. I think Vigrid will understand that it's in their best interest. If I can get them to Miklagard, they'll be safe." The captain nodded and went back to work. Sela approached Vigrid and his grandsons, telling them about the plans. The boys seemed afraid, but Vigrid agreed. He knew it would be safer for the boys at Miklagard. "Vigrid, I'll give you enough coins to get you through the next few months," said Sela reassuringly. "Once everything settles down here, I shall come for you." The next 3 days flew by. The air grew colder as they approached northern Durn. Sela spent the time training the boys. She taught them some remedial spells, and also how to start controlling their considerable powers. Eventually, they reached the Straits of Tyret. The ship was enveloped in deep fog. Sela felt wild magic in the air. The boys felt it, too. They trembled with repressed energy. "I feel strange, Mistress Sela." "I know the air's cold, but I'm on fire," said Galti. "You're feeling the magic of Bright Hollow, the land of the elves. We're passing near it now. You can't see the land because fog shrouds this waterway year-round. But mages can feel the magical energy of this place." "Can we go there?" asked Half. "No humans may enter the land of the elves. It's forbidden. Human minds are too fragile to resist the magic of that place. It's too powerful. It drives men mad." The captain came over to Sela, pulling her aside. "Mistress, we shall reach White Bay in a few hours. This is as far as we go." "Thank you, Captain. I am in your debt. Good luck to you all, and may Bagra guide you. You riders have a difficult road ahead. I'll tell King Selwyn of Mitka's death. I'm sure he'll be saddened by it." Mitka was a good man. Sela nodded. She hoped that Mitka's death would be enough to stimulate King Selwyn to join the resistance. The rebellion could certainly use the help. Sela went to the ship's bow and closed her eyes, concentrating. She focused her mind and felt the power of the Dragonstone reaching out to Brinsop. "My friend, can you hear me?" "Yes, Sela. I am with Orshek and Karila. We'll arrive at White Bay tomorrow evening." "Good. We'll make our way towards Everwood. Contact me as soon as you get there." Sela told the boys to spend the last few hours with their grandfather. Vigrid was in poor health, so it was possible that this would be their last chance to say goodbye, perhaps forever. The boys spent the remainder of the afternoon with their grandfather, and there were some tears. As the sun was setting in the sky, they reached their destination. The bay was partially frozen over, so they were left near the shoreline. The weather was freezing. Sela borrowed 3 heavy coats from the captain. They were too big for the boys, but at least they would be warm. Half and Galti embraced their grandfather one last time. Vigrid turned to Sela. "Take care of my boys." "I will, I promise," she said. Vigrid nodded and turned back to the ship. Tears ran down his cheeks, but he was smiling. He seemed at peace. She and the boys trudged up the shoreline and watched the Clampherdown disappear into the fog. "Boys, follow me. We need to travel inland for a while and find a secluded spot. I'm a competent mage, but even I wouldn't risk staying out in the open here. We're still close enough to Mount Heldiafol and Dead Man's Pass that it's worth being cautious." "I can't see anything," said Half. "The fog is so thick." "The fog will conceal us somewhat, but we must find a safer place to make camp. We can't stay this close to the water. Brinsop and the others will be here tomorrow. We'll wait for them in Everwood." "The others? Who else is coming?" asked Galti. "Orshak and Karila. They're siblings Onyx dragons. They were orphaned when their mother was murdered by Vosper's dragon hunters." "More dragons?" The boys gasped. "Whose parents were killed by the Emperor?" "They're just like us," said Half. "Yes, you have quite a bit in common," said Sela, smiling. The boys chattered excitedly, following Sela into the forest. The light was fading, and the fog was as thick as soup. They walked for about half an hour, and then Sela decided it was time to light the way. "Lu Hath. she said, and a tongue of flame appeared on her palm. The boys watched her, and both of them tried to do the same. Luhath! They said in unison, and a giant circle of flame erupted from their hands. Youch! Screamed Half. Leta Luhath! Said Sela, countering the spell. The circle of flame sputtered and died. A wisp of blue smoke hung in the air. The boys looked down at their feet. Boys, do me a favor. Until we get to Miklagard, please leave all the spellcasting to me, okay? Yes, Mistress Sela, they answered, still looking down at the ground. They continued to walk, with Sela lighting the way. The night sounds from the forest grew louder, and the boys jumped more than once. The trees grew larger, towering hundreds of feet above them. Sela found a fallen tree trunk that was large enough for them to sit inside. She ushered the boys in and took her place at the entrance. There was just enough space for them all to sit down. Hudlena Grossiger, said Sela, and a giant divot of grass rose to cover the opening. They were sealed in. Sela transferred the tiny flame in her palm to the floor. There. That's better. Let's eat something. Sela opened her pack and gave the boys 2 hard biscuits. They ate slowly, huddled together for warmth. When you're finished, you should get some sleep. I'm going to extinguish the light, but I'll remain awake. We can't sleep, Mistress Sela. We're too excited, said Galti. But a few minutes after they finished their biscuits, they were yawning. The boys whispered happily for a moment and then fell asleep leaning against each other. Sela extinguished her flame and sat in the darkness. She thought about her son, Rayleigh. When he was born, she was a young woman and had just become a writer. At the beginning, King Mitka seemed full of swagger and confidence, but the stress of his position wore him down. After losing his beloved guard Fivan, Mitka grew somber, and his heart hardened against her. After their child was born, Mitka suggested the boy be transferred to Miklagard for his own safety. Sela agreed. She remembered sobbing as she handed her infant son to Komu all those years ago. Komu never kept Rayleigh's parentage a secret from him, and the boy understood the reasons for the secrecy. But it was still difficult. She saw her son only rarely, sometimes not even once a year. Now her heart pounded in her chest, nervous from the anticipation of another meeting. Under these challenging circumstances, it weighed heavily on her heart. They were on the brink of war. The orc horde would march upon the Death Sands within weeks, perhaps days. The riders were in disarray. There were so few of them. And here she was, rushing to Miklagard to raise her only son to the throne of Parthos, which might very well be a doomed city. The pressure was intense. She felt her hands trembling. In the dark, tears fell. Sela finally fell asleep at dawn, sleeping a few hours before Brinsop awakened her. Sela, we're here. The young ones are with me. Where are you? I can sense you here, but I can't see you. We're inside the down tree. I covered the opening. Brinsop reached down and tore the grass covering away. Sela crawled out and embraced Brinsop's neck. The dragon was taken aback by the show of emotion. Sela was generally very reserved. Sela? Are you feeling well? Yes. I just had a rough night. These issues plague me. I understand. Orshek and Karila are exhausted. They must rest. Brinsop nodded towards the 2 black siblings, who were breathing heavily, leaning against a tree. They had grown considerably in just a few weeks. They looked large enough to bear the weight of a rider, which was what Sela was hoping. Their dragonstones had finally grown in, and the polished onyx stones sat gleaming at the base of their throats. Half and Galti are still sleeping, said Sela, pointing inside the trunk, where both the boys slept tangled in their oversized coats. I'll wake them. She stepped inside and shook the boys awake. They rubbed their eyes and crawled out of the trunk, stretching lazily in the chilly air. Then they noticed Orshek and Karila. The boys squealed with delight and ran over to the young dragons. Orshek and Karila perked up immediately. They circled each other, the dragons and the boys. Eventually, Galti and Half reached out, and each touched one of the dragons. They jumped, feeling a spark of magical energy. Look, whispered Sela. Their dragon stones are glowing. Orshek and Karila were responding to these 2 boys. Sela's instinct had been right. They were a good match. The boys are untrained, but their powers are significant. This is excellent news. It would be good for everyone if Orshek and Karila could be paired off with competent mageborns. Sela nodded. They would wait here another few minutes, so Orshek and Karila could gather their strength. Then Sela would show Galti and Half how to ride a dragon. The catacombs. Back in the Crystal City, Elias and Thorin grew restless. Elias had been approached daily by either Cicerin or Komu about his magical training but had thus far refused. He was still angry, and the last thing he wanted to do was train under the perennially bad-tempered Cicerin. Thorin was offered the chance to leave but chose to stay with Elias to protect him from all the vultures. Elias spent most of his time touring the city and exploring the catacombs under the cathedral. It gave him time to think. Today he toured the tunnels, using a crystal to light the way. The crystal had been given to him by his grandmother years ago. Elias recalled his grandmother's gentle training. I wish I could talk to her one last time, he thought. I'm out of my comfort zone, and I desperately need some advice. Grandmother, I wish you were here. He sighed and sat down, twirling the light crystal between his fingers. It was so quiet. The air was damp and very cold. The floors were slippery with icy water. Then he heard footsteps. Who's there? He said, raising the crystal above his head. There was no answer, so he produced a stronger light, Luhath. Blue light erupted from both his hands. In the distance, he could see the outline of a male figure. Who are you? Identify yourself, please. Relax, Elias, that's your name, right? Show yourself, or else, said Elias, his voice rising. The man laughed. Or else what? Do you believe yourself a match for me, boy? The man stepped forward, and his features came into view. Elias recognized him, it was one of the dragon riders. He had been present at Mitka's funeral with his dragon. At his throat, a carved dragonstone lay embedded. It gleamed strangely in the firelight, the color fluctuated. I recognize you. You were at the funeral with your dragon. You're Hanko, the rider. Elias was starting to sweat. The man stepped closer to him, and he was not smiling. Hanko had deep shadows under both eyes. Yes. I'm a rider. I've been watching you for a long time. What do you want? Elias stepped back, frightened. He felt the dragon stone around his neck getting hot. He clutched the pouch holding the stone. I've been sent here, for one purpose. Elias' heart pounded. Hanko inched towards him, his eyes filled with malice. Now the dragon stone was vibrating inside the pouch around his neck. Elias felt power draining from his body into the stone. I'm sorry to have to do this. I truly am, said Hanko, who was now only feet away from him. Do what? Asked Elias, but he already knew the answer. Hanko looked murderous. This man was planning to kill him, and Elias knew it. Hanko reached out with a glowing hand, and Elias felt a spike of energy from the dragonstone. Elias screamed. A bolt of lightning erupted from his dragonstone, hitting Hanko full force in the face. Hanko fell back screaming, surprised by the attack. Elias coughed and slumped to the floor, holding his stomach. The spell had knocked the wind out of him. He vomited, overcome by the stone's power. Energy surged through his body. He felt dazed. What just happened? On the edge of consciousness, Elias heard shouting. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Hanko fighting with the other dragon rider, Talon. Traitor! The red-haired dragon rider roared with fury. Hanko, still dazed from Elias' spell, parried Talon's blows with his arms. Talon rained punches on the other rider and caught Hanko in the face so hard that he bloodied his nose. They exchanged vicious blows inside the narrow chamber. At one point, Hanko broke away, reaching out to attack Elias again. Talon screamed, Elias! Wake up, boy! Run! Talon grabbed Hanko by the hair, but Hanko managed to throw a blue fireball in Elias' direction. Talon tried to stop the attack, but failed. The dragon stone pulsed with energy again, and a tiny shimmering shield appeared, blocking the fireball at the last second. Elias vomited again. Elias tried to stand, but he stumbled, dizzy. His head pounded. His skin was on fire. He needed to take the dragon stone off his neck. Even if it had saved his life, he could barely stay conscious with all this magic coursing through him. Elias tore off the dragon stone, flinging it to the ground, and ran deep into the catacombs, away from the fight. Talon turned his attention back to Hanko, whose face was covered with blood. Talon swung his arm, catching Hanko on the chin with his elbow. Talon grabbed Hanko's arm, twisting it savagely behind his back. Og! Hanko screamed as the bones in his arm flexed under Talon's powerful grip. Talon reached forward and tore the dragonstone from Hanko's chest. It ripped away, bringing skin and blood with it. Hanko screamed in pain. No! The stone swelled and collapsed like gelatin. Talon squeezed it between his fingers and threw it against the wall in disgust. I knew it, I knew that your stone was a forgery. It wasn't even a good one. How long has Vosper had you under his thumb, Hanko? How long have you been working for that maggot? Hanko wheezed, refusing to answer. Talon twisted his arm even harder, feeling bones crack. Hanko screamed. A year. He sputtered, finally. A year. I was in the death sands, I let my guard down. A Balbarite assassin ambushed me. It was that infernal woman, the same one that killed Mitka. Skara Kina. She's pure evil. She plucked the stone from my chest using black magic, laughing the whole time. I was forced to relinquish it, or she would have killed Charlite in front of me. She was the one who implanted the forgery and sent me back to Parthos alive, with a warning. Vosper would kill me if I didn't cooperate. What about Riona? Where is she? I haven't been able to contact her for days. She's dead. Stormshard, too. The necromancers killed her. Hanko spat blood. I betrayed them both. Talon spun Hanko around by the shoulders, grabbing his throat. And King Mitka? You transported him the rest of the way to Miklagard. Did you kill him, too? And no. I didn't have to. I knew that Mitka wouldn't survive. He drew his last breath as soon as we arrived at the cathedral. How could you do this to us? Said Talon through gritted teeth. What kind of monster are you? Hanko struggled against Talon's steel grip. Even though Talon was shorter than Hanko, the halfling was twice as strong. The veins in Hanko's neck bulged. Please. You don't understand. They have my dragonstone. Vosper would have killed us both. I can't lose Charlite. I can't. Hanko clawed frantically at Talon's hands, to no avail. Talon squeezed harder, and Hanko's face started turning blue. Bah! Talon threw Hanko to the ground, repulsed. You're a fool. Haven't you learned anything at all? You can't bargain with Vosper. As soon as you lose your usefulness, he'll execute you both. Vosper will kill Charlite anyway, no matter what you do. It's only a matter of time. You're just fodder for his necromancers. Hanko burst into tears, cradling his face in his hands. Talon, I am going mad. I hear Vosper's voice whispering in my ear all the time. Talon's face grew hard. Don't ask me to pity you now. If you had come to me at the beginning, I might have been able to help you. You chose to become a turncoat. When I visited the Elder Willow, Chua told me there would be a traitor. I never dreamed it would be you. For Bagra's sake, you're a rider. Hanko dropped to all fours, his chest heaving with sobs. I can't live like this. Kill me, Talon. Just kill me. I'm begging you. Talon frowned. No, I don't think so. I will let you live. But I doubt you'll be enjoying the next few years very much. Get up. I'm turning you over to the elders. Talon yanked Hanko up by the shoulder, jerking him with such force that his feet left the ground. Hanko groaned as Talon twisted his hand behind his back again. Please, Talon, don't punish Charlite, begged Hanko. She had no fault in this. The elders will decide both your fates. If Charlite conspired with you in this treason, then she deserves the same fate as you. No. Hanko howled, twisting away from Talon's grip. He raised his fist to strike, but Talon drew back and punched him so hard that teeth flew from his mouth. Hanko's neck snapped back, and he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Talon stood over Hanko for a moment, feeling his anger drain away. What a waste, he thought. After a minute, he whistled loudly into the darkness. Elias. You can come out now. It's safe. Elias stepped forward into the light. The passageway was scorched, licks of flame surrounded them, slowly sputtering out. Elias picked up his pouch from the ground, and the dragonstone slipped out into his palm. It was again cool to the touch and had stopped vibrating. Elias looked at the stone with wonder. That was an impressive bit of magic back there, said Talon. You held your own. It wasn't me. It was this. Elias held the green stone out on his open palm. It's the dragon stone I told you about. It's good that you held on to it, said Talon. It's probably saved your life more times than you know. It takes over my body sometimes, it works magic through me. Do you know why it does these things? I thought that dragon stones only responded to their owners, said Elias. Talon cleared his throat, avoiding the question. Walk with me, Elias. I have to carry Hanko back to the surface. Watch him. If he regains consciousness, let me know and I'll knock him back out. With that, Talon picked up Hanko, yanking him by his tunic. Talon flung the unconscious rider over one shoulder and began walking. A thread of bloody spittle oozed from Hanko's mouth, but he did not stir. "Float of Isildur," said Talon, and a floating orb of light appeared before them, illuminating their way through the dark passageway. Elias struggled to keep up with Talon. Even with the added weight, Talon jogged through the catacombs as though he wasn't carrying anything. It took them about 20 minutes to reach the outdoors. Talon carried Hanko up the steps of the Crystal Cathedral, and everyone stopped to stare. Dusky swooped down seconds later. Charlight was nowhere to be found. Como rushed out onto the steps, and Talon dumped Hanko's limp body on the ground. "What happened?" asked Como. "Here's your traitor." His dragonstone was a fake, a magical replica. It dissolved in my hand as soon as I tore it from his chest. "I told you it looked odd," said Dusky. "Here, with all this magical energy, it became obvious. Our dragonstones have been glowing, while his never did. The color looked like it was shifting." Komu's eyebrows shot up. This was a lot to digest. "Where is Hanko's dragonstone?" "A Balberite assassin stole it from him, so the stone could be anywhere." "It's probably in Vosper's possession," said Talon. "But who knows? At this point, it doesn't matter, really. Either way, he must be punished." "And Riona?" asked Komu. "She's dead," said Talon, sighing. Hanko confirmed it. He exposed her position to the necromancers. They killed her, and Stormshard, too. Komu shook his head sadly. "This is a tragic blow to our cause. Now there are only 3 riders left, and only 2 that we can trust. Ciceren reported to me that Sela and Brinsop are flying through Everwood. They have 2 other dragons with them." "They brought the Onyx siblings?" asked Dusky. "Apparently so," said Talon. "I'm sure she has a good reason for it." Hanko groaned, moving his head. "He's waking," said Talon. "Somebody pick up this piece of rubbish." "I'm leaving with Elias. We'll be staying outside the city gates from now on. Until further notice, this boy is under my protection." Komu's eyes widened. "No, I cannot agree to this, Talon," he said, raising one finger to object. Talon spun back on his heel, leveling a steady gaze at the old wizard. "Komu, although I respect your position, I'm not going to sit back and let this child be assassinated while the council plays political games. I'm taking this boy with me whether you like it or not. You're welcome to try to stop me." They stood motionless for a moment, glaring at each other. Como raised his hands, and Talon stiffened. Then Hanko coughed and rolled over, struggling to lift himself up. Komu decided to deal with his prisoner instead. "Talon, this conversation is not over," said Komu, wagging his finger at him. "For me, it is," said Talon, and he turned and walked away. "Let's go, Elias." Elias hurried to catch up, jogging down the steps, away from the cathedral. They walked towards the exit, with Dusky following behind. They found a lack along the way, and Talon asked the guard to escort them out. About 30 minutes later, they were outside the city, standing in the snow. Elias shivered. "It's cold. I left all my belongings in my room. I only have the dragon stone with me. Here, take this." Talon tossed him a cloak from his saddlebags. "Time is of the essence, and Sela can pick up your belongings later. Jump on." Elias smiled, leaping onto Dusky's back. Dusky looked back and smiled. "Ready, boy?" Elias understood the dragon's speech because of his dragonstone. "Yes," said Elias, clapping his hands. He could hardly contain his excitement. Dusky crouched down, and Talon hopped into the saddle. Seconds later, they were in the sky, flying away from the city. Once they were at a safe distance, Talon reached out telepathically to contact Sela. He touched her mind within minutes. "Sela, where are you now?" He tried to be as brief as possible. Sela's voice came back strained, in a whisper. "We're a few hours outside of Miklagard. We should arrive soon." "Change of plans," said Talon. "I need to speak with you. I have Elias with me." "Can't this wait until we reach the city?" she asked. "No, I'm afraid it can't." "All right," said Sela. "Meet me at the Oak Circle in 3 hours." "See you there," said Talon, breaking contact. He told Dusky, and the dragon changed course. "Talon, where are we going?" asked Elias. "To the Oak Circle. It's a ring of ancient oak trees inside Everwood Forest. The elders use it for ceremonies. We'll meet with Sela and Brinsop there." I need to notify her of Hanko's betrayal and Riona's murder. She won't take the news well. They flew for another hour, and the oak circle came into view. There was no snow on the ground, and the moonlight shone brightly. Elias shivered. Do you feel that? He asked Talon. Yes. That's magical residue. It hangs in the air here. This place is sacred and has been used for magical ceremonies for thousands of years. The elves planted these trees, they're the oldest trees in Everwood. They aren't the oldest trees on the continent though. There are some trees in Ravenwood that are older. Thorin and I traveled through Ravenwood before we were captured. That forest is strange, and a little bit frightening. Yes it is, son. Ravenwood is an old forest, and full of dangers. But this forest also has its own hazards, said Talon. Elias thought he might elaborate, but Talon said nothing. A few minutes later, he pointed towards the ground. We have arrived. Dusky landed in the center of the clearing and Talon dismounted. The dragon stretched, scratching his back lazily against one of the giant oaks. The air feels warmer here, and there's no snow on the ground, said Elias. Yes, Talon said. This place has its own microclimate, it's spring all year round. It's always been this way, at least in my memory. The spell is usually very stable, but major changes across Durin can affect the energy of this place. For example, during the Dragon Wars, all the leaves fell from the trees. Talon reached into his leather saddle pack and brought out a gleaming white orb. I have something for you. Elias' eyes widened. Is that a dragon egg? He said breathlessly. Yes. I've carried it across Durin to deliver to you. Take it. It's going to hatch soon, and you need to imprint on the dragon. But why? I made a promise to someone. This dragon will hatch, and you're meant to be its rider. It's the first white dragon in generations. Elias' mouth opened in shock. A rider? Me? Yes, said Talon. The Oracle of the Elder Willow has told me as much. Elias couldn't believe it. He touched the egg breathlessly. I don't know what to say, it's beautiful. Moonlight danced on the shell. Elias saw his reflection on the gleaming surface. I didn't know that the Elder Willow was an oracle. My grandmother instructed me to go there, right before she was killed. Your grandmother was a wise woman. The Elder Willow is a holy place, said Talon. She was thinking of your safety. You would have been safe there. The oracle resides within the willow itself, and he has predicted the upcoming war, as well as your rise as a rider. I wish I could meet him, said Elias, gently holding the egg. One day you shall. In the meantime, you must learn how to control your powers and care for this egg. If I'm not going back to the city, what about my training? Como said that they would train me. I'm not going to leave your training to those old fools in Miklagard. Sela and I will train you. I'm relieved, said Elias. I was supposed to train with Ciceren. She's awful. Don't worry. I'm not letting that witch anywhere near you. I'm sick of waiting for the elders to disentangle their political affairs, while the rest of Durin falls like dominoes under Vosper's armies. Elias' mind was spinning. Just hours ago, he was almost killed by a dragon rider, and now he was given a dragon egg. It seemed like an impossible chain of events. What now? He asked. Sela should be here shortly. She'll decide our next course of action. She's still the leader of the dragon riders, and I respect her leadership. How can she be the leader of the dragon riders when there are only 2 of you left? Talon sighed, running his fingers through his red hair. There were only 2 dragon riders left. Elias had only stated the obvious, but it was still difficult to hear. Talon's shoulders hunched. Unfortunately, you're correct, Elias. Riona is dead, and Hanko is a traitor. It's a sad time for us. Talon walked over to Dusky, resting his hand on his dragon's side. Dusky crooned softly and touched Talon's head with his snout. Elias watched the exchange with wonder. These two were extremely close. Dusky was more than an animal and more than a companion, he was Talon's friend. Elias looked at the gleaming white egg in his arms. He smiled, holding the egg a little tighter. He wanted that kind of friendship. The switch. Sela arrived at the clearing, followed by Orshek and Karila. The Onyx dragons were carrying Gulti and Hulf. The young dragons landed badly, not used to bearing the weight of a rider. They tumbled to the ground in a jumbled heap. The boys jumped up, laughing. Then they ran over and hugged the black dragons tightly by the neck. The 2 black dragons sat down against a tree. They looked tired but happy. Talon raised one eyebrow but said nothing. Sela dismounted and said, "Now, what's the news that couldn't wait until we reached Miklegard?" Talon did not respond. Instead, he took Sela by the elbow and walked her to the edge of the clearing. Dusky jerked his head, indicating that Brinsop should follow. The two dragons circled Sela and Talon in order to keep Elias and the young boys from seeing Sela's reaction. A few seconds later, Elias heard Sela gasp loudly. He strained to hear the conversation, but he could not. Instead, Elias turned his attention to the twins, who were chattering nonstop. "Hi. I'm Galti," said one. "I'm Half," said the other. They looked exactly alike. Elias scrutinized them closely but could not see any difference between the two. He wondered how anyone could tell them apart. "Did you see us? We flew on dragons." "Yes, I did." "How did you do that?" asked Elias. "Mistress Sela let us ride them." "Aren't they wonderful?" "I rode on Orshek, and Half rode on Karela." "Those dragons, they're orphans, just like us." "Their mother was killed by dragon hunters," said Galti. "What happened to your parents?" asked Elias. "Vosper's soldiers killed them," said Half. "I'm sorry. I guess we have that in common." "Vosper's soldiers killed my grandmother," said Elias. "What about your parents?" asked Galti. "I never knew them. They died during the war. They were both Mageborns, like me. My grandmother raised me." "We're Mageborns, too," said Half. "Mistress Sela said that we won't have to hide our powers anymore. We'll be able to use them right out in the open." "Is that true?" "Yes, it's true. At Miklegard, spellcasters are everywhere. You'll be able to use your powers anytime you want." The boys hugged each other, jumping up and down with excitement. Then they ran off to play. They were playing a game of tag when Sela and Talon returned from their meeting. "Hello, Elias Dorgamir, grandson of Karina Dorgamir, son of Chua the Dragon Rider, and son of Iona the Fairhair," said Sela. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. She held out her hand, and Elias reached out to shake it. "Yes, that's me," said Elias, looking puzzled. "I am Sela, leader of the Dragon Riders." "Well, I was, until recently. Now that it's just Talon and me, and it seems foolish to say. You'll be under Talon's tutelage from now on. Both of you will leave Everwood Forest today. Talon will train you in Parthos." "What's in Parthos?" asked Elias. "Mitka has died, and the city is rudderless," said Talon. "I must return to act as steward, at least until King Mitka's son takes the throne." "Is it Rayleigh? Is he Mitka's son?" asked Elias. "Yes." Sela's eyebrows shot up. "How did you know?" "Thorin and I went to the funeral. Both of us noticed how much King Mitka and Rayleigh looked alike. It's obvious they're related. Plus, Rayleigh was very emotional during the service." "You're an observant boy," said Sela. Elias waited for her to say something else, but she didn't. She just stared at him. Talon finally broke the silence. "On our way back, Dusky will pass over the Slida border. We'll see if the orcs have started their march south. The orc horde will cross into the Death Sands soon," said Sela. "There's no question that the city will be attacked, it's just a question of when. We have only weeks to prepare for battle." "I agree it's an abysmal situation," said Talon. "Riona and Charlight's deaths were a terrible blow to our cause. Hanko's betrayal is even worse because it's demoralizing in a way that the death of a writer could never be. That's why Vosper did it. He could have easily killed Hanko, but the goal was to breed distrust. That's why he turned him traitor instead." "TSK. We should go," said Sela. "The sooner we get Elias to Parthos, the better." "One more thing," said Talon. "Just a word of warning, the High Council will be furious that I took Elias to Parthos. Ciceren captured him at considerable expense. I'm not afraid of Ciceren, and you can leave the elders to me. I'm not impressed with their petty squabbles and even less impressed with their usefulness. I'll stay here for a few hours, so the young ones can rest. Then we all carry on to Miklegard. Mistress Sela, what about the dragon egg?" Elias flipped away his cloak, revealing the egg. "Talon told me about this, but I could scarcely believe it." Sela drew a sharp intake of breath. "I've never seen a diamond dragon egg. They're so rare. It's lovely." She reached out to touch it. "You're a lucky young man. Protect the egg until it hatches. Don't let it out of your sight until then. Place it in a rucksack and wear it while you're flying in training. It will not shatter if you fall, the shell is as hard as stone. Okay, said Elias. The egg vibrated in his hands. I think you're right about it hatching soon. I feel it moving. That's a good sign. Keep a close eye on it, said Talon. Orshek stepped forward, addressing Sela. This trip is so exciting. Are there more dragons at Miklegard? No, there aren't any dragons, said Elias. The city is full of mageborns. There's plenty to see. You understood that? Said Sela, her eyes widening in surprise. Elias, do you speak dragon tongue? No, I don't think so. I don't know. I just understand them. I think it's because of this. Elias took the green dragonstone out of the pouch hanging from his neck and handed it to Sela. Her mouth opened, she was speechless. But how is this even possible? The stone would only respond to its rider, unless... She glanced at Talon. He frowned and shook his head imperceptibly. Sela understood. Talon didn't want Elias to know that Jewel was still alive. She would talk to him about it later, in private. She cleared her throat and handed the dragonstone back to Elias. That's quite interesting. Mistress Sela, will you do me a favor? Asked Elias. Can you tell Thorin goodbye for me? I didn't get the chance before we left. He saved my life more than once. I owe him a lot. Of course. I'll let him know as soon as I arrive. Elias slipped the stone into the pouch and tucked it under his cloak. Elias hopped on Dusky's saddle, and they prepared to take flight. A minute later, they were off, headed towards the desert. They traveled until the following day, stopping near White Bay to rest and eat. From there, Dusky flew over Mount Heldiafol, and it took another full day to reach the Slida border. Talon peered down to view the orc war camps, but they were gone. The land was scorched black, every tree cut down. The ground was covered with filth and rotting meat for miles. The stench was overwhelming. Even though they were high in the sky, the smell reached them. Elias reached over the side. Dusky, circle down, so I can get a better look. Elias, hold your nose. The smell is going to get worse. Hudlena. Talon cast the concealment spell, and Elias felt the familiar sensation of being encased in an egg. Dusky swooped down, making a beeline for the boundary of the orc kingdom. There was no one there. This is bad news, Talon. The orcs have begun their march into the desert. I know, friend, Talon sighed. I know. We just ran out of time. Preparations. Talon and Elias discovered the marching orcs later that evening. The orcs were traveling only at night and resting during the day when the heat was intolerable. Their progress was slow but steady. As the horde moved through the desert, they left a path of destruction, burning trees and other vegetation in their path. Talon pointed to the burning fires. The orcs carried hundreds of torches, and the greasy black smoke reached them, burning their eyes. It will take them a month to reach Parthos on foot. How can they survive this heat? Asked Elias. Orcs prefer colder climates, but they can survive temperature extremes. They're cold-blooded, like lizards. In that way, they have more in common with their Drask than with us. They're only moving at night when the temperatures are cooler. The necromancers are with them. As long as they have spellcasters, they'll be able to obtain water. They can just pull it up from the ground. Look, Talon. They have camels, said Dusky. Thousands of them. That's their food for the journey. I noticed that, Dusky. I question how they got so many. It chills my blood, there are only a few nomadic tribes that have such large herds. Do you think the orcs killed the tribesmen in order to steal their camels? Asked Elias. Yes, I'm certain of it, said Talon. One of the tribes has already fallen. But where are all the bodies? Asked Elias. Talon looked at the boy. Think about that, Elias. Do you really want to know? He asked grimly, his mouth a tight line. No. I guess I don't. Elias shivered. We have to get out of here in order to warn the others. The desert tribes must move south, otherwise, they'll all be slaughtered. We'll be in Parthos in 4 days. If we see any tribesmen along the way, I'll tell them to raise the alarm. There's no other way to communicate with them, except in person. There's a good spot to land about 30 leagues from here. Talon, do you want to stop and try to contact Sela? No. Sela's inside the walls of Miklegard now. All telepathic communication will be blocked. Albaline is dead, so there isn't anyone I can contact at Parthos either. We'll just have to hurry and hope for the best. Understood, said Dusky, pumping his wings harder. They continued to fly for hours, eventually stopping at dawn. Dusky slept for an hour, and then they continued on until midday when temperatures became unbearable. They paused at a secluded overhang, crawling underneath to escape the sweltering heat. Talon took the watch while Dusky and Elias slept. Elias had only slept a few hours when he awoke with a start, screaming. Talon shook him by the shoulder. Wake up, boy. You were yelling in your sleep. Sorry, Talon. That's been happening a lot. I keep seeing images in my mind. They're so vivid. It wakes me up. I know they're just dreams, but they're frightening all the same. They're not just dreams, Elias. You should listen to them. The gift of prophecy runs in your bloodline, and you've likely inherited the ability. What did you dream about? Well, this time I dreamt about dragons. Lots of them. Dozens, maybe more. They're filling the sky above a city. Is the city Miklegard? Asked Talon. No. It's a city I've never seen. The city is carved into the mountainside. That's Parthos, said Talon. Interesting. I hope your dreams are correct, Elias. The dragon race is on a knife's edge of extinction. It would be nice to see dozens of them in the sky, anywhere. Elias decided to change the subject. I could take over the watch. Don't you want to sleep, Talon? Talon shook his head. No, I'm fine. I don't sleep much. I've gotten used to it over the years. Dusky will awaken soon, and we'll get back in the sky. Any changes in the egg? Elias opened his bag and looked at the egg, gleaming mother of pearl in the desert sun. Not yet, but soon. I've felt the egg move a lot the last few hours. Talon smiled. That's good. In the background, Dusky yawned and licked his jaws with a forked tongue. He rose lazily, crawling over to Talon and wrapping his tail around him. Talon scratched Dusky's tail absently. Ready to go, friend? Yes. The extra rider has made this travel more strenuous for me, but we shall arrive in good time. Did you send the bird messengers to Sela and Mount Velik? Yes, although I had to use vultures, unfortunately. Why vultures? Asked Elias. I couldn't get any other birds to respond. They've all left this area because of the smoke and the smell of the orcs. But there are plenty of vultures about, as you might imagine. Spellcasters dislike using vultures as messengers because they're slow and stupid, but I had little choice. Elias shivered again, thinking about the ugly birds glutting themselves on human corpses. If I see a falcon or a raven along the way, I'll resend the message for good measure. The next few days went by like a blur. Elias did not ever see Talon sleep, although he believed that Talon slept quietly in the saddle while they were flying. He seemed perfectly comfortable and never complained about anything. On the last day of their flight, Talon spotted a nomadic tribe traveling through the desert. He flew down to greet them, and the men bowed deeply, touching their noses to their knees. The women huddled together, chattering excitedly. They were covered from head to toe in traditional Carthan. Can any of you speak the common language? Asked Talon. Yes. I can, said a chubby man at the front of the group. I am called Sadun. We welcome you. Please, come and share our humble meal. I guarantee our shubat is the best in the desert. Sadun, I appreciate the invitation, but I must decline. Orcs are marching on the desert, and I am returning to Parthos. The horde has already made progress in the north. What's worse, they have thousands of camels with them. Thousands of camels? How could they possibly get so many? Asked Sadun, not understanding. I'm sorry, Sadun. But if the orcs have camels, it means that one of the desert tribes has already fallen to the greenskins. Sadun relayed the message to the others. The other men shouted in alarm, and the women began to cry. Sadun wiped his eyes with his sleeve. The tribe of Wahid was in the north. They have thousands of camels in their herd. Their leader is my cousin. Then the tribe of Wahid is no more, said Talon grimly. You can be sure there are no survivors. Notify your brethren. All the tribes must move south, all the way to the Elbergen Mountains, if possible. Sadun nodded, his lower lip trembling. Talon clasped his hand firmly and nodded at the other tribesmen, who bowed again. Elias felt terrible for these people. As they rose up into the sky again, he looked back. Elias watched as Sadun told his people about the slaughter of the tribe of Wahid and how they would have to leave the desert. The anguished screams of the women reached Elias' ears as they flew away. Elias knew those cries would haunt his dreams forever. He felt his eyes welling up with tears. After a few minutes, Elias cleared his throat and asked, Talon, do you think they'll be able to notify the other tribes in time? How do the nomads communicate? The tribes use an elaborate system of mirrors and smoke signals. It can take a few days for a message to be relayed, but if they act fast, they'll be able to save all the tribes in the east. That's where most of the nomads live. There aren't any tribes in the southern part of the desert because food and grass is scarce. But moving south is their only hope for survival. The tribesmen are brave warriors, but they're no match for orcs. They'll be slaughtered. Do the nomads have spellcasters like us? Yes and no. There are mageborns among them, but they don't train like us. Their mageborns become shaman. They have their own secret rites, and outsiders aren't privy to them. The nomads consider the dragon riders a bit like gods, and they treat us with a great deal of respect. They've kept our secrets for generations. As far as I know, not one of them has ever turned traitor for the emperor, and they've had plenty of opportunities. They're a noble people. They flew the remainder of the trip in silence. At the beginning, Elias had thought that Talon was cross, but now he realized that Talon was just a meditative person. He enjoyed silence and Dusky did, too. They were a perfect match. They reached Parthos in the evening. The palace had been repaired after the horrible attack by the assassin, and the palace rooftop showed no evidence of the fire. The city was quiet. When Talon and Dusky landed, the palace staff hurried out to greet them as usual. They removed Dusky's saddle and offered them food and drink. Talon accepted water, but ate nothing. He turned to one of the palace servants. You there, I need to speak with the 9. Go fetch them. The man looked startled, but he bowed slightly and obeyed. Dusky yawned, flicking his tongue just inches away from the man's face. The frightened steward ran downstairs. Who are the 9? Asked Elias. Mitka's honor guard. They're all descendants of Fivan, his first protector, and the soldier who saved Mitka as a child. There are always 9 guards, although one of them was recently killed by an assassin. When one dies, he's replaced by another family member, such as a nephew. A few minutes later, 8 men arrived on the roof. The men were enormous, with bronzed skin that was heavily tattooed all the way to their chins. Elias recognized some of the symbols on their skin. They were protective runes. He had seen similar ones in his grandmother's spellbook. The men lined up and nodded. The oldest one spoke, his voice clipped and formal. Honored Rider, we greet you. He bowed stiffly before continuing. Our family is preparing to leave the city. We were notified of the king's death 2 days ago. Our charge has died, and our oath is fulfilled. Talon cleared his throat, also responding formally. Son of Fivan, leader of the 9, I inform you that your pledge is incomplete. Mitka has died, but he had a son named Rayleigh. The boy was raised in secret and will return to Parthos in a matter of days. You must reaffirm your oaths to him. The men didn't flinch, but their leader cocked one eyebrow. Rider, forgive my impertinence, but are you certain of this? We know nothing about this. I am certain, as you will be once you see this boy's face. There is no mistaking that this is Mitka's son. Sela is the boy's mother. She will be transporting him by dragonflight from Miklagard. When he arrives in Parthos, he will take the throne. The soldier nodded solemnly. Then we shall prepare ourselves for the binding ceremony. I will also choose a replacement for our deceased member. Good. There is more. Until Rayleigh arrives, you must help prepare the city for siege. The orc hordes have begun their march into the desert, and they will be here in less than 30 days. The city must be prepared by then. There is no one Mitka trusted more in matters of security than you. There were more raised eyebrows, but the men remained stoic. As you command, esteemed Rider. We shall begin preparations tomorrow at dawn. They turned on their heels and left, disappearing down the stairs. Talon whistled, calling over a chambermaid. It was a young girl. Girl, prepare a room for Elias and take him to his quarters. Make sure he has a bedroom close to the roof. The girl nodded, her brown curls bobbing up and down. She waved, indicating that Elias should follow. Elias, get a good night's sleep. You will need it. Your training starts tomorrow, and it will be accelerated. I'll come to retrieve you at dawn. Where are you going now? Said Elias. Back into the desert. That's where I sleep. I rarely stay within the city limits. Then Talon smiled. It feels good to be home. Dusky plucked a sleeping chicken off the rooftop, swallowing it in a single gulp. The chicken never even made a sound. The blue dragon licked his jaws. I'll see you tomorrow morning, early, Talon said. Be prepared, And bring the dragon's egg with you. Elias watched as Talon and Duskeye disappeared into the sky again. Elias watched them until they disappeared on the horizon. The servant girl tapped Elias on the shoulder, jerking him out of his daydream. "Sir, please follow me. I'll take you to your room." She walked towards the roof exit and Elias followed, clutching the dragon's egg tightly under his cloak. Minutes later, they were outside his room. Elias pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was small but richly furnished. Elias touched the bed, and it sank down under his palm. The mattress was filled with plush goose down. Elias had never slept on anything so luxurious. He fell asleep immediately, without dreaming. The next morning, he continued to doze even after the sun rose. Talon came to his room and flicked his ear. "Elias, wake up. I told you I would be here at dawn. It's time to get started." Elias groaned and tried to move. "Okay. Ugh, I'm so tired." "Let me help you with that," said Talon, dumping an entire pitcher of water over Elias' head. "Youch!" Elias shot up, yelling. "Talon! What did you do that for?" Talon pointed a finger at him, his voice hard. "Elias, get up. This city is facing the greatest danger it has ever known, and you're acting like a child. Grow up. And you can begin by calling me master since I'm your trainer." "Yes, master," he said, embarrassed. Elias' face burned with embarrassment. "Meet me on the palace roof in 5 minutes. Every minute you make me wait after that will add an hour to your training." Talon turned and left, his red curls bobbing as he walked away. Elias jumped out of bed, frantically looking for a dry tunic. He found a change of clothes in an ornate dresser. The tunic was a bit large for him, but he tied it around his waist with a scarf and it didn't billow out so much. He slipped on his boots and ran outside to the roof, making it almost all the way before remembering that he had forgotten to bring the dragon egg. He rushed back downstairs and grabbed it off the bed. He ran as fast as he could and finally reached the roof where Talon was waiting. Elias found his expression impossible to read. He didn't look angry, but Elias didn't say anything, just in case. Duskeye just yawned. The huge blue dragon stretched, rubbing his back against the cobblestones. When he turned over again, Elias noticed deep scratches on the stones. The dragon's back spikes were sharp. I'm here," said Elias, panting. "Talon, master, where should I put the egg?" "Carry it with you. You shall train with it strapped to your back. Don't worry, your magic can't harm it. Dragon eggs are impervious to most magic spells and extremely difficult to crack on their own. That's why dragon hunters must wait until the eggs hatch before slaughtering the hatchlings. It's nearly impossible to shatter a dragon egg." "Okay," said Elias, slinging the heavy pack onto his back. Talon offered him a leather strap so the egg wouldn't bounce while he was training. Elias hooked the strap through the buckles on his rucksack, and tied the strap around his waist. "Are you carrying the dragon stone that you found?" asked Talon. "Yes," said Elias. He opened the neck of his tunic and showed him. The dragon stone hung in a pouch around his neck. "Hand it to me," said Talon. "All of the power has to come from you today, not from the stone." "All right," said Elias, handing it over. "Ready?" asked Talon. "Yes, master," said Elias, unsure of what to expect. Talon clapped his hands twice, calling for everyone's attention. "Everyone else, off the roof." The workers looked around, startled. "Now. Move it," he said, more insistently. The servants scurried downstairs. He pointed at one of the guardsmen. "You there, monitor that entrance. Don't let anyone else up here while I'm training this boy." The man nodded and took his place at the doorway. "Elias, we're going to study defensive spells first. Do you know any?" "No, not really. My grandmother was a healer. Most of the spells I learned from her were for curing people." "All right," said Talon. "I'm going to teach you a few, and then we're going to practice." Talon drilled Elias again and again, forcing him to create protective bubbles and shields. After about an hour, Talon nodded at Duskeye. Duskeye stood up, stretching his wings. The sunlight reflected off his sapphire scales, throwing prisms on the rocks. He was magnificent. "Now," said Duskeye. "Yes, now," said Talon. "Okay, Elias, protect yourself." What?" said Elias. Then he looked up at Duskeye, whose mouth was open. Tendrils of gray smoke rose from his nostrils. Elias understood. "Rondrisa," he said, and a clear shield materialized in front of him just as he was engulfed in dragon flames. The shield held, but the heat was intense. It went on for several seconds. Drops of perspiration formed on his brow, dripping into his eyes. The flame stopped. "That was good," said Talon. "Do it again." And so it went for the remainder of the morning. Elias was required to maintain the shield for longer and longer periods. Eventually, Dusky expanded the flame until it surrounded him completely, and Elias was forced to produce a shield that would cover his entire body. It was exhausting work. At midday, it became so hot that they stopped. Talon took Elias inside the palace briefly to eat. During the meal, Talon continued to drill him with spells. By the afternoon they were back on the roof again, practicing until nightfall. At the end of the day, Elias was so tired he could barely lift his arms. Talon handed him back the dragon stone. "Elias, don't bring the dragon stone tomorrow. Leave it in your quarters. But bring the egg. You must keep it with you until it hatches." Elias nodded. He was too exhausted to speak. He dragged himself downstairs and opened the door to his room. On the table, a glass of camel's milk and a bowl of thick soup awaited him. Elias drank the milk and ate the soup standing up. He didn't even taste it. He lay down on the bed without even taking off his boots. He was snoring within seconds. The next morning, Elias awoke at dawn. He groaned, his whole body ached. He washed his face and scrambled back upstairs where Talon was already waiting for him. Dusky sat behind Talon, his head cocked to one side. As before, Talon ordered everyone else off the roof and placed a guard at the door. Talon raised his arms, and his hands started to glow. "Today you're going to defend yourself against me. Ready?" Elias steeled his nerves. He promised himself that he wouldn't show weakness. "I'm ready." Talon brought his arm down in a swinging arc, releasing a gleaming bolt of energy. "Run faster," said Elias, and a small, powerful shield appeared on his palm. He deflected Talon's bolt. It bounced harmlessly off the rocks. "Good. Do it again," said Talon. They repeated the exercise again and again until the afternoon. This time, they didn't stop for lunch. They continued to work in the heat, although Talon allowed Elias to drink whenever he felt thirsty. At the end of the day, Elias was even more tired than the night before, but he was also starving. There was a meat sandwich waiting for him in his room, along with a glass of shubat. Elias ate everything in seconds and collapsed on the bed again. The next morning, the servant girl woke Elias before dawn. She shook his shoulder gently. Mister. Elias bolted upright, instinctively grabbing the girl's wrist. "Yipes!" she yelled. "Sorry," Elias mumbled while stretching in bed. All his muscles screamed out in pain. "Mister, I woke you up early so you could have a good breakfast and get washed up before you start your training today. I know that Master Talon is working you hard. People say he's a real tough teacher." Elias looked over at the table and saw a steaming bowl of rice pudding topped with toasted nuts and honey. It smelled delicious. In the corner, his old tunic was pressed and washed. There was a small tub filled with water and a sponge for washing. He smiled. "What's your name?" "Sibba, my lord," the girl blushed. "Thank you, Sibba. I'm grateful." "I really mean that," he said. Sibba blushed even harder. "You're welcome," she mumbled as she walked out, closing the door behind her. Elias ate his breakfast quickly. He was surprised by how hungry he was. He washed up and changed into the clean tunic. 10 minutes later, he felt reinvigorated. He grabbed the rucksack with the egg and rushed upstairs, making it to the roof early. He saw Talon coming in from the desert, silhouetted against the dawn. "Good, you're here early. Today we shall train in the desert," said Talon. Elias scrambled onto Dusky's back, and they flew into the desert. After a while, Parthos became a dot on the horizon. Elias stared ahead at the expanse of sand in front of them. Red plateaus rose from the ground, casting purple shadows in the morning light. It was breathtaking. "This desert is so beautiful," said Elias. "Now you understand why I spend my days and nights here, and why it's so important for me to protect this place." Dusky purred, looking back at Talon. Talon patted Dusky's side, as Elias had seen him do so many times before. Talon didn't smile, but he looked at peace. They flew on for another 20 minutes, finally stopping at a hill. There were about a dozen caves carved into the hillside. Sand swirled at the entrance of each one. It was already stifling hot. "Today your task will be to explore these caves and conceal yourself within them. The caves run deep underground. Your job is to hide from me." "What if I get lost?" asked Elias. Don't worry about that. I can find you easily using certain spells, but I won't use them. Your job is to outfox me. I warn you though, even though I won't be using magic, I'm an excellent tracker. You'll have to work hard to escape me. Elias nodded, and they began practicing spells. Talon recited dozens of concealment spells, each more difficult and subtle than the last. Elias felt dizzy trying to remember them all. They practiced for hours, while Dusk Eye patrolled overhead. Then Elias entered the caves, which were blissfully cool. Talon gave Elias a head start. Minutes later, Talon entered the caves and found Elias easily. He brought him back outside and they started again. They repeated this throughout the night. Each time, Elias got a little better at evading Talon, although the dragon rider always found him eventually. At the end of the night, a few hours before dawn, they entered one of the caves and slept. Dusk Eye settled down outside, lying down, but still awake. Sela's return. Elias trained every day, and every day, Talon pushed him harder. Elias' body became solid, knotted with muscle. They practiced in the desert most days, although Talon started returning earlier every day in order to direct the city fortifications. As Talon was called more and more into a leadership role, he became somber and withdrawn. It was obvious that he did not enjoy the task. Mitka's honor guard had been working non-stop on the city's defenses, preparing the citizens for what was expected to be a brutal siege. Frantic last-minute trades were made with fleeing nomads for grain, dried meat, and other foods that could be easily stored. The women collected food, clothing, and other supplies, moving them into the caves beneath the city. Carpenters worked on the lower walls, further reinforcing the city gates. A few days later, Sela and Rayleigh arrived, riding Brinsop. There was another development. The twins, Half and Galti, had been dragon-bound to Orshek and Karela. They were now officially dragon riders. Both of the boys sported a healing implant, their carved dragonstone gleaming above their sternum. The twins looked completely different, older, more mature. Orshek and Karela also looked more confident. The insecurity that plagued them before had vanished. Talon was surprised but pleased. Now there were two more riders. They were young and untried, but it was a hopeful sign. Sela dismounted, walking over to Talon. Talon. It's good to see you, she said, smiling warmly. Likewise, he replied. How did everything go in Miklagard? Better than I expected. Of course, the elders were upset that Elias left. Koma was furious at first, but he eventually accepted the situation. I spent most of the time training Rayleigh and the twins. The boys completed their binding ceremony 3 days ago. It was lovely. It had been so long since I had the pleasure of seeing a mage become a dragon rider. They all need more preparation, but you can carry on their training. I'll take over the management of the city. Talon breathed a sigh of relief. Good. That's preferable for me. I have more good news. A dozen spellcasters are coming from Miklagard to join the fight. They'll be here in a few days. They traveled by sea, and they're racing to get here now by camel. Elias' friend, Thorin, is arriving with them. Elias overheard and walked over. Thorin is coming here? Yes. He said that he never got the chance to say goodbye, plus, you left behind your grandmother's spell book and dagger and he knew you would want those. So he's delivering them to you personally. That's great. I was disappointed that I didn't get to say goodbye to him in person, said Elias, smiling. Just between us, I believe that Thorin is itching for battle, said Sela. When I told him about the orcs marching in the desert, his entire face started twitching. He pulled out that little clan amulet of his and kissed it. He wants to get into the fight. Have you heard from King Hergung? Said Talon. He hasn't responded to my bird messengers. No, unfortunately not. But you know how the dwarf clans are. Everything takes forever in the dwarf kingdom. Dwarf warriors would be a valuable asset in battle. We could definitely use their numbers. But getting the king to agree is a different matter. King Selwyn has been equally stubborn. We should not anticipate any help from either Redmoor or Mount Velik. The horde will be here within days, said Talon. The 9 have been preparing the city for weeks. The fortifications are good. We have enough staples to sustain the city for 2 months, assuming the gates hold. Have the 9 found a replacement for the man who fell to Skirakina? Asked Sela. Yes, said Talon. Fiven's grandson has been elevated to the position. He's young but fearless. They're doing his protective tattoos now. They're the 9 once again. That's positive news, said Sela. She reached out and clasped Talon's shoulder warmly. This time, Talon didn't flinch. I know that this is a difficult time for all of us, but it's also a time for great hope. We have 2 new dragon riders, and you found the traitor within our ranks. My son is with me, and he'll take the throne of Parthos. I'm apprehensive, but I'm also optimistic. We must keep our spirits up, Talon. The people are depending on us. Talon nodded, but said nothing. Elias watched him walk away, as enigmatic as ever. Every time Elias thought he understood him, he found out how little he knew about the mysterious halfling. Sela turned to Elias and asked, "How goes your training?" "Fine," said Elias. "I've learned a great deal. We'll be training in the desert tonight, probably with the twins." "Good," said Sela. "We need as many spellcasters as possible. What has been the focus of your training?" "Defensive spells and illusions mostly," said Elias. "Although yesterday we started with some attack spells. I get the feeling that Talon doesn't enjoy them as much." "You're right. Talon is the best illusionist in all of Dern. If he wants to hide, not one spellcaster on the continent could find him if he didn't wish it. He prefers using passive magic, rather than offensive attacks. If things settle down here, I'll start training you, too. My strengths are in charms and magical attacks." Talon whistled, calling Elias over. Holf and Galti waited nearby. "I've got to go," Elias said, waving at Sela. He hopped on Duskye's back, and they were off. Sela spent the rest of the afternoon directing preparations for the city. A few days after they arrived, Rayleigh's existence was revealed to the people of Parthos. It bolstered everyone's spirits, and a short crowning ceremony was performed in the city cathedral. Rayleigh was somber throughout. He understood the gravity of what he was about to undertake. Later that night, the 9 assembled in the throne room to formally reaffirm their oaths to Mitka's son. Sela was present, and Talon performed the binding rite. Elias and the twins watched quietly from one corner of the room. The room was lit by burning candles. The 9 stood like statues, their brown skin glistening with oil. All of them were shirtless, even Rayleigh. The newest member of the 9, Fiven's grandson, had fresh tattoos on his chest and back, and he wore bandages covering the newest tattoos. The boy was about Rayleigh's age. He looked at Rayleigh straight in the eye, his chin jutting forward with pride. It was quiet for a moment. Then each man dropped to his knees before their new king. In unison, the men said, "Rayleigh, son of Mitka, our fealty hereby passes to you. Our blood, our lives, and our sons belong to you. By the power of Galka, the goddess of war and defense, we swear our eternal allegiance to you." Still kneeling, the men cut their palms using a sharpened piece of glass. They etched a deep circle into their skin and then extended their hands to Rayleigh. The king stood perfectly still, his long black hair falling to his shoulders. Talon raised his right hand. "Binda faster," he said. His hand glowed white, and a pinpoint of light appeared in his palm. Talon grabbed Rayleigh's hand, the handshake so firm that his knuckles turned white. Talon repeated the spell, "Binda faster." Rayleigh groaned, his eyes closing in pain. Talon released Rayleigh's hand, leaving a circle of fire in his palm. It was white hot, like a branding iron. Rayleigh went down the line, grasping the hand of each guard. Each time, their flesh sizzled as the spell was triggered. None of the men flinched. The last man, the newest member of the 9, looked up expectantly. Rayleigh took a deep breath and grasped the young man's hand. The guard closed his eyes, but otherwise did not react. The acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air again. Then it was over. Rayleigh stepped back, his face pouring sweat. His hand shook, dripping blood. Talon clasped Rayleigh's hand again, completing the spell. Smoke rose from their handshake, and then there was silence. Filaments of light drifted from their clasped hands. The strands expanded outward, like a giant cobweb, touching all of the guards. Moments later, it was done. Rayleigh looked at his hand. His flesh had healed, and in the center of his palm there was a white circle with 9 points. The palm of each guardsman held a similar symbol, except theirs was a single point with a circle around it. The 9 rose, formed a line, and each man embraced Rayleigh in silence. Then they left. Rayleigh's body shook, overcome with emotion. "I'm sorry," he said, embarrassed. "Don't be ashamed," said Talon, clasping his shoulder. "It's a difficult ceremony, Rayleigh. It's exhausting for them, too. The 9 are trained from childhood to suppress their emotions, so that's why they're able to manage their feelings better than you. This pledge goes deeper than blood. It extends to Darth Nell. They are sworn to serve you in this life and also the next." Rayleigh nodded, biting his lip. "I'm very thankful." His eyes were shining with tears. "You will never be alone again," said Talon. "For the rest of your life, they will protect you with their lives. It is an extraordinary gift. The egg. 3 days later, Thorin arrived, along with dozens of spellcasters from Miklagard. Komil and Sisrin came, too. As soon as Elias saw Thorin, he gave him a rough embrace. Thorin seemed flustered by the show of emotion. "Now lad, don't be getting all weepy on me," he said gruffly. "I just came to deliver your spellbook and your dagger. Ye left them behind." "Thanks, Thorin," said Elias, smiling. "I'm glad to see you here. Are you going to stay?" I think I'll stay a while. I can't let you fight this war all by yourself. Your grandmother would never have forgiven me for deserting ye." Elias laughed. "You're probably right." Talon had stopped training Elias and the twins. Instead, he patrolled the desert constantly, watching the movements of the orc horde. He concealed himself with various spells, but he knew the necromancers could feel him. Whenever Talon flew over the orcs, he could see 3 necromancers, clothed in black cloaks, at the head of the clutch. When Talon returned to Parthos that day, he gathered everyone together, including Elias and Thorin. "Everyone, it's time to seal the city. The horde will be here within 2 days. It's possible that they have scouts outside the city already. Can you estimate their numbers?" asked Sela. 15,000 approximately. Their numbers have diminished. That's not terribly surprising. I didn't see any camels, and it's likely that they ran out of food weeks ago. There's little in the desert to eat, certainly not enough to sustain such a large army. The necromancers can call animals to them using magic, but there's only so much they can do with so few resources. The necromancers probably anticipated that they would overrun the tribes and steal provisions from them. But all the nomads have moved south. The orcs may be cannibalizing their dead at this point. They've even eaten some of their precious drask. Elias grimaced. The thought of orcs eating their own was even more stomach-churning than the thought of them eating humans. "It sounds like a blessing," said Thorin, "but it's not. We dwarves have fought orcs before. Even though their numbers are diminished, they'll be twice as aggressive because they're starving. They'll be attacking like rabid dogs." "I suggest we destroy the oasis," said Talon. "It saddens me, but it's right outside the city, and the spring will continue to produce water indefinitely. We can't allow the orcs to have such an easy source of food or water." Talon looked at Rayleigh, who was standing at the center. He was observing quietly. "Well, Your Highness? What do you command?" Rayleigh nodded slowly. "I agree," said Rayleigh. "Burn all the trees, and collapse the well. If you feel it's necessary, poison the spring." Then he turned to address the crowd. "From this point onward, everyone will be on high alert. No one shall enter or leave the city without explicit permission from me, Talon, or Sela. Parthos is sealed." Sela beamed with pride. Rayleigh was adapting well to his new responsibility. It was proof that her son had the fortitude to be a noble king, as his father had been before him. Perhaps this was going to work out better than she thought. "Your Highness, I think that was your first official pronouncement as king." Rayleigh smiled. "Yes, I do believe it was." Rayleigh cleared his throat and addressed the group. "My friends, Parthos shall not fall. We will defeat the orc hordes. Whether we do it through cunning, brute force, or a combination of both, we must do it. We shall persevere." A shout went up from the crowd. Rayleigh looked tired but determined. His honor guard stood by his side, staring ahead with faces like stone. The crowd dissipated, and Rayleigh went to talk to Sela and Talon. "Is the city secure?" Rayleigh asked. "Yes, sire. The fortifications are complete," said Talon. "We have plenty of dried meat and grain, and our underground aquifer will supply enough water for drinking for the entire city, although we must conserve. It's doubtful we'll have enough for washing or irrigation unless we receive some rain. The city is packed, every citizen that was living outside the city walls has retreated within the gates." "The men are prepared for battle," said Sela. "The women and children have been transferred underneath the mountain to the caves below. 2 spellcasters are with them. If the gates are overrun, they have orders to collapse all the cave entrances. The women and children will be trapped but alive." "I pray it will not come to that," said Rayleigh. "And what of the Balbarites? Do you believe they'll be a threat?" Talon answered. "An ongoing threat, yes, but I doubt Balbar will involve itself in this particular conflict. But who knows? I've been wrong about them before. They're unpredictable. It's one of their greatest strengths. Elias and I will go to the oasis tonight and raise it. After that, we shall return to the city." "Talon, will you be staying within the city after the orcs arrive?" said Sela. No, said Talon. We shall continue to monitor the advance of the horde from outside the city. Duskeye and I remain concealed in the desert. The necromancers can sense us, but they can't track us. They look up at the sky when we're overhead, but that is all. Their black magic is no match for my concealment spells. There are 3 necromancers, 1 female and 2 weaker males. The female is directing the movement of the entire horde. It's unlikely that the orcs would have traveled this far without her. Are you sure you won't consider staying in the city? Asked Sela again. It would be so much safer. No, said Talon. Sela frowned, but did not argue. It was pointless debating this issue with Talon. Elias had been listening quietly nearby, and Talon called him over. Let's go, Elias. I want the oasis destroyed by tonight. Elias nodded, and they both mounted Duskeye and headed into the desert. As always, Elias carried the egg with him. It had been shaking nonstop all day. They arrived at the oasis at sunset. The grass was long. Without the constant use of the nomads and their livestock, the normally short grass had overgrown. Fruit and Gayundi nuts fell from the trees, littering the ground. No birds flew in the sky. This place is beautiful, said Elias. He meant it. The oasis was lovely. And now that it had been allowed to grow wild, it was even more stunning, like a miniature forest in the desert. Yes, said Talon. I have been coming here for decades, and it has always been so. It pains me greatly, but the oasis must be destroyed. We can't allow the orcs to have such easy access to water. It's doubtful that we can defeat them through force. Our only chance is to outsmart them. Hopefully, they'll give up and go back to Mount Heldiafol. Elias nodded. He felt the egg moving, so he removed it from his pack. The egg shook even harder, so Elias set it down on a nearby stump. Talon smiled. Maybe tonight we'll see something truly magical. Duskeye perked up, his nostrils flaring. He could smell it. The hatchling is coming. It was waiting for the right time. I can hear it scratching inside the shell. After a few minutes, a tiny crack appeared at the top of the egg. A single white claw erupted from the hole. Elias reached out to touch it, and the claw retreated back into the egg. Duskeye sniffed the air again. The hatchling is a male. Then he put his head back down and closed his eyes. The crack grew larger. Talon watched patiently a few feet away, monitoring the horizon for orcs. The clawed hand reached through the crack again, more cautiously. This time, Elias didn't reach out to touch it. A few minutes later, a little arm came out. The fingers were gleaming white, with tiny iridescent scales. The arm retreated again, and the egg was motionless. Some time passed, and Elias grew worried. Is this normal? He asked. Duskeye opened one eye and said, yes. Emerging from the egg is exhausting. Just give him some time to recover his strength. He's fine inside there, just tired. It was another hour before the egg moved again. This time, the dragon's head popped out, its black eyes gleaming. Elias stepped forward, and the head disappeared inside. Talon made a gesture with his hand, indicating that Elias should back off. Be patient, whispered Talon. The dragon must come to you, not the other way around. He must choose you. You do not choose him. That's not the way this works. Elias nodded and stepped back. He sat on the grass and waited. Minutes passed. The moonlight was bright as the dragon fledgling emerged completely from the egg. He was perfect, mother-of-pearl white with needle-sharp ivory teeth. He looked at Elias, cocking his head to one side. The hatchling unfurled his wings, which already seemed too large for his tiny body. Elias' heart pounded in his chest. The hatchling stared at him intensely, his black eyes tiny pinpoints. The dragon crawled down from the stump and sat back on its hind legs on the ground. Meep! It cried. Meep! It said again. Elias didn't know what to do. Duskeye opened one eye. Feed him, he said. Elias searched his pack, pulling out a bit of cooked meat. He reached out, holding the meat with the tips of his fingers. The hatchling shuffled over, sniffing the meat cautiously. He snatched it from Elias' hand, swallowing it in one gulp. Meep! The hatchling cried, begging for more. Elias pulled out another piece of meat and then another until the dragon's belly was distended. The hatchling burped, rubbing his stomach. Then he walked over to Duskeye, who was lying nearby. The hatchling sniffed at the adult male and opened his wings in an instinctive show of force. Duskeye smiled and blew a puff of smoke, which set the tiny dragon into a fit of coughing. The hatchling scowled, retreating back to his cracked egg. He hopped inside, looking at Elias again. Then he fell asleep. "What now?" asked Elias. "Pick up the eggshell and cover it with your cloak," said Talon. "Don't wake him. You'll have to carry him like that. We have to get out of here. I can smell rotten meat in the desert breeze, and that's a sign that the orcs aren't far off." "What about the oasis?" asked Elias. "I've got that covered. Duskeye will fly you a safe distance from here." Elias nodded, wrapping his cloak around the cracked egg. The hatchling slept soundly inside. Duskeye waited for Elias to mount the saddle, and then flew into the sky. Talon stayed behind. Talon raised his hands, glowing with blue fire, the mage's flame. Talon's voice rose to a shout. The trees began to burn, then the grass, and then the entire oasis was engulfed in blue flames. Even from a distance, Elias could feel the searing heat. There was a loud crack, and water shot up like a geyser. There were clouds of steam, and then the water subsided. Elias' stomach tightened. He couldn't see Talon anywhere. "Duskeye, are you sure Talon is okay?" "I don't see him." "Don't worry, boy. Talon knows what he's doing. I can feel him through our dragonstone. My rider is one of the most powerful spellcasters in the land. He's alive and well, within the flames." After a while, a great gust of wind came up, and the smoke dissipated. Talon stood in the middle of the scorched oasis. The ground was now covered by a thick layer of obsidian. The fire had been so hot that the sand had fused into glass, sealing the spring forever. Talon reached down and picked up a sliver of black glass, examining it in his palm. Then he looked up and whistled. "That's my cue," said Duskeye. "Hold on." Duskeye swooped down towards the sand, and Talon jumped on. As they rose back into the sky, Elias smelled a faint odor of rotting flesh. It was getting stronger. The orcs were only hours away. He thought he would be terrified, but he wasn't. He felt calm. As they headed back towards the city, Elias held the precious hatchling to his chest. The siege. The orcs arrived at dawn. They poured from the desert like a black cloud, stinking, their foul odor permeating the air throughout the city. Howling, they threw themselves against the city gates. The noise was deafening. Because of lack of food, their numbers had dwindled even further, but there were still at least 10,000 orcs and almost 1,000 Drask. Alarm horns sounded throughout Parthos, and the last of the women and children were corralled to the safety of the underground caves. All the able-bodied men scrambled to the city's defense. Talon and Sela took to the sky, monitoring the size of the horde. The necromancers stared at them with their black eyes. Galti and Half stayed grounded, and Orshek and Karela did not fly. It was too dangerous. Soldiers, positioned on the ramparts, poured hot pitch down onto the orcs, who writhed with pain as the boiling tar hit their skin. The orcs fell like dominoes, but more kept coming, angrier than before. For every fallen orc, another stepped forward to take his place. The living ones piled onto the dead in fetid mounds, their bodies putrefying within hours in the desert heat. The people of Parthos ran through the city wearing kerchiefs tied around their mouths, in order to reduce the impact of the smell. The necromancers stood off in the distance, barking orders. Ionela, the female, was particularly dangerous. She shot bolts of flame towards the bulwarks. Her aim was superb. She succeeded in killing dozens of Parthenian archers. They fell screaming from the walls, scorched beyond recognition. From a distance, Talon could see the necromancer smiling every time she made a kill. Rayleigh stayed out of sight, protected round the clock by the Nine. With the rider's help, he made decisions about the city's defenses from the safety of the castle. The orcs burned whatever they could find, including the entrails of the dead bodies. They ate the rest. The necromancers continued to call birds to the orcs in order to feed them, and the air was choked with the smell of burning flesh and feathers. Parthos became shrouded with rancid smoke. The people were sickened by it. The orcs pounded their drums throughout the night, making it impossible for anyone to sleep. The deep sound was unsettling, and it wore the residents down. On the third day, the orcs pummeled the city gates with rocks and battering rams, making dents in the doors. The doors held, but the orcs persisted. They battered the doors through the night and into the next day. Elias watched from the city walls, concealed by a protection spell. His dragon sat curled on his shoulder, sleeping fitfully around his neck. The night before, the hatchling slept next to him. The little creature awoke hungry every morning, crying out for more meat. Elias felt a deep kinship with the dragon already. Thorin came up on the walls, and Elias dropped his shield and waved him over. "Hey, laddie," said Thorin. "Best get away from the ledge. That female necromancer is throwing thunderbolts. You're a juicy target, sitting there with a wee dragon draped around your neck. Thorin reached up and tickled the hatchling under his chin, and the dragon opened his eyes and snapped playfully at the dwarf's fingers. Have you named him yet? Asked Thorin. Not yet, said Elias. I'm waiting for the right name to come to me. I've got an idea. And don't worry about my safety. I've been using a concealment spell while I'm out in the open. Talon said it was necessary. The orcs seem to be getting more desperate. The necromancers are just standing there. I wonder what they're planning. Your guess is as good as mine. They're watching everything, not making any real moves. It would be a mistake to underestimate them. They're surely planning something, but what? Thorin, we never heard back from the Dwarf King. King Hergung isn't going to help us, is he? Thorin sighed. I'm afraid not, lad. Our clans are deeply divided over this war. They don't want to get involved in another conflict, especially in the desert. The king offered to send a small contingent of warriors, but none of the clans agreed to it. Elias shook his head. What happens if Parthos falls to the orcs? Mount Velik will be next. No one will escape Vosper's wrath. I know it, son. Our king knows it, too. But the clans are stubborn, set in their ways. It distresses me to see these divisions in our ranks. My people hate Vosper, but they're paralyzed by indecision. The clans haven't forgotten the bloodshed of the orc wars, and the thought of getting all tangled up in another war with the orcs is horrifying. Even the bravest dwarf warrior shudders when they recall the atrocities that happened during those times. It's one of the darkest epochs in dwarf history. A gust of wind carried foul-smelling smoke to them, and Elias gagged. Thorin covered his nose with his beard. The smell of burning bodies was overwhelming. In the distance, Elias saw soldiers vomiting at their posts. The front gates are holding steady, said Elias. The spellcasters from Miklagard protected them with powerful wards, and there are mages stationed there, constantly refreshing the protective spells. How goes your trainin'? Asked Thorin. Good. Every day, I learn something new. Talon and Sela don't train us anymore, they're too busy monitoring the fight. But Como has started training us, as well as some of the other spellcasters from Miklagard. They continued to talk until the sun went down. Night fell, and more smoke filled the air. The temperature dropped, and the orcs became more active, pounding their drums. They renewed their frenzied screaming. Moments later, the city was rocked by a huge tremor. It happened again, and Elias fell. Thorin crouched on the ground. What the blazes was that? Elias saw Talon and Sela take to the sky. The white hatchling, awakened by the noise, scrambled up to Elias' right shoulder. Meep? He said. Shoo! Said Elias, putting his index finger to his lips. He inched towards the battlements and ventured a peek. Down below, the three necromancers had positioned themselves around the city at 3 strategic points. The female, Ionala, stood directly before the city gates. A stream of electrified red energy flowed between the three. An eerie glow filled the air. The unnatural light, compounded by burning fires and stinking smoke, sent a chill down Elias' spine. Thorin came up behind Elias. Do ye see them? Blast! Those bloody dead rats were just waiting for the sun to set. What are they doing? Asked Elias. It's the Ring of Fire. It takes multiple spellcasters to do it. The ring becomes solid, like a hot spike. They're going to try to breach the city wall. Elias' mouth opened in shock. Necromancers are powerful enough to do that? Who knows? Their black magic remains a mystery. No one knows how they get their energy, although it's said that necromancers survive by draining the life force of those around them. They're probably draining the life force from the orcs in order to maintain the spell. That's insane. How can 3 of them be so powerful? I can't just sit here, said Elias. I have to do something. Nay, nay, said Thorin. Just sit tight, lad. There's nothing ye can do. You're no match for the necromancers. Elias jumped up. I'm going down to the city gates. He was determined to do something. This inactivity was making him crazy. Meep, said the hatchling, crossing its arms. The ground shook again, and Elias grabbed a railing to steady himself. Elias heard yelling. Bottles fell off shelves, men stumbled and fell, and loose goods tumbled into the streets. The shaking was getting worse. Elias rushed to the city gates, his heart pounding. Men ran frantically through the city. At the gates, 5 spellcasters, including Master Como and Sisran, had their hands raised. They repeated the wards to shore up the walls. The tremors increased, but the mages did not move from their positions. If anything, their spellcasting became more urgent. The strain was incredible. One of the mages, a young man, had a trickle of blood coming from one nostril. Ciceron's forehead and hair were soaked with sweat. Even Komu was showing signs of fatigue. Between the doors, Elias could see a sliver of red light. Then a thin spike crept through the seal. Elias could feel intense heat. Thorin wasn't exaggerating. Some of the mages shielded their eyes, and the wards weakened. The spike grew, inching its way through the crack. Outside the walls, the screeching grew deafening. The orcs beat their drums even louder. They knew they were close to breaching the wall. They could feel it. Another tremor hit, so violent that Elias fell. Scylla and Talon flew overhead, their dragons spewing liquid fire onto the hordes, lessening their numbers even further. But still, the spike continued to move forward. Elias felt helpless. Ciceron saw Elias standing nearby, and her mouth opened with surprise. Elias! Get out of here! And take that dragon with you, it's not safe. Let me help you. Elias pleaded. Ciceron shook her head, raising her hands again. Komu continued to chant, sweat dripping from his brow. He was very pale. Minutes later, two of the other spellcasters dropped, unconscious from the strain. Elias could see the metal doors flexing under the heat and pressure. A hole the size of a watermelon melted open between the two doors, created by the searing heat of the spike. The smell of burning metal and wood filled the air, along with the putrid smell wafting in from the orcs. Elias felt his dinner rise in his throat. Elias peeked through the hole in the door. He could see the necromancer only a few feet away. Her black eyes flashed. She was leering, her sharpened red teeth moving up and down as she mouthed the spell. Red pinpoints of light surrounded her, like 1,000 fireflies. Beneath his tunic, Elias felt his dragonstone start to vibrate, as it had in the catacombs in Miklagard. Elias pulled it out and stared at it. He felt it pulsing with energy. It was glowing bright green. The dragon hatchling looked at the stone intensely and reached out to touch it. Elias brought the stone up to the little dragon's nose, and he nuzzled it. Elias had an idea. He walked to the doors, the white dragon crouched on his shoulder. Komu and Ciceron noticed him and cried out, Elias! Step away! Elias raised the pulsing dragon stone above his head, and it burned with green light. The necromancer looked at Elias through the hole in the door, and her mouth dropped open. There was a moment of recognition. The spike wavered, shimmering between the doors. The green light from the dragon stone grew brighter, enveloping Elias. The white dragon was impossibly calm, sitting on Elias' shoulder while the chaos around them grew. The other spellcasters froze. Scylla and Talon, alerted to the commotion below, started their descent into the city. The green bubble of light increased, and Elias could feel the same drain upon his energy as before, a debilitating draw on his strength. He struggled to breathe. The light became a focused pinpoint and erupted from his chest, going through the hole in the door. It hit the female necromancer in the torso, and she collapsed, screaming. The red spike shimmered, grew brighter for a moment, and then retreated. Elias felt the skin on his arms burning. Heat blisters rose on his cheeks. The orcs grew silent and stopped pounding on the doors. Even the drums stopped. For a moment, no one moved. Como stared, his eyes huge. Ciceron stood nearby, gasping for breath. Talon and Duskeye landed next to Elias. Talon rushed over, saying something that Elias couldn't decipher. Elias opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. He fell, and the darkness took him. The turning tide. Elias awoke late the next evening, his head pounding. The light hurt his eyes. His mouth felt like it was filled with cotton balls. The white hatchling sat at the foot of the bed, gazing at Elias with its pebble-like eyes. Thorin sat nearby, whistling softly and carving a piece of wood. He looked up and smiled. Our young hero is awake. Thorin came over and placed the carving at the foot of the bed. It was a tiny camel. Thorin had been using Elias' enchanted dagger, and he placed it on a table nearby. He smiled. Thorin was right, the dagger knew when someone was trying to take the blade from him. Thorin had touched the blade numerous times with no ill effects. Hi, Thorin, said Elias weakly. How long have I been sleeping? Elias looked down at his forearms, which were bandaged all the way to the shoulder. A little over a day. Talon healed your burns, and the palace physicians gave you a sedative so you could sleep. You were in pretty bad shape, lad. What happened? Said Elias, coughing. I don't remember anything. Well, no one really knows. I was hoping ye'd be able to tell me. Ye disobeyed the riders in Komu, and went to the city gates. Then ye held up that borrowed dragon stone of yours, and it shot a bolt of energy at that female necromancer. It knocked her out. She was carried off the field by the orcs. I saw it with me own eyes. Workmen are fixin' the hole in the city gates right now. Is the necromancer dead? Did I kill her? Asked Elias. Necromancers are already dead, Elias. It takes more than that to kill a dead rat. She might be out a few days though. You got her pretty good. That's great, said Elias, smiling. He felt proud that he was able to help. She's the strongest of the three. Talon said that she seems to be leading the entire horde. I agree with ye on that one. But ye have to be more careful. Everyone's upset ye put yourself in so much danger. They worry about the hatchling, too. He doesn't have any defenses yet. He won't be able to breathe fire for months. Talon and Sela? Asked Elias. Are they angry with me, too? Sela's upset, said Thorin. Not Talon though. Talon is rather proud of ye, I think. He's an odd sort, isn't he? Yes, said Elias, laughing. He is. He also saved my life in Miklagard, and he's the one who gave me the dragon's egg. I owe my life. The hatchling got up, stretched, and crawled up towards Elias. He took his familiar place on Elias' right shoulder. That dragon seems larger already. I wonder if it's just me imagination. No, I think you're right. He's growing quickly. Pretty soon, he won't be able to sit on my shoulder. I'm not surprised though. Talon told me that the white dragon is the largest of the species. There was a knock at the door. Sela marched into the room, her face set in a scowl. Elias, you're awake. Good, because we need to talk. Elias cringed. Sela, I can explain. She put her hand up. Stop. I don't want to hear it. You deliberately disobeyed our orders. You put yourself and your dragon in incredible danger without thinking of the consequences. You stopped the ring of fire, it's true, but at what cost? Now, the necromancers and the orcs know that you're here, and worse, that you have the white dragon. Once Vosper gets word of this, he'll spare no expense to track you down. Things haven't really changed, argued Elias. How is it more dangerous for me now than it was before? Sela rolled her eyes, exasperated. Elias, the Emperor is obsessed with the books of prophecy. You know this. The ancient books say that the Emperor will be toppled by a young rider with a diamond dragon. That's you, Elias. There's no other person that it could be. Elias looked at Thorin, who nodded his head in agreement. She's got a point, laddie. The dwarf oracles say the same. Elias groaned and put his face in his hands. Sela was right. His actions had put the city in more danger. Worse, he had become an even bigger target, and he had put the hatchling in danger, too. Now it would be impossible for him to hide anywhere. Elias looked up at Sela and Thorin. He felt the suffocating pressure of their expectations, and it was almost too much for him to bear. I need time to think about this. Can I be alone, please? Said Elias. Sela rose, frowning. You have 1 hour. After that, you need to get ready. Talon is taking you into the desert. Again? What for? Asked Elias. Talon suggested that we put you into exile, at least until the siege is over. You're going to stay hidden. It's no longer safe for you in Parthos. Now that the necromancers know you're here, you've become their primary target. I expect that Balbarite assassins will also be sent to kill you. Talon and I cannot protect you and defend the city at the same time. How long will I be in the desert? A month, perhaps more. Sisrun will safeguard you. Sisrun? Said Elias, disbelievingly. No. I don't want that awful woman anywhere near me. Elias, I'm not going to argue this point with you. Sisrun is unpleasant, I know, but she's a powerful mage and loyal to our cause. You could do worse with a protector than her. I have too many things to worry about, not the least of which is my son, who just took leadership of a city that's currently under siege. Okay, Elias nodded, agreeing. Sela was right, everyone had to make sacrifices. One more thing, said Sela. That was an impressive bit of magic that you performed yesterday. It was an extremely complex spell, even beyond the boundaries of my own abilities. I don't know how you did it, but you saved the gates from collapse. For that, the city of Parthos thanks you. You could have died, but you didn't. I'm thankful that the gods spared your life." Then she turned and left. "Me too," said Elias, smiling slightly. Thorin patted his shoulder and left a few minutes later. Elias got out of bed slowly. He unwrapped the bandages on his arms. The skin on his arms was red and blotchy, but healed. The blisters were gone. He donned a fresh tunic and breeches, and tucked his dagger into his boot. The white dragon climbed up on his shoulder, and he walked out to find Talon and Duskeye. He found them an hour later, meeting inside the city cathedral. Rayleigh's honor guard was stationed outside. Elias was allowed to enter after they announced his presence. Rayleigh was there, as well as Sela and Talon. Brinsop and Duskeye lay nearby. Everyone looked exhausted. Ciceren leaned against the wall, her face inscrutable in the shadows. Her arms were crossed against her chest. Elias wondered if Ciceren was ever happy about anything. "Welcome, Elias," said Rayleigh. "I'm thankful that you're here." In the dark corner, Ciceren snorted but said nothing. Elias shot her a dirty look, but no words were exchanged. They despised each other, there was no masking their feelings. "How are the reports from the battlefield?" asked Rayleigh. "Has the horde lessened?" "No," said Talon. "Their numbers continue to shrink, but they seem more aggressive than before. I thought I would eventually see the orc leader, King Anar. As far as I can tell, he's not present. Presumably, he stayed behind at Mount Heldiafol. It's very odd." "There's a chance that the necromancers killed Nar," said Ciceren, piping up from the shadows. "The dead rats may have wanted to take over his horde. And that's not all. The orcs are acting strangely. They're restless and frantic. Even their precious Drask, normally obedient, seem agitated. After the female necromancer fell yesterday, their behavior grew even more bizarre. I was watching them from the bulwarks. They're attacking each other almost constantly, the infighting is intense." "What's your theory?" asked Sela. "I believe the necromancers have been controlling the orcs using black magic," said Ciceren. "They're planting magical suggestions in their minds. Orcs are vicious creatures, but they have a keen intelligence, and long-term mind control eventually backfires. Right now, there are only 2 necromancers on the battlefield, the 2 males. The female must still be recovering from Elias' attack. She's the most powerful of the 3, and the other 2 must be having difficulty controlling the horde." There was silence in the chamber while the others digested this bit of news. "It makes sense, then," said Talon. "We should destroy the necromancers. It's easier to target them individually than the entire horde." "Yes," said Rayleigh, his steely eyes narrowing. This information filled his heart with hope. "We shall target the necromancers. It's our best bet." The others nodded. Then he turned to Elias. "It's time for you to leave, Elias. Talon knows this desert better than anyone else, and he'll take you to a place where you'll be safe." "You'll be hidden in the south," said Talon. "It's for your own safety, and the safety of the city." "Yes, I know," said Elias. "Sela told me this morning. I hate to leave Parthos, but I understand your reasoning. I respect your decision." Talon turned and walked out, taking his leave of the group. Elias followed him down the steps of the cathedral, with Duskeye close behind. They took flight immediately. Talon chanted a spell to conceal their exodus from the city. The white dragon didn't even seem nervous. He just crawled up on the dragon's saddle in front of Elias and dug his claws in. "Meep," said the hatchling. Elias looked down on the desert sands. The moonlight was bright, and he could see the orcs fighting each other in pockets. The necromancers were nowhere to be found. From a distance, Elias saw hundreds of Drask bobbing up and down among the bonfires. Duskeye flew south for a few hours, and they stopped at a small plateau. "We're here," Talon said. "This plateau has a deep cave. The opening is over there, to the right. Do you see it?" Elias looked and saw a small opening covered by cactus. "It looks painful." "Those cactus spines look sharp." Talon laughed. "They are. I planted the cactus years ago to discourage others from discovering this cave. Sometimes the nomads will use it, but otherwise it's one of the best-kept secrets in the southern desert. The cave opening looks small, but once you get inside, it's very spacious. There's a natural spring at the back of the cave. The water's a bit brackish, but drinkable. This is a great place to hide for long periods." "Okay," said Elias. He dismounted, and the white dragon followed, fluttering into his arms. The hatchling was already trying to use his wings, with mixed success. I'll return in a few hours with Cicerin and some supplies. Just relax until I get back. If you want, you can go into the cave and rest. I'll set a protection spell on the entrance so no one else will be able to enter. Thanks, said Elias, crawling inside, trying to avoid the sharp cactus spikes. It was dark, so Elias dug his light crystal out of his pocket. Lu half. He whispered, and the crystal glowed with blue light. When he looked back outside, Talon and Duskeye were gone. The cave was roomy inside, and there were plenty of secluded places to hide. He sat down on the ground, leaning up against the wall. The hatchling explored the cave for a few minutes, chased a spider for a few more, and finally came back and lay down on Elias' stomach. They were both asleep within minutes. Elias felt like he'd only slept a few minutes, but someone was already shaking him awake. Elias, said a female voice. His eyelids flickered open. It was Cicerin, scowling as usual. I see your mood hasn't improved, said Elias. Be quiet, snapped Cicerin. The others may think you're some sort of savior, but to me, you're still just an insolent brat. Elias scoffed. Rayleigh decided that you should guard me, so why don't you just do your job and stop harassing me? I'll tolerate your presence if I must, but I don't have to enjoy it. Cicerin's face grew red, her lips an angry line. She mumbled some foul words under her breath, but otherwise said nothing. Elias rolled over, smirking. He went back to sleep, leaving Cicerin to take the watch. The next few days passed slowly. Cicerin and Elias barely spoke, and when they did, their words dripped with sarcasm. Even though they disliked one another intensely, Cicerin took her job very seriously. She was watchful, and she cast wards around the cave and the plateau. On the third day, their supplies ran out, and Cicerin went out to the desert to hunt. A few hours later, she returned with an enormous snake, which she skinned and roasted over a fire. It was delicious. The days passed, and Elias began to develop a grudging respect for Cicerin. She shared some of her spells with him, albeit coldly. On the fifth day, Komu sent a telepathic message to both of them. Cicerin. Elias. Excellent news. We've captured the 2 male necromancers. The orc horde is in chaos, and many of them have already left the city perimeter. Their numbers have dwindled by half. The female necromancer is still missing. She might be dead, but there's no body to confirm this. Stay alert. The orcs are very disoriented and may travel south, rather than north, back to Mount Heldiafol. Stay where you are. Understood, Master Komu, said Cicerin formally. We thank you for this information. On the 6th day, the weather was oddly cold, and there was a misty rain, even though the sun was shining. I've never seen weather like this. I feel like I'm back in Darkmouth Forest, said Elias. Cicerin put her finger into the air, tasting the mist. She frowned. This isn't natural rain. It tastes like metal. There's magic afoot here. Get back in the cave. I'm casting a concealment spell for us. Don't let your guard down. They walked back into the cave as deeply as they could go. Cicerin cast the concealment spell. They waited in the corner for hours. Elias began to feel antsy. He fidgeted. The dragon hatchling scuffled around in the dirt, feeling Elias' nervous energy. Cicerin shot him a withering look, and Elias settled down. Another hour passed, and then another. The sun set, and the mist increased to a steady drizzle. Cicerin reached out to Elias, whispering, Elias, you were tracked. I don't know how they did it, or who it is, but you need to be prepared. We're going to be attacked tonight. Elias nodded. He thought he would be afraid, but he felt calm. He pulled his dagger out of his boot, grasping it in his right hand. Minutes later, the air became tinged with a horrible odor. Cicerin sniffed. She looked at Elias and mouthed the word Drask. Elias' eyes opened wide. Then he heard it, the snarling breaths, the throaty clicks, the horrible smell of Drask. The Drask, too large to fit through the cave opening, was outside with its rider, scratching in the sand. Out of the darkness, a familiar voice rose, hissing through sharpened red teeth. Elias, come out. I know you are here. Elias' blood chilled in his veins. The female necromancer. She had ridden a Drask, tracking him deep into the desert. Cicerin pushed Elias back against the wall and put her finger to her lips. She took a deep breath and walked out of the cave. Elias' mouth dropped open. Cicerin was a powerful mage, but even she was no match for the necromancer, especially at night. That meant that Cicerin was prepared to die for him. Elias moved towards the cave entrance, maintaining the concealment spell. He peered out and saw Cicerin facing the female necromancer. The necromancer was a vision of terror, smiling atop a growling Drask. The necromancer laughed, hissing spit bubbles through her sharpened red teeth. The Drask snapped its jaws. Black mucus, laced with venom, dripped from its purple lips. Sisso. Sisrun. We meet again. How long has it been since the last time? A decade? Time passes so slowly for my kind. The necromancer licked her white lips with a grey tongue. I'm not sure, said Sisrun. I haven't been keeping track. How's Vosper these days? Does he still enjoy torturing you dead rats with leeches? Last I heard, he had a special spot in his black heart for you. I have to admit that I do, too, Mageborn traitor. The necromancer sneered, and the Drask charged. Sisrun deflected the animal easily, sending it flying against the rock with a spell. The necromancer jumped away, hovering just above the ground. The animal fell, stunned. Then Sisrun sent a huge rock sailing towards the animal's fragile jaw. The Drask's jaw collapsed in a jumble of broken bones and skin. It writhed in pain. Sisrun hit it again with the stone, crushing its skull. The wretched creature lay still. No matter. I am not here for you, Sisrun. Where is the boy? Surrender him to me, and I shall let you live. You are no match for me, Sisrun. You cannot defeat me. So you say, said Sisrun. Overconfidence is an unattractive trait in your kind. We caught the other two necromancers. It was a fortunate capture, and Komu was probably questioning them now. But you I don't think I'll take alive. The necromancer lunged for Sisrun's neck. Both of their bodies were glowing, Sisrun blazed bluish-white, and the necromancer blood-red. The two jumped at each other, stopping mid-air, as if in slow motion. The necromancer growled, floating feet above the ground while she grappled with Sisrun. A shower of sparks filled the air, and the artificial fog dissipated. They both fell to the ground with a thud. The necromancer hopped up, her reflexes cat-like. Give me the boy! Screamed the necromancer, preparing to throw a pulsing globe of red flame. Never! Said Sisrun, falling under the powerful orb of energy. She collapsed in the sand, her eyes burning. The necromancer hit her again and again. Sisrun gasped for air and retreated behind an outcropping of rock. Elias watched from the cave entrance, his stomach clenching. The hatchling mewled quietly, trembling with fear. The necromancer approached again, clenching her fist in the air. Sisrun felt her throat constrict, and she clawed at her neck. The necromancer was simply too powerful, she had overcome Sisrun's defenses. Where is the boy? The necromancer demanded again. Tell me now, or I'll gouge your eyes out. Sisrun stood helpless, her throat gurgling. Her eyes began to roll behind her head. Elias couldn't watch anymore. He had to do something. He kissed the dragonstone, hoping that it would help him as it had before. He grabbed his dagger in his mouth and crawled out of the shadows. Sisrun saw Elias out of the corner of her eye, and she shook her head, frantic. Elias snuck up behind the necromancer and sunk the enchanted dagger deep in the necromancer's shoulder. The necromancer screamed, clawing at her back, trying to pull the dagger out. A spark of electricity ran through Elias' hand, and he yanked his hand away as if he had been burned. The necromancer spun to face him. Sisrun dropped to the ground, gasping for breath. The necromancer reached out, grabbing Elias' tunic. His heart pounded, but he did not back down. He tried to concentrate, searching his mind for defensive spells. So, boy. We meet again. I finally have you, and this time, I am not letting you go. The capture of Parthas was never the real reason for this siege. Your capture was my only mission. You and your little white dragon Cecil return with me to Morholt. Never. Said Elias, I'd rather die than serve a madman. You're not taking me alive, only to be tortured in Vosper's dungeons. Elias spat in her face. The necromancer wiped the spittle with her sleeve. Elias drew a breath and tensed for a blow. It never came. Amazingly, her face softened, and she let Elias drop to the ground. Elias. Look at me. Don't you recognize me at all? Sisrun looked on, stunned. What's happening? She thought. Elias looked at the necromancer's face. He couldn't see anything familiar. She shook her head and pulled the dagger out of her shoulder. Then she tucked it into her cloak. Look, Elias. I can easily touch the dagger. After all, it was my mother's. I am its rightful heir. Elias' mouth dropped open. In the background, Sisrun gasped. No. It can't be true. said Elias, shaking his head. Ionala? Said Cicerin quietly. Is that you? Yes, it is I, although I no longer go by that name. I am Vosper's most powerful necromancer, and I have come to recover my son. Elias, you are the chosen one. I will not take you back to Moorholt as a prisoner. I take you back as an emperor. Together, we will kill Vosper, and you can take your rightful place on the throne. You will be the most powerful mageborn in all of Dern. Elias couldn't believe it. His mother hadn't died during the war. She had become a traitor, a necromancer. How many innocents had she killed? Elias stepped back, horrified. He felt sick, and his meal from hours before rose up in his throat. Ionala reached out and grabbed his hand. Her skin was ice cold, and her clammy hand felt slick, as if it was covered in grease. Elias felt his energy draining as soon as she touched him. He yanked his hand back and felt the dragon stone around his neck vibrate. No, said Elias. That's not what I want. I don't want to rule a corrupt, evil city. And you aren't my mother, you're nothing but a corpse. Karina Dorgamir was my true mother. The necromancer's eyes narrowed, and then relaxed. Fine, if you won't reconsider, then we will all die here, in the desert. I don't wish to continue being Vosper's slave, but I have taken certain oaths that prevent me from releasing you. So we shall all go to the afterlife together. Ionala started to glow, and Elias felt a soft heat enveloping him. It was so peaceful, so wonderful. Elias felt himself sinking into the sand. Cicerin's eyes popped. She jumped up, screaming. Elias! Fight it! She's trying to enchant you. Elias shook his head, feeling drowsier with each passing second. His limbs felt heavy, like stones. His eyes started to close. He felt the darkness coming up to meet him, when, suddenly, he felt tiny teeth, sharp like needles, sinking into his ankle. It was the hatchling, biting him. The dragon understood that Elias was in trouble. Youch! Screamed Elias, hopping up in pain. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind. The necromancer, infuriated that the hatchling had broken the spell, reached out to squeeze the dragon's neck. The dragon screeched and sunk his teeth into the necromancer's fleshy palm. Ionala snarled, flinging the hatchling violently against the rocks. He hit the plateau with a sickening crunch and then lay still. No! Screamed Elias. He looked at his motionless dragon, and felt fury rising up in him like bile. The necromancer smiled, reaching out to Elias again. Come to me, my Sisson. Elias dug into his memory, grasped the dragon stone through his tunic, and repeated a spell that he had never before uttered, Nalgas Prohota Jarn, and the necromancer paused. There was a flash of understanding, and she screamed. Elias gritted his teeth, feeling the energy for the spell leaving his body. The spell was designed to pull the iron from stone. Instead, Elias manipulated the spell to pull the iron from the necromancer's blood. Cicerin's eyes grew huge, and she ran towards Elias and the necromancer. No, Elias. Stop this spell. It will kill you. This spell is black magic. Elias shook his head again and clapped his hands in the air. The dragon stone around his neck trembled, and he felt a rush of energy. He repeated the malicious spell, Nalgas Prohota Jarn. A wave of light pulsed through the air, and the necromancer collapsed. Her skin began to darken, and her flesh turned from white to gray. Elias fought to remain conscious. The dragon stone around his neck was pulsing intensely now, and he could feel its intense heat. Energy continued to drain from his body. The necromancer screamed continuously, her mouth opening again and again. Black blood filled her mouth. Elias' skin felt blisteringly hot. He couldn't maintain the spell any longer. Cicerin was right, this spell might kill him. Again he felt blackness coming up to meet him. Cicerin rushed behind the necromancer and searched for the enchanted dagger in her cloak. The necromancer didn't fight her, she couldn't. Cicerin pulled out the glowing dwarvish blade, and Elias saw Cicerin mouth a prayer. Elias could smell burning flesh, the blade was burning Cicerin's hand, as it had before. She groaned but held fast. Cicerin pulled back the necromancer's hair, slicing cleanly through her neck. The blade burned white hot, and smoke rose from it. A fountain of putrid black blood spewed forth, spilling onto the desert sand. Cicerin decapitated the necromancer with the enchanted blade, and flung the head against the rock. It was over. Cicerin dropped the blade with a trembling hand, and Elias noticed that she was severely burned, her fingers were blackened, and covered with enormous blisters. Elias sunk to his knees, his eyes stinging with tears. He crawled over to his dragon hatchling, which hadn't moved. Elias picked up the motionless hatchling and held it to his chest. His breath caught when he realized that the dragon's heart was still beating. His hands started to glow, and he felt healing energy fill his body. It had been a long time since he had performed a healing spell, and he had never healed a dragon. "Curatio," he said softly. The energy for the spell left him, and he felt the hatchling's bones knitting underneath the skin. Elias held his breath and said a silent prayer. A few minutes later, the dragon looked up, staring at Elias with its pebble eyes. "Meep?" it said weakly. Elias embraced the hatchling gently and said, "You are so brave, little one. Just like the last white dragon, who was wild, and who also fought against Bospor. I shall name you after him. I shall name you Nideard." The dragon snuggled against Elias' arm. He felt an enormous sense of relief and gratitude. This dragon was his true family now. Cicerin watched the exchange and smiled, cradling her injured hand. The dragon riders have returned. Continued in Book 3, Vospor's Revenge. About the author. Christian Alva was born into a family of writers and teachers. She worked as a staff writer and a ghostwriter before publishing her own manuscripts. She now writes young adult and middle grade fantasy full-time. She currently lives in California with her family. When she's not writing, she enjoys reading all genres, especially epic fantasy. Find out more about the author at her official website, www.christianalva.com. Table of Contents. Map of Dern. Prologue. Part 1, Escape from the Orvas. The Bounty Hunters. Chua and Starclaw. Ravenwood. Leaving Parthos. Nagendra. Abduction in Ravenwood. The Return to Parthos. Miklagard. Talon returns. Kathir. Redmore. Scarakina. After the Ambush. Part 2, The Siege. The Crystal City. Leaving Redmore. Komu. Galti and Half. The Catacombs. The Switch. Preparations. Silay's Return. The Egg. The Siege. The Turning Tide. About the author.